At the funeral of her boyfriend of 3 years, Tang Wan learned that he had been cheating on her. That very day, she folded 99 paper gold ingots, and inside each one, she secretly placed a little trick. Even after burning them, she still felt it wasn't enough. Wearing a bright red dress, she appeared at the entrance of a nightclub. All these years, she had lived as the kind of woman he once said was perfect for marriage. She had never done anything wild. She didn't even own a short dress. But tonight, she wanted to break free and live a little. Under the streetlight, Tang Ruan's fair skin seemed to glow. The fitted dress outlined her graceful figure, immediately drawing the attention of many men. She gathered her courage and looked back at them. But soon, she felt sick to her stomach and shivered. In that moment, she suddenly understood. There were many ways to get back at a man who had wronged her. But the most important thing was to make herself feel at peace. So, Tang Wan wrapped herself in a coat and went home. She changed into comfortable loungewear, ordered a hot pot feast, and opened a bottle of red wine. She drank alone until late at night, then drifted off to sleep. Maybe it was because of what she had been thinking all day, but she had a dream. In the dream, there was a strong man. He had short silver-gray hair, warm bronze skin, and a tall, well-built body. The muscles on his arms rose and fell with his steady breathing, radiating strength and energy. Tang Wan found herself lying face to face with him. She couldn't help but reach out and touch the bridge of his nose. The man opened his eyes. His icy blue gaze was more striking than any movie star she had ever seen. When he saw her, a flicker of surprise passed through his eyes. He gently held the back of her head and kissed her. It was powerful, overwhelming, and filled with emotion, lasting the whole night. Even the breathless, dizzy feeling from the kiss felt incredibly real. The next morning, Tang Wan woke up with flushed cheeks. She came to a conclusion. Her ex-boyfriend had been nothing but a fraud. But she had never been with anyone else before, so how could a dream feel so real? Blushing, she held her face in her hands. All day long, her mind was filled with thoughts she couldn't quite shake off. That evening, on her way home from work, she passed by the same bar from the night before. Suddenly, a blonde-haired man blocked her path. "Beautiful lady, I didn't get the chance to ask for your number last night. Could you leave me your contact information?" The man wore a low-cut, tight shirt. His shoulders were broad, his waist narrow, but his figure looked a little thin. In the past, Tang Wan might have thought his body was decent. But after last night, she frowned in confusion. How could a man have no chest muscles?
¿No habes?
Not even strong arms? Was he really a man? Tang Wan curled her lips in dislike, silently giving him a very harsh judgment with her eyes. Before the man could get angry, she quickly slipped away. That night, she closed her eyes with anticipation, hoping to dream the same kind of dream as before. Sure enough, a man appeared again. But this time, it was someone different. A man with long black hair knelt before her. With devotion, he said, "Thank the beast god for granting me the goddess as my wife, to help the snake tribe through its hardships." He lifted his head. Tang Wan saw a pair of bright green eyes, shining like the most dazzling gems. Compared to the man from last night, his features looked more Eastern. Handsome face, fair skin, like a character who had stepped out of a comic book. When he saw her, he froze for a moment, then quickly stood and walked over. He looked nearly 190 centimeters tall, giving off a strong presence. Yet his movements were gentle as he softly pulled her into his arms. "My wife." He rubbed his face against hers with affection. Tang Wan instinctively pulled back, her cheeks turning red. Seeing her reaction, the man said gently, "Don't worry, I'll be careful," but his words turned out to be unreliable. She ended up exhausted the whole night, experiencing something completely new. The next day, she opened Baidu. Although she had some knowledge of zoology, she still wanted to double-check. Snakes really did have two of those. After 2 nights of such overwhelming dreams, Tang Wan began to suspect something was wrong. Maybe she was being haunted by a spirit. A little happiness now might cost her dearly later. Taking advantage of the holiday, She went to see a fortune teller who was said to be very accurate. The fortune teller told her that her heart was stirred by romance and that she would soon be surrounded by many admirers, not just one. But about this peach blossom fate. The fortune teller stroked his goat-like beard. He raised 5 fingers. 5? Tang Wan exclaimed in surprise. The fortune teller said 500 and I'll tell you more. 500 was too expensive, so Tang Wan decided not to spend the money. She thought if she dreamed of it again that night, she would ask directly. That night, the black-haired, green-eyed man appeared once more. When he saw her, his eyes lit up with joy and warmth. Before he could rush toward her, Tang Wan quickly asked, "Who are you?"
"What did you want me to help you with that day?"
The man told her his name was Yan Qing, the Snake King, and that he lived in a place called the Beast World. Because the environment there was harsh, females rarely survived, leading to many males but very few females. To continue their kind, one female could have several male partners. Females were called wife masters, while their partners were called beast husbands. And Tang Wan, he said, was the wife master he had prayed to the beast god for. As he spoke, he held her arm more tightly, almost wrapping himself around her. Yet Tang Wan didn't dislike this embrace. It gave her a sense of safety. After all, she had grown up always lacking that feeling. Yan Qing continued. Other races, in order to have children, sometimes choose to join with those who are more fertile. But my snake clan is different. We can only reproduce with our own kind. But in recent years, almost no female snake beasts have been born. Tang Wan nodded, understanding. She had studied pet medicine in her adult undergraduate program, and she remembered some knowledge about snake incubation. When the incubation temperature is between 23 and 29 degrees, mostly male snakes hatch. When the temperature is between 30 and 33 degrees, mostly female snakes hatch. She shared this method with Yan Qing. In the following nights, she guided him in her dreams on how to manage it. But since the beast world had no thermometers, it was difficult to control. Even during the day at work, Tang Wan kept thinking about it. Her dream was to become a pet doctor. But because her mother secretly changed her college application, she missed the chance to attend her ideal university. Although she later studied pet medicine in an adult undergraduate program, it wasn't the same as a full-time degree, and she lacked hands-on practice. This chance to practice in her dreams made her truly excited. That night, just as she entered her dream, she was suddenly forced into an embrace. The man pinned her hands above her head with one hand, his whole body pressing down on her. His scarlet eyes looked like those of a wild beast that had lost control, and behind him swirled a cloud of black mist. For the first time, Tang Wan felt fear in a dream. Before, she had always been relaxed, knowing it was only a dream. But this time, the man showed her no kindness. It was as if he carried hatred toward her. His movements were wild and frightening, and Tang Wan screamed in panic. "Let go! Let me go!" No matter how she cried, the man did not stop. And when it finally ended, a pair of black wings suddenly grew from his back, as if to prove, yes, he was a demon. Tang Wan shrank into a corner, trembling. The man looked down at her from above, a wicked smile curling at his lips. "You'd better remember who your first beast husband is. If you dare run again, I'll devour you." As he spoke, he lowered his gaze to his hand. Sharp claws suddenly grew from his fingers. Tang Wan woke up in fright. She knew it. This had to be the work of a succubus. Now it was here to drain her energy. She jumped up and quickly transferred 500 yuan to the fortune teller. She had sent her message at dawn, and by 10 in the morning, she finally received a reply. "Tang Wan, what do you mean, fortune teller? Didn't you ask me last time about your peach blossoms? Anything else, Tang Wan?" "Tang Wan, lately I keep having dreams, always about different men. Fortune teller, what you think about in the day appears in your dreams at night. If you often have such dreams, it may be a health issue. I suggest seeing a traditional doctor. Tang Wan, I want to hear something more mystical." The fortune teller paused for 5 seconds. Dream blossoms are called shadow blossoms. If they grow too strong, it becomes a shadow blossom calamity. Just like a peach blossom calamity, it can hurt your heart, your feelings, and even your body. My advice: trust science and see a doctor to strengthen your health. Tang Wan twitched at the corner of her mouth. Could she still get her 500 back? Still, she obediently went to see a traditional doctor. Nowadays, it's rare to see young people as healthy as you. The doctor lifted her hand. Tang Wan quickly reached out, blocking the number display. Doctor, are you sure there's nothing wrong with me at all? The middle-aged female doctor frowned. Tang Wan lowered her voice.
Like,
maybe being too tired or weak in some way. As she spoke, she lowered her head nervously, biting her lip. She wondered if people outside could hear. Out of professional duty, the doctor once again placed her fingers on Tang Ruan's pulse. No, everything is fine. Your energy and circulation are steady. But I've been having strange dreams about different men lately. Her face nearly buried itself into the desk. The doctor removed her glasses and looked at Tang Ruan carefully. I'll prescribe you something to help calm your mind. Don't overthink it. If you're still worried, you can do a full checkup or even see a psychologist. Tang Wan felt she might really be losing her mind. Back home, she boiled the medicine. But she didn't dare follow the advice to go to bed early. That demon from last night was too frightening. Just thinking about it made her shiver. As for his face, he was probably handsome. The ones before had all been good-looking, so the leader of those dream figures couldn't be worse. She only remembered his tall, imposing figure. It felt like he could crush her as easily as a chick. She decided not to sleep tonight. But of course, no one can stay awake forever. At 7 in the morning, Tang Ron got ready to leave early for work. She sat down to change her shoes. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness hit her.
Master,
save me. Tang Wan opened her eyes and found herself standing inside a huge cave. A boy with orange hair stumbled toward her from the entrance. He looked about 18 or 19, his handsome face full of fear. Just now had he called her Master? Tang Wan quickly stepped aside. The boy fell to the ground, then looked back at her pitifully. Tang Wan curved her lips into a sly smile. So, the leader of those dream demons had realized she was now too scared to even sleep. So, they sent a harmless-looking young man to drain her energy. Tricks, all tricks. Even though the doctor said her body was very healthy. But who cares what they want to take? It's definitely nothing good. Tang Wan glared fiercely at the boy. Then she noticed a bright red mark winding around his pale ankle. A cut, 3 inches long, ran across his calf.
Tanzuan Gapet?
He had just been running so fast. Sensing her gaze, the boy bit his lip and lowered his eyes, his long lashes hiding his feelings. He looked as if he had suffered great injustice. Tang Wan was about to speak. Suddenly, a rumbling noise came from the cave entrance. A group of animals rushed in. Wolves, bears, elephants, lions, leopards. Tang Wan lost her balance and fell to the ground. Had she entered a zoo? What happened to the beast people she was expecting? In the blink of an eye, the boy turned into a small orange-red fox. He leapt into Tang Ruan's arms. What kind of trick was this? Goddess, hand him over to us.
The bear
spoke. Without thinking, Tang Wan held the fox tighter, and the fox clung to her arm with its little paws. The two of them looked like they only had each other to rely on. Tang Wan glanced down at the fox. She stammered as she asked the bear, "If I give him to you, what will happen?" "Of course, we will take his fur and his strength to honor our fallen kin." What Tang Wan really wanted to know was what would happen to her. But hearing their words, her heart softened. When she was little, she had a puppy. Once, her mischievous younger brother kicked it. Their mother didn't scold him. Instead, she praised his strength and told him to kick again. Tang Wan rushed to protect the puppy, and in the end, both she and the puppy were locked away. Back then, the puppy had clung to her arm just like this little fox, trembling in her embrace. Gathering her courage, Tang Wan asked, "Was it really him who caused the deaths?" The bear hesitated. "Not him, but he belongs to the Red Fox clan." Tang Wan understood. They couldn't defeat the strong, so they bullied the weak instead. Tang Wan was about to ask more questions. The little fox suddenly buried its head into her arms, wiggling and trying hard to hide there. It was as if that spot was the safest place in the world. Tang Ruan's heart softened. Every problem has its cause. So many fierce beasts bullying just one little fox. Don't you feel ashamed? The beasts exchanged glances. No matter what, he is still one of the goddess's chosen companions. But he once took advantage of a situation. Don't forget about the goddess's other companions. Tang Ruan perked up her ears. From their words, it seemed they were afraid of her other companions. Shall I let my companions speak to you directly? Tang Ruan lifted her chin and raised her voice on purpose. Relying on her companion's power, she had just learned this trick. No need. To her surprise, they lowered their heads and backed away. It's fine now. You're safe. Hearing this, the little fox slowly lifted his head from her arms. He opened one golden eye first, then the other after making sure it was safe. Happily wagging his tail, he suddenly tilted his head up and licked her chin. Tang Wan immediately tossed him away. She had just been licked by a fox spirit. The little fox landed on the ground and turned back into a young boy. With wide golden eyes full of grievance, he looked at her. Even you dislike me now? He raised his right hand and swore, I swear to the beast god, that matter truly had nothing to do with me. If I'm lying, may I be punished and turned into nothing more than clothing for you. Wait, stop right there. Just imagining that scene made Tang Ruan's scalp tingle. You don't need to swear to me. Just don't harm me. That's enough. This fox really had endless tricks. I will never harm you, the boy said firmly. I will always be loyal to you. But she didn't believe such words anymore. After all, she had just discovered her first love had deceived her for 3 years. The boy gazed at her with deep affection. Tang Wan felt a little uneasy. I still prefer you in your fox form. At least as a fox, he couldn't attack her with those eyes. As soon as she finished speaking, the boy transformed back into a bright-furred little fox, limping slightly as he walked toward her. Drops of blood trailed along the ground, winding like a string of red beads. He finally reached her, staggering as if he might fall at any moment. Tang Wan instinctively reached out and caught him. She sighed softly. Leaving someone to die would truly weigh on her conscience. She was wearing a simple white dress, its fabric glowing faintly like a seashell. Tearing off a piece from the hem, she carefully wrapped the little fox's wound. Lie still. Don't move around. The little fox obediently lay beside her, lifting his head to gaze at her with admiration. Only then did Tang Wan notice that this dream wasn't set at night. From the top of the cave, sunlight streamed in. No wonder it was so bright inside. A sudden thought struck her. If all of this was just an illusion created by a succubus, then maybe walking out would wake her up. Where are you going, wife?
Danzuan Filthy.
Without turning her head, she replied, I'm just stepping out for a bit. Stay here and don't follow me. I'll be back soon. So, this was all just a performance? She wanted to see if the NPCs could develop self-awareness. The little fox was silent for 2 seconds, then answered softly, all right. I'll wait for you to come back. Good. The NPC's role was still consistent. Tang Wan walked to the cave entrance and dashed outside. A blinding light forced her to close her eyes. When she adjusted to it, she realized she hadn't returned to the real world. Before her stretched an endless grassland. To the left, a tall man with antlers was herding sheep. The moving flock looked like drifting clouds in the sky. To the right, a lake shimmered. Several strong men were pulling in a fishing net together, silver fish leaping out of the water, their scales sparkling like stars in the sunlight. It was such a peaceful, beautiful scene, an idyllic life many workers could only dream of. So this was the game? She stepped back, choosing a direction where no one was around. If she kept running in one direction, surely she would reach the edge where the game world failed to render. She didn't know how long she ran, but by the time she stopped, the sky had already grown dark. Tang Wan was completely exhausted. Her legs gave out, and she fainted.
Master.
Save me. In the darkness, the little fox's cry for help echoed. Tang Wan opened her eyes and stared helplessly at the cave ceiling. So the plan failed, and the game just restarted. Huh? She slowly turned her gaze toward the cave entrance. Suddenly, she saw a pair of long legs. A man stood there in black battle clothes, the patterns on his boots resembling scales, carrying a strange and exotic style. Looking higher, he wore only half armor on his upper body. His muscles were firm and well-defined, like neatly stacked bricks. The strong presence he carried seemed to press down on her. She couldn't help but take a small breath. It felt like something inside her was about to overflow. She had stumbled upon another treasure. Master, master. The little fox's desperate voice pulled Tang Wan back to reality. The fox was covered in blood, dangling in the man's grip. The hand holding him had sharp, claw-like joints. That hand, she had seen it before. Tang Wan quickly looked up. Her eyes met the man's half-smiling face. His blood-red eyes narrowed slightly. Master, why don't I just kill him today and make a scarf for you? No, you mustn't. Tang Wan blurted out. The man looked at her in surprise. For some reason, she thought she saw a trace of hurt in his eyes. You know what he has done? Before he could finish, his brows furrowed. The little fox had bitten down on his hand. The man loosened his grip in pain. The fox broke free at once and stood in front of Tang Wan. Facing the man, its fur bristled as it took a defensive stance. Master, run. I'll protect you. Tang Wan suddenly woke up. Woof.
Woof. Woof.
The barking ringtone told her it was her boss calling. She fumbled for her phone on the floor and answered.
Tang Wan.
Where did you go? Skipping work without reason. I'll deduct 3 days' pay. Boss, I fainted. There was silence on the other end. Then stay home and rest. Don't let anything happen to you. Until you're fully recovered, don't come to the office. Her boss sounded more nervous than she was. But she knew it wasn't out of concern. Tang Wan worked as customer service at a small pet supplies company with only 5 employees. The boss, a man in his 40s, was still chasing new business ideas. He was sharp and calculating in daily life. He worried she might faint at work, and it would count as a workplace accident. Tang Wan slowly got up from the floor. She walked to the water dispenser and poured herself a cup. The cold water slid down her throat. But her mind was filled with the image of blood dripping onto the ground. The little fox's injured leg. The man's frightening smile. So, in the end, was the little fox killed? And was she also in danger? But that terrifying man had called her wife. He even said he was her first beast husband. What did first beast husband mean? Like a main partner? Why would she choose someone so frightening as her main partner? Her thoughts ran wild, and suddenly she remembered. Yan Qing had once said that beast husbands could not harm their wives. But he never explained why. What if he broke that rule? A chill ran through her. She quickly booked another online appointment for herself. This time, she went through a full checkup, even visiting the psychiatry department. There's no problem. You're very healthy. Don't stress too much. Having dreams like this is normal. Holding a thick stack of test results, Tang Wan sat down in a quiet restaurant. If her body and mind were fine, then maybe. The problem was with the place itself? Forget it. Better to ask the fortune teller first. She sent a smiling emoji. The fortune teller replied, smiling emoji. Tang Wan, last time you said I was facing a peach blossom trial. Does that mean once I get through it, everything will be fine? Since it was called a trial, it couldn't last forever, right? The fortune teller didn't mention the V500 again, but still kept his word short. Tang Wan sent him a 100 yuan red packet. A minute later, he replied, the peach blossom trial is similar to the peach blossom trial. Both mean an unhappy relationship. For certain reasons, the two people cannot stay together, and it ends in sadness. But don't worry, even though it will hurt, it will eventually pass. 100 yuan really made a difference. He even tried to comfort her. Tang Wan gave a bitter smile. She knew she never had much luck in love, not even in her dreams. But then she suddenly thought, if she no longer dreamed of the people from that world, Wouldn't that also mean they simply couldn't be together? She wrote down her recent experiences in a short essay and sent it to the master. Master, do you believe another world exists? Of course. Parallel universes, folded spaces, time travel. These are all things humans are still studying. We can't prove they exist, but we also can't prove they don't. With so many worlds, how could there only be ours? Tang Wan felt his words made perfect sense. So maybe she hadn't met monsters, and she wasn't sick either. Maybe she had simply crossed into another world. She suddenly stood up from her seat, her eyes shining with hope. The restaurant owner was startled. Miss, is something wrong?
Tang Zuan Cao Get Aqua Di Li.
Please make the shredded pork with garlic sauce a bit faster. Thank you.
Ah.
Sure, right away. She wasn't losing her mind. What a relief.
But
the fortune teller hesitated. This time, Tang Wan quickly sent him another 100 yuan. He continued. Once you finish this trial, your connection with the peach blossom from that side will be completely cut off. Tang Wan wasn't afraid of that. She wished it would end right away. To be honest, after these days together, she had developed real feelings for Yan Qing. Sometimes at work, she would catch herself wondering, what is he doing now? She was almost acting like someone in love. But if in the end she had to suffer heartbreak over a person from her dreams, it really wouldn't be worth it. If I change my environment, will it break the connection? She suspected that the place she lived might just be the entrance linking to that other world. You can give it a try. That night, she booked a hotel room on the top floor of the mixed-use building where her company was located. The hotel itself was ordinary, but the rooftop was open, offering a view of the whole city. The cool autumn breeze brushed her cheeks as she thought about everything she had been through. At that moment, she felt incredibly light and free. After her father passed away, her mother remarried. Her mother treated her like a burden, and her stepfather never showed her kindness. And so, she grew up unloved. After she graduated, her mother, in the name of love, asked her to send support money back home. Her mother would always say how hard it had been to raise her, and because she had always longed for affection, even a little care from her mother made her believe it. At first, it was just a few hundred, then it became thousands. Until one day, for her younger brother's tutoring classes, they even asked her to take out online loans. That was when Tang Wan finally woke up and cut off contact. But they always found ways. They would still track her down through different channels, even contacting her company. Because of this, Tang Wan had to change jobs many times. It wasn't until she met her current shrewd boss, who knew how to deal with such troublesome people, that she finally found some stability. Besides, his company was already small enough that reputation didn't matter much anymore. For the first time, Tang Wan felt settled. Suddenly, a loud explosion shook the air. The building's alarm went off. A strong, choking smell drifted up from below. Tang Wan looked down but couldn't see anything clearly. Still, she was sure something in the building had exploded. She was about to run downstairs when her phone rang. Hello, this is the hotel front desk. The kitchen on the 6th floor has exploded. Please don't come out. The fire department has already been called. And whatever you do, don't use the elevator. Tang Ruan's company was on the 8th floor. Once, when the elevator was broken, she had taken the stairs and noticed that restaurant. But the fire escape was piled high with old cardboard boxes. She hung up the phone, but her heart was still uneasy. Even though the firefighters were on their way, fire could spread quickly. Suddenly, she remembered her boss was probably still on the 8th floor. After his divorce, he had set up a small room in the office to live in with his son. His 4-year-old boy, Dodo, spent his days playing around the company. The little one was adorable, and sometimes he would even share his snacks with them. Over the past year, Tang Wan had practically watched him grow up. But with such a loud explosion, surely her boss would have noticed, right? Still, she couldn't relax. She called him. Even if he never paid her triple overtime, that wasn't a reason to risk his life. The call connected quickly. Xiao Tang, what's the matter? Boss, where are you? Tang Wan heard the sounds of cats and dogs on the other end of the line. She guessed he had gone out after work to talk with a pet shop about cooperation. I'm in a meeting. What's wrong? Where's Dodo? My son? The boss asked in surprise. The restaurant downstairs just exploded. There was a second of silence. It seemed he had only just understood her words. The boss let out a curse. She heard the sound of chairs and tables being knocked over through the phone. How do you know? I'm staying at the hotel above our office today. Xiao Teng. The company's front door key is on top of the fire hydrant at the entrance.
Could you?
The boss was so nervous he could hardly speak, as if he knew the request was too much. I'll go right now. Dodo was innocent, and she had always liked that child. Tang Wan ran down from the top floor using the fire stairs until she reached the 8th floor. The heat rising from the 6th floor had already turned the place into something like a furnace. She quickly found the key on the fire hydrant. Dodo was leaning against the front door, crying loudly. Tang Wan picked him up and prepared to go back the way she came. But a loud explosion shook the building. The path she had just taken was instantly swallowed by flames. She had no choice but to run toward the other end of the corridor.
Woof, woof,
Woof. At that moment, her phone started ringing. But Tang Wan had no time to answer. Holding Dodo tightly, she ran to the end of the corridor, where a window was open. If the firefighters had arrived, they could be saved. But they weren't there yet. In her panic, her phone slipped to the ground. The boss's desperate voice came through. Tang Wan, you must save Dodo. I'll triple your salary. No, take the whole company. I'll give you $1 million. Just save him. I've already found Dodo, but we're trapped. Tang Wan shouted. Looking down, she saw the boss had already arrived outside. He tried to rush upstairs, but the firefighters stopped him. They spotted Tang Wan and quickly began inflating a rescue cushion. Tang Wan put one leg out of the window, waiting for the cushion to be ready so she could jump. Suddenly, another explosion shook the building. A powerful wave of heat blasted her and Dodo out of the window. By instinct, Tang Wan wrapped Dodo tightly in her arms. She thought to herself, could she really be this unlucky? What if she fell in before the life cushion was even ready? Dongdong Valley, by the stream.
Tang Zuan.
Tang Wan, are you okay? Someone turned her over on the ground. She raised her hand and roughly wiped the mud off her face. She looked up into a pair of round little eyes. Potato.
Yes.
It's me. The chubby, dark-skinned girl put her hands on her hips. The stream is full of wild animals. Why did you run to such a dangerous place again? Tang Wan sat up. My chickens went missing. I think they ran into the forest again. Forget about those reckless chickens. Don't you remember what day it is today? The coming-of-age ceremony? Tang Wan asked, though she already knew. Exactly. Today is the ceremony. Looking like this, are you trying to make sure no one chooses you as their partner? Tang Wan slowly got up from the ground, flashing a big, white smile. In truth, that was exactly what she wanted. 3 years ago, after falling from her company's building, Tang Wan had ended up in this beast world. When she woke up, she was being chased by a one-eyed wolf. While escaping, she fell into the stream in Dongdong Valley and was saved by one of Potato's mother's beast husbands. Because the entrance to Dongdong Valley was hidden, it was far from the chaos of the outside world. It had become a peaceful haven for the marmot beast people. Hurry and wash yourself, Potato urged. But just then, the sound of the ceremony beginning echoed from afar. There's no time. Sweet Potato is here today, too. I'm going first. Come quickly after you wash up. Sweet Potato was the male beast Potato liked. He was short, strong, and dark-skinned, just the kind of looks marmot beast people admired. As for Tang Wan, her pale and thin appearance was seen as unhealthy here. She didn't mind. She was only going to make up the numbers anyway. So Tang Wan, still covered in volcanic mud, stood beside Potato. At least she made her friend look even prettier by comparison. Potato was so annoyed her little eyes nearly rolled back. Actually, the coming-of-age ceremony wasn't really a partner-choosing event. But if two people liked each other, it was the perfect chance to be together. When Tang Ruan first arrived, for her own safety, she had lied and said she was 15. The rest, she couldn't remember. Anyway, orcs lived for about 300 years, and for a long time their appearance hardly changed. Besides, after she crossed over, she did look a little younger than before. Potato's mother was the chief of the groundhog tribe. She placed the red fruit, a symbol of maturity, on Potato's head. When it was Tang Ruan's turn, she gave her a gentle smile. She was a kind-looking female orc who had taken good care of Tang Ruan over the years. From her, Tang Ruan felt the warmth of motherly love she had long missed. Mother! Mother! Potato tugged secretly at her mother's skirt. After receiving a disapproving glance, she quickly asked, "Why don't I see Sweet Potato?" Sweet Potato is on watch today. He'll be here soon. When groundhog orcs kept watch, they would take their beast form and stand on a big rock, scanning the surroundings. It looked exactly like that once popular meme. Even though Tang Ruan knew the sound they made wasn't really the groundhog's sharp cry, she still couldn't help but imagine it in her head every time. Tang Ruan was lost in thought when suddenly, a huge shadow flew overhead. The next moment, a soaking wet groundhog was thrown to the ground. Potato screamed as a heavy thud echoed nearby. A giant wolf, nearly 2 meters tall, turned its head, showing sharp white teeth. It growled lowly and walked slowly into the group of orcs. All the groundhog orcs froze. They had never seen anything like this. Many of them had never even left Hollow Valley since birth. Even the wild beasts of the dark forest were only spoken of in stories. Few had actually seen them. The orcs let out sharp cries and scattered in panic. Tang Ruan was knocked down by someone rushing past. Then, more huge shadows swept across the sky. Several more giant wolves charged into the valley. Tang Ruan had just started to get up when a massive wolf paw pressed against her stomach. "Don't move, little one." The enormous wolf lowered its head toward her, its icy blue eyes glinting with a cold smile. "You may look a bit messy, but a starving wolf will eat anything." Outside the groundhog tribe's gathering place, there was a stream. On the other side of the stream lay a deep, endless forest. The water in the stream was warm, reaching about 50 degrees at noon. Tang Ruan had even used it a few times to cook soft-boiled eggs. Because the water was so hot, neither beasts nor orcs liked to come near it. Thus, it became a natural barrier that protected the groundhog tribe from wild animals in the forest. At this moment, all the groundhog orcs had been thrown into the stream. Tang Ruan was the last one tossed in. The clear water instantly spread into a dark cloud. When Tang Ruan finally struggled to lift half of her body out of the water, her skin looked much paler. The head wolf, with icy blue eyes, frowned at the sight.
Tang Ruan.
"Are you hurt?" Potato carefully moved closer to her, holding Sweet Potato in his arms in beast form.
"I'm fine. How is Sweet Potato?"
Hearing that Tang Ruan was unharmed, Potato let out a sigh of relief. Good, everyone was safe. Just moments ago, she had seen Tang Ruan stepped on by the head wolf, and it had nearly scared her to death. Sweet Potato just fainted from fright. "And where is your second father?" Tang Ruan asked. The groundhog tribe had fewer than 40 members. With one glance, it was easy to see who was missing. Besides, it was the second father who had taken Tang Ruan in. They took him away. They want him to lead them to the food storage. Potato lowered her voice. Their goal is food. Mother once said that orcs outside often don't have enough to eat, especially the larger ones. So they came for food. Tang Ruan's eyes shifted slightly. No wonder they hadn't killed them right away. At least their lives were safe for now. "You dare lie to me? I'll make you pay." A furious roar came from the cave in the distance. Tang Ruan's heart skipped a beat. Moments later, a brown wolf stormed back, carrying a limp groundhog in its mouth. It threw the groundhog fiercely into the air, but not toward the stream. "Second father." Potato and Tang Ruan cried out together. In that instant, a figure leapt from the water. Just as the groundhog was about to hit the ground, the figure caught him. Potato Mother's heavy body fell to the ground. By the stream, there were already many muddy pits, and splashes of mud landed on the brown wolf. The brown wolf's jaw twitched. "I'll tear you apart." He opened his mouth, ready to bite her neck. Suddenly, a low growl echoed. The teeth that had already touched her skin slowly pulled back. The brown wolf carefully looked toward the lead wolf. He lowered his posture, whimpered softly, then ran close to whisper a few words. Tang Ruan suddenly remembered the rules of the beast world. Beastmen do not harm their own kind. It was said that those who attacked their own would be cursed by the beast god. They must still fear that curse. As she was thinking, she looked up. The 5 giant wolves before her had already turned into human form. She stared at the man with silver-gray hair, icy blue eyes, and a tall, strong build. Without realizing it, she stepped forward. "You." The man's cold gaze shot toward her. It was completely different from the one in her memory. Tang Ruan quickly stepped back. It couldn't be him. In her dream, he had been so gentle. Wolves of this color couldn't be that rare. Besides, that day she had been a little distracted and hadn't seen clearly. The man's icy eyes swept over the crowd. He spoke calmly. "I am Langlai, chief of the wolf tribe. Our hunting grounds were struck by heavenly fire. The prey was destroyed, and many of our people were lost. We came here only to find food. I hope you will cooperate. Otherwise..." His gaze fell, almost by accident, on Tang Ruan's face. This little female seemed to be watching him the whole time. "Those who fall are no longer under the beast god's protection," he declared loudly. It was a saying opposite to the rule that harming one's own kind would bring a curse. It meant that once a beast man was dead, the beast god would no longer care. When hunger grew too strong, rules no longer mattered.
Tang Ruan met Langlai's eyes.
She wanted to test if he would remember her. If this beast world was real, then everything in her dream should have been real too. But he seemed not to know her at all. "Warriors," Potato Mother stepped forward after settling her mate. "My husband has already gone to bring you food. Is there something you are unhappy with? You call that food?" The brown wolf, now in the form of a young man, pulled a sweet potato from his waist and took a bite. "I want meat."
"Meat,"
he shouted. Tang Ruan noticed a deep scar across his chest. Potato Mother spoke calmly. "Our tribe mainly eats fruits and roots. We rarely eat meat, so..." The brown wolf boy cut her off. "Stop lying. I can't hold back anymore. I'll end up hurting someone." As he spoke, he shifted back into his beast form. Wolf Hunter gave a sharp command, and Wolf Chi quickly calmed down. He admitted his mistake right away, but still muttered, "But someone here has eaten meat." "Go search again," Wolf Hunter ordered. At once, Wolf Chi and another black wolf ran deeper into the tribe. Tang Ruan suddenly thought of her missing chickens. It must have been them. She had raised 7 chickens in total, all of them bold and lively. During the day, they liked to fly across the stream and wander into the forest. At night, they always came back to sleep. Tang Ruan only hoped they hadn't decided to nap somewhere else today. Because to these wolves, her chickens wouldn't even be enough for a single bite. Her eyes turned back to Wolf Hunter. He didn't seem like someone completely unreasonable. As the leader, he must have strong beliefs. That was why he kept stopping his people from harming others. If they couldn't find any meat, maybe they would leave. Just as Tang Ruan was thinking this, a sudden commotion broke out. An elder of the marmot tribe fainted. Right after, a 3-year-old beast child also collapsed. Tang Ruan clenched her fists and forced herself to stay standing. As noon approached, the water temperature kept rising. Her fair skin flushed pink from the heat, making her stand out among the sun-browned beast folk. Her damp hair clung to her face as she swayed, staring at Wolf Hunter with a fragile look. "She's trying to charm you, boss," a shorter wolf beast suddenly said. Tang Ruan, who had nearly fainted, snapped awake at once. She instinctively tugged at the animal skin wrapped around her. Wolf Hunter said nothing. Almost at the same time, both of them turned to the side. "I know where we can find meat." Tang Ruan stepped forward. It was almost noon. By then, the water temperature would rise to 50 degrees. Burns, heat stroke, dehydration, internal damage. None of them would survive. Tang Wan wasn't sure if Lang Lai knew about this. If he did, then right now he was just boiling the frog in warm water. You want to take us there? The shorter male beast spoke again, his eyes full of doubt. Yes, I'll take you there. But you need to let them out first, Tang Wan said to Lang Lai. Just then, Lang Chi and the black wolf returned. Lang Lai said to Lang Chi, go with her and take a look.
No. Tang Zuan shouted.
It's too dangerous. If only 2 people go, they'll never come back. Dangerous? Lang Lai's cold gaze fell on her again. Tang Wan felt an invisible pressure pressing down on her, forcing her to lower her head. The valley forest is full of wild beasts. If I go alone, I'll only slow you down. At least 3 people need to go with me. There were 5 of them in total. She would take 3 away. That would leave 2 behind, and even if they tried to harm the marmot people, there would still be a chance to resist. Lang Lai frowned slightly. Where there were beasts, there was prey. That was common knowledge among beastmen. Lang Mo, Lang Yu, drive the people out and keep watch. He turned to the shorter male beast. Lang Feng, you, and Lang Chi come with me. Yes, leader. The 3 of them shifted into their beast forms, and Tang Wan walked ahead of the 3 giant wolves. When they passed near Tudo, she called out softly in worry. Tang Wan gave her a reassuring look. She would either feed them, or use them to feed the wild beasts of the valley forest. When Tang Wan had first arrived in the beast world, she thought every day about how to return. She had once gone exploring in the valley forest. That time, she stumbled upon a 10-meter-long python fighting a wild boar over 2 meters tall. In the end, the boar was strangled to death. Tang Wan, covered in volcanic mud, was ignored by the full python, who found her too strange to bother with. That was how she escaped. But after that, she never dared to go back. Not long after the 4 of them entered the forest, they spotted a hen. It was one of the chickens Tang Wan had raised. Before she could react, Lang Chi had already bitten it to death and swallowed it whole. The poor little hen didn't even have a chance to make a sound before it was gone. Tang Ruan's legs went weak with fear. She thought Little Red Riding Hood was really brave. There's food after all, Wolf Chi said excitedly. Then he suddenly looked at Wolf Fly. Shouldn't the prey be given to the leader first? He was just too hungry and forgot. Luckily, Wolf Fly had grown up with them since childhood. At this moment, his eyes were on the small female beside him.
Can you still walk?
Wolf Fly asked. Tang Wan thought he noticed her trembling legs and was showing concern. She casually replied, It's fine. I can manage. Then hurry up. Tang Wan ran as fast as she could, while the wolves strolled along easily. As they went deeper into the forest, the trees grew taller and the light dimmer. When they reached a place so dark she could barely see her hand, Tang Wan stopped. She pointed into the pitch black ahead. This is the entrance to the Shadow Valley Forest. Inside, you'll find the prey you want. 3 pairs of glowing eyes shone in the darkness. You're not coming with us? Wolf Feng's voice sounded. A pair of yellow eyes moved closer, warm breath brushing against Tang Ruan's neck. She instinctively shifted to the side, only to bump into a furry wall. It's too dark inside. I can't see, and I'll definitely get eaten, Tang Ruan said nervously. Don't the marmot people have excellent night vision? Wolf Feng pressed, leaning even closer. Tang Ruan had nowhere left to retreat, pressed against that furry wall. She looked up at the 2 icy blue lights on the wall. Why wouldn't this beast move even a little? I'm not a marmot shifter. I accidentally fell here, lost my memory, and they saved me.
No wonder.
Wolf Chi suddenly spoke, his tone carrying a hint of amusement. That's why you look so different. You can't stay here, Wolf Fly said coldly. But I can't see. Tang Wan tried to argue. If she led them inside, it would be like delivering food to the giant beasts. And if she went in herself, what would that make her? Wolf Fly refused again. Though it was only 2 words, the pressure of a powerful beast made everyone fall silent. Tang Wan said, All right, then can I at least take something inside with me? She took 2 stones from her waist and crouched down, fumbling for a while. With 2 sharp sounds, Sparks flew out and quickly lit a small bundle of dry straw. The firelight faintly lit up the surroundings. From beneath Wolf Hunter, Tang Ruan saw what lay ahead, thorny brambles as sharp as blades. She was startled. No wonder when she bumped into him, he didn't move. If he had moved just then, she would have been badly hurt. For a moment, she even felt a bit grateful to Wolf Hunter. Asking him to risk his life suddenly seemed too cruel. But the next second, a huge wolf's paw slapped down and put out the flame. Wolf Wind and Wolf Chi, who had been stunned earlier, finally remembered to shout. "What are you trying to do?" Wolf Hunter growled, showing his sharp, white teeth. Tang Ruan was so frightened that she fell to the ground. "Light. I just wanted light. You want to burn us alive." Wolf Hunter stepped closer. His paw pressed against her chest, sharp claws grazing her neck. "No, if I wanted to burn you, I wouldn't survive either." Perhaps her words made sense, because Wolf Hunter pulled his paw back. Tang Ruan gasped for breath. She remembered clearly that Wolf Hunter once said heavenly fire had killed many of his people. She had only wanted to scare them, to make them give up on taking her inside. "This thing. Don't ever let me see it again." Tang Ruan obediently threw away the fire stones. "Then I'll just wait here." Before she could finish, Wolf Hunter suddenly crouched down beside her.
What?
"What do you mean?" Tang Ruan asked. Wolf Chi and Wolf Wind were stunned. Only a wife or the old, weak, and sick were allowed to ride on a male beast's back. Tang Ruan was clearly none of those. So the leader's meaning was, "You're so weak. Since you're afraid of dying, staying with us is the safest." Oh, so it was because she was weak. She had misunderstood. Tang Ruan couldn't think of any other reason, so she obediently climbed onto his back. After entering the huge cave, they had truly stepped into the valley forest. It was warm and damp inside, a perfect place for reptiles and creatures that lived in caves. In some places, beams of light shone down, even brighter than outside. "Boss, this place looks just like the cave we used to live in," Wolf Chi said excitedly. "Stay alert," Wolf Lai replied cautiously. They reached a fork in the path, where two caves appeared before them. "Which way should we go, little one?" Wolf Lai asked.
Left.
Tang Ruan answered without hesitation. That was where she had once run into a giant snake and a wild boar. Wolf Lai suddenly gave a cold laugh. "Didn't you just say you couldn't see anything?" "The light is better here," Tang Ruan said quickly. Wolf Lai didn't bother exposing her lie. "Wolf Chi, Wolf Feng, you two take the right. I'll go left." Wolf Chi and Wolf Foam trusted their leader completely and weren't worried about him going alone. The only one uneasy was Tang Ruan. "You're the leader of the clan. Shouldn't you take someone with you? Or maybe we should all go together. The animals here are really dangerous. I don't want to die in this place." Tang Ruan swore. She meant every word. At first, her plan had been take his life while he was distracted. Or at least escape while he was distracted.
But now.
Was she really going to lose her life here?
No, no, no.
Tang Ruan buried her head against the back of Wolf Lai's neck, trying to make herself as small as possible. "If the beasts can't see me, they won't attack me. If they bite, let them bite him, not me, not me. If they bite, let them bite him, not me, not me." You said that out loud. You don't seem to have much faith in me, do you? And no, that's not it. Before Tang Ruan could finish, something suddenly dropped from above. She tried to warn him, but before the words left her mouth, Wolf Lai had already leapt aside. In one swift move, he caught the falling creature in his jaws. Tang Ruan couldn't even see clearly what it was. It felt like a very thick snake. By the time she realized, Wolf Lai had already thrown it into a patch of brighter light. It twisted twice, then went still.
Tang Zuan.
It really was a python, and it even looked a little like the one she had seen 3 years ago.
Could it be
the offspring of that very same python? So this cave has already turned into a nest of giant snakes. As if to prove her thought, snakes kept dropping down from above, one after another. They were all thick and long. The only thing Tang Ruan could do was cling tightly to Wolf Hunter's fur, wrap her arms around his waist, and make sure she didn't fall. After more than 10 minutes, he finally spoke. "If you don't let go soon, you're going to pull me bald." Hearing his slightly tired breathing in the silence, Tang Wan awkwardly loosened her grip and climbed down from him. The moment her feet touched the ground, she felt something sticky beneath her shoes. She didn't need to think twice to know what it was. There was no water in this cave. Taking another step, she stepped on something round and slippery. She bit her lip hard to stop herself from screaming. Tang Wan felt both admiration and fear toward Wolf Hunter. She had been in this beast world for 3 years, but this was the first time she had met such a powerful beastman. And right now, this powerful beastman happened to be her opponent. "Help me move the prey over here." As he spoke, Wolf Hunter shifted into human form and tossed more than a dozen giant snakes onto his shoulder with ease. Tang Wan had no choice but to help, though the snakes were much heavier than she had imagined. By the time she dragged one over, Wolf Hunter had already piled up the rest. He stretched out his hand toward the prey. In an instant, all of it disappeared. He was actually a beast man with special powers. Tang Wan remembered Potato Mother once saying that only a very small number of beastmen had such abilities. When she first crossed into this world, she too had gained a special ability, the power to know which herbs could treat certain injuries or illnesses, and to recognize the effects of any herb she saw. Thanks to this, she had made herself an insect-repelling belt and an ointment for bug bites. Back then, she had nearly been eaten alive by mosquitoes. But aside from that, she rarely used her ability, since most herbs grew deep in dangerous forests, and in Dongdong Valley, where it was spring all year round, people rarely got sick. Seeing Wolf Hunter already several steps ahead, Tang Wan quickly followed behind him like a little tail. Outside the cave, Wolf Chi and Wolf Feng were already waiting. The two of them were sitting on top of a giant python nearly a meter thick, legs crossed casually. So, the mother snake had been in another cave. This one must have been her nursery. Thinking about it this way, they were actually quite lucky. Tang Wan let out a quiet sigh of relief. "Boss, why are you so slow? Were you held back because you had to protect the little one?" Lang Chi asked with a teasing smile. Tang Wan was about to say no. Lang Lai answered instead. "She was on my back, so I couldn't jump too fast."
Oh.
The two beastmen made a knowing sound at the same time. Tang Wan thought, "If you're slower than others, don't use me as an excuse." She didn't believe it. There were so many snakes. Without her, how much faster could he really be? "It's getting late. Let's head back quickly." As Lang Lai spoke, he stored the giant snake into his space. He turned back into a huge wolf, lowered his body, and signaled for Tang Wan to climb on. This time, Tang Wan was already used to it and quickly found a comfortable position. She remembered him saying that she was pulling at his fur so much it might go bald. After hesitating for a while, she finally placed her hand gently on his furry ear. "Boss, what's wrong? Why aren't we moving yet?" Lang Feng called from the front. The 3 giant wolves ran side by side, darting swiftly through the forest. Several times, Tang Wan felt like they were about to crash into a tree. But in the blink of an eye, the scenery had already changed. He was definitely much faster than before. The ear she was holding onto grew hotter and hotter, almost too warm to touch. She wondered if she was hurting him. But if it really hurt, he would have said something, right? When Tang Wan and the others returned, the wolf clan released the marmot beastmen. They even tossed a piece of snake meat to Tang Wan. "This is your reward," Lang Lai said with a blank expression. Tang Wan held the bloody piece of snake meat carefully and set it down on the ground. With a twitch at the corner of her mouth, she said, "Actually, you don't have to be so polite. I plan for my clan to settle here. Go tell your people. Tonight give us half of the caves. Tomorrow morning, more beastmen will arrive." Tang Wan didn't need to pass on the message. Lang Lai's voice was loud enough for all the marmot beastmen to hear. Although the wolf clan didn't restrict their freedom, the marmot clan instinctively stayed close together, feeling safer that way. "Half. Then where are we supposed to live? There are even wolf beastmen here."
How are we supposed to survive now? Chief.
Potato's mother stepped forward. Our people have lived in this small area for generations. There are many fruit trees here, but no animals to hunt. The forest across the stream is more suitable for your tribe. From now on, we will never cross the stream. We can live separately without disturbing each other. What do you think? This was the best solution Potato's mother could think of, because they were no match for the wolf tribe. Wolf Hunt suddenly gave a cold laugh. The beasts in the valley forest are fierce, and the outer forest is full of poisonous insects and thorny plants. Living there is truly dangerous. 2 of my tribesmen have already been bitten by poisonous insects. As he spoke, his gaze fell on Tang Ruan. The young female's skin was smooth and fair, yet she was completely fine. Could it be that the poisonous insects only targeted the tougher-skinned males? But he himself hadn't been bitten either. That was even stranger. Tang Ruan nervously licked her lips. She had honestly forgotten about the poisonous insects. The first time she went there, she had worn a repellent belt, so the bugs had never bothered her. If only she had stayed in the forest a little longer back then. Maybe things would have turned out differently. What are you thinking about? Wolf Hunt suddenly asked. Tang Ruan, and nothing. Wolf Hunt twitched his nose, as if he could sense her secret. Tang Ruan froze for half a second and stepped back. Wolf Hunt suddenly strode forward and pulled her into his arms. Wolf Hunt wrapped one arm around her waist. He bent down, his nose brushing against her shoulder as he quietly breathed in her scent.
Tang Zuan.
Her whole face instantly turned red. She instinctively tried to push him away. Don't move. His deep voice sounded right by her ear. Unless you really have something to hide. Tang Ruan ignored his words. She pushed harder with both hands, but no matter how much strength she used, he didn't budge at all. The difference in strength between males and females was simply too great. For some reason, her mind suddenly drifted back to that strange dream. That man was just as forceful, always taking the lead. Why was she still thinking about silly things at a time like this? The wolf warrior lowered his nose, brushing past her shoulder as he breathed in her scent. But aside from that brief touch, he kept more than 10 centimeters of distance from her. Yet somehow, that distance only made the moment feel even more ambiguous. What was worse, the wolf warrior stood with his back to the marmot people. His tall figure completely blocked Tang Ruan from view. No one could see what he was actually doing. At that moment, the marmot people's expressions were 0-0. Potato's mother, Tang Ruan, is even willing to sacrifice herself to protect our tribe. So touching. Potato. Tang Ruan is going to be eaten. Wolves must like eating ones without fur. I have to save her. If not for Red Potato and Potato's 5 older brothers holding her back, Potato would have already rushed forward to Tang Ruan from the wolf's jaws. Fortunately, things did not turn out the way she feared. This is it. The wolf warrior gave a light tug and pulled off the grass rope tied around Tang Ruan's waist. The first time this little female came near him, he had noticed a special grassy fragrance. At first, he thought it was the natural scent of her people. But after spending the day together, he realized the fragrance was strongest on her. Even without this thing, she still smelled pleasant. The wolves had sharp senses, and he unconsciously took a deep breath. So this is why the insects don't bite you? His large hand held the thin insect-repelling belt, as if he were holding her very life. Yes, Tang Ruan admitted openly. I just didn't expect that even the mighty wolf tribe would be troubled by tiny bugs. That doesn't sound like the truth. The wolf warrior curved his lips into a faint smile. He never believed lies. If she claimed she had simply forgotten, he would believe it even less. Tang Ruan lowered her eyes and said nothing more.
Make 4 more of these for me.
The wolf warrior closed his hand around the belt and turned to leave. As soon as he was gone, the marmot people rushed over. Tang Ruan, are you alright? Potato threw herself into Tang Ruan's arms, hugging her tightly. The chubby little potato was only 1.5 meters tall, like a round dumpling. Tang Ruan couldn't help but reach out and pat her head. Tang Ruan, don't make it for them. They took our land, so they should be punished, said one of the beast men.
Right.
We can't give it to them. But if we don't, they'll definitely cause trouble for Tang Ruan, said Potato. What if we make a few fake ones? Nonsense. Potato's mother shouted angrily, and everyone fell silent. She held Tang Ruan's hand, her eyes full of hope. Tang Ruan, make it for them, and do it seriously. The Marmot clan had always been weak, living in hiding for many years. Whether they could rely on the Wolf clan to rise again now depended on Tang Ruan. The next morning, more than a dozen wolf beastmen entered Hollow Valley. Sweet Potato stood on a big rock, giving a live report. 2 females, 2 elders, and another one carried in. They all look weak and sick, said Potato's second father while massaging Potato's mother's shoulders. I guessed as much, Potato's mother said with narrowed eyes, enjoying the massage. If the Wolf clan were still as strong as before, why would they want a place like this? For the Marmot beastmen, Hollow Valley was a safe and plentiful paradise. For the wild wolves who once roamed the plains, at best, it was just a larger cage. The valley's greatest advantage was its hidden location, hard for outsiders to find. It was a good place to rest and recover. Then, do we still have a chance to take back our land? The second father asked. The night before, all the Marmot beastmen had moved closer to the granary, farther from the forest. But the caves there were few, and the temporary ones were very small and uncomfortable. So during the day, everyone stayed outside. Instead of trying to take back the land, it's better to find a way to make them expand their territory, Potato's mother said, glancing at Tang Ruan.
Tang Ruan understood.
If the Wolf clan had insect-repelling belts, they might realize the forest was a better place to live. Then they would move out of the Marmot's land. She quickened her weaving. Do you want to measure the Wolf chief's waist? Potato's mother suddenly asked. No need. I'll just make it a bit longer. She thought it was better not to bother him too much. But in her mind, she still pictured the man's strong, well-defined muscles. His waist. It should be long enough. Forget it, better make it longer, just in case. In the end, Tang Ruan ran out of materials and only managed to weave 3 belts. Wolfly held the 3 belts, each almost as tall as he was, and fell into deep thought. In your eyes, am I shaped like a ball? Your beast form is tall and powerful, so of course your waist would be a bit thicker.
Ha, ha.
She gave a dry laugh. Hearing her praise, Wolfly's expression softened a little. Cut them apart and give them to the females and the little ones first. He tossed the belts to Wolf Chi. Got it. Wolf Chi caught them, then leaned closer. Little one, do you want to measure my waist first?
He pointed at his stomach.
Tang Ruan noticed that one part of his abdomen was swollen and bruised from a poisonous insect bite. Suddenly, a formula for an antidote flashed through her mind.
What are you looking at?
Wolfly's serious voice startled her. And nothing. She would never tell them the cure, let them suffer a few more days. I'm out of materials. I need to gather more near the forest, Tang Ruan said. Since the Wolf clan controlled the only path to the forest, she felt it was necessary to let them know. I'll go with you, Wolfly said. I need enough to make one for every wolf warrior. Yesterday, he hadn't thought it through. Today, he realized that aside from poisonous insects, the nearby forest didn't have many real dangers. It was actually a good place for the young ones to play and train. If the Wolf clan wanted to thrive, they couldn't rely only on a few males to support the tribe. The next generation needed to grow strong as soon as possible. All right, but, she was about to say, but without insect-repelling belts, we can't go too deep into the forest, so we might not gather enough materials. Then she noticed that the belt Wolfly had taken yesterday was now wrapped around his wrist. He had wound it 3 times and tied it into a firm knot. Her belt, worn on his wrist, looked unexpectedly fitting. With Wolfly by her side, Tang Ruan boldly headed deeper into the forest. This trip turned out to be quite something. This one is useful. And this one too. Tang Ruan felt as if she had stumbled upon a field of gold. She kept pulling plants out of the ground, one after another. This one helps with rheumatism and colds. This one is great for treating injuries. She declared with excitement, this place is a treasure trove for gathering herbs. Langlai saw that her arms were already full. He stepped forward and helped her store the herbs away. Then he crouched beside her, pulled out a plant identical to the one in her hand, and sniffed it lightly. This doesn't seem like the kind of material you said you needed. She had been found out. But she could still deny it. When herbs are mixed together, their scent changes, she said, trying to sound confident, while her hands kept moving. Is that so? Langlai looked at her profile with a faint smile. This little female seemed to know quite a lot about herbs. If he remembered correctly, the plant in his hand had the effect of stopping bleeding. He had once seen the tribe's healer use it for treatment. Unfortunately, the wolf tribe's healer had already passed away. Feeling his sharp gaze on her, Tang Wan suddenly turned her head, meeting his eyes with determination.
Yes.
Their noses almost bumped into each other. Langlai quickly turned his face aside and cleared his throat. It's still early. I'll stay with you. Take your time and gather more. Being so close, she had thought he was about to do something unexpected. And all he wanted was to say that? What was wrong with this man? Tang Wan rubbed her warm cheeks and went back to work. In the end, she gathered so much that Langlai had to her back. On the way, Tang Wan saw many unfamiliar faces. Most of them were women and children. There were also elderly people leaning at the cave entrances, thin and frail, occasionally coughing.
So,
had the other male warriors of their tribe all perished? Only the 5 of them remained. Tang Wan instinctively glanced at Langlai's side profile. She remembered a documentary she had once seen, saying that wolves would give food first to the females, the young, and the old. Were wolf beastmen the same? In a world where the strong ruled, the weak were usually eliminated early on. But in this wolf tribe, the ones who survived the most were actually the weak. The wolves had really protected them well. She suddenly felt that he was actually a very responsible person.
Mom.
Is that a marmot beastman? A little boy with messy hair suddenly jumped out from the cave where she used to live. He pointed at Tang Wan. Tang Wan was startled. Right after, a tall but thin female beast followed him out. Don't shout like that. She looked Tang Wan up and down, then curved her lips into a faint smile. Tang Wan smiled back, but only then realized. Why was she smiling at someone who had taken her home? Wolf Hunter placed the herbs at the entrance of Tang Ruan's new cave. I need this urgently. Finish weaving it before tonight. I can find someone to help you, he said in a calm but commanding tone. He had studied the belt carefully. The weaving method was simple, but the herbs used were hard to tell apart. The last 3 belts she made had taken her the whole night, partly because she had woven them too long, and partly because she had been upset. Tang Wan was just about to refuse. Potato's mother came out of the cave. Don't worry, Chief. We will help Tang Wan. Then thank you. I'll bring payment later. If you need anything, just come to me. Potato's mother nodded slightly. After Wolf Hunter left, she gathered everyone to help. The beast men, who usually lived on plants and fruits, were very skilled at telling different herbs apart. Soon, they had sorted the herbs and began weaving with Tang Ruan. Tang Ruan, how come I never knew you could do healing magic? Potato asked. In the beast world, medicine was still seen as a kind of magic. Tang Ruan gave an awkward smile. I don't know either. Maybe my old tribe had healers. I just suddenly remembered how. Potato nodded with trust. That makes sense. You don't even know your beast form yet. Looks like you'll only find out when you become a wife leader. Why would I know my beast form after becoming a wife leader? Tang Wan asked curiously. Several of the female beasts weaving with her burst into laughter. The male beasts drying herbs in the distance coughed awkwardly. Potato leaned close to Tang Ruan's ear and whispered, I heard that. Is it really that exciting? Tang Ruan asked. Potato's mother scolded with a playful glare, then she also smiled. For dinner, everyone sat together and ate sweet potatoes. The sweet potato looked worried as it held the one in its hand. Before the fruit ripens, do I have to keep eating this? The groundhog beast man arranged the food storage here because the mountain cave behind it is dark, making it good for storing food. But at the same time, the fruit trees here don't grow well. You can eat mine. Little Potato blinked and came over, offering his potato in exchange. Sweet Potato took a bite of the potato and then kissed Little Potato on the face. This is much tastier than Sweet Potato. Love-struck Sweet Potato and Potato can even see flowers in their eyes. But Tang Wan couldn't do that. She missed her chicken. In the past, she used to have at least 2 eggs every day to get enough protein. Suddenly, she saw that piece of snake meat hanging on the tree branch. Once the blood dried, it looked quite tasty, and it wasn't impossible to eat. Tang Wan started a fire and set up a pot. The pot was a large, concave stone she found by the creek last year. Even in the chaos last night, she had asked Sweet Potato to help carry it over. It showed how important this pot was to her. Next, she boiled water, cut the meat, and removed the blood foam. A few groundhog beastmen sniffed the smell and came over. Is that Tang Ruan? Are you making that? Last year, Tang Ruan's chicken was bitten by a yellow weasel and died. So, she tearfully made a pot of potato stew with chicken. That night, everyone in the tribe came to her house to share the meal. The groundhog tribe isn't against eating meat. It's just that fruits are easier for them to get. And the meat is in the dangerous forest. Tang Wan nodded. Yes, bring some more potatoes. Got it. Immediately, some beastmen went to the food storage and brought back a bunch of potatoes. They helped her cut them into small pieces with a stone knife and threw them into the pot. When it was almost done, Tang Wan turned off the fire. She took out her secret treasure, a small bag of salt. The water in the stream was salty. Their usual drinking water came from mountain springs. Tang Wan sprinkled the salt she had dried from the stream water into the pot. Under the chemical effect of salt, the aroma spread quickly throughout the tribe, as if it had grown legs and run. The orcs held large leaves folded into bowls, lining up to get their food. Of course, they didn't take without giving something in return. Some exchanged other foods. Some, after eating enough, helped out nearby. Tang Wan was about to pick up the next bowl when she suddenly realized all the orcs in front of her had disappeared. Tang Wan. She instinctively looked to the right and saw all the groundhog orcs standing against the wall, looking like students scolded by their teacher. Little female, the boss asked me to get the belt. Tang Wan looked to the left and saw Lang Chi holding a chicken in his left hand, with his right hand on his hip, smiling at her. That was her chicken. She thought it had already been eaten. Seeing her staring at the chicken in his hand, Lang Chi brought it in front of her. Do you want this? Tang Wan hesitated but nodded. If you want it, I'll give it to you, he said generously. She didn't expect him to be so easy to talk to. Of course.
But
what's in this pot? Can I try some? He swallowed hard, and the delicious smell drifted over to the wolf tribe. Tang Wan quickly ran to the back of the cave, took out her treasured large wooden bowl, and filled it with soup and meat. He shoved the chicken into her arms. You took my chicken, so I'll keep the sheep the boss gave you. My sister and the little ones are waiting to eat. The wolf hunter had said he would bring some reward. Before Tang Wan could react, Lang Chi had already carried the little lamb he had left nearby, turned around, and left. Is it still too late to regret now? The well-fed groundhog orcs each went back to their dens to rest. Orcs didn't have many entertainment options, so they went to bed early every night. Only potatoes and sweet potatoes stayed outside the cave, counting stars and talking about the moon. Tang Wan watched their backs, feeling sleepy and drowsy, about to fall asleep. Suddenly, a scream came from outside the cave. Then, someone lifted her up from the ground. You dare to poison. I will kill you. The hand suddenly felt as if something had stabbed it, and it loosened quickly. She didn't have time to breathe before someone grabbed her shoulder and pushed her back against the wall. Her back hit the stone wall hard, and a sharp pain shot up her spine to her throat. She was so hurt that her eyes blurred with tears. In the darkness, she only saw a pair of brownish-yellow eyes. Do you think I, the Wolf Clan, am afraid to kill you? He said quickly. Tang Wan was so angry she almost laughed. They had driven all the groundhog-like beast men into water that was up to 50 degrees, causing many to suffer heatstroke and cold burns. The blisters on their bodies still hadn't healed. They had tried to bite them to death, even threatening to eat them. How could she believe they wouldn't dare? The groundhog beast men were too naive, thinking that if they gave up their territory, the wolf clan would leave them alone. But unexpectedly, they launched a sneak attack. It was so mean and shameless. Seeing the sarcasm in Tang Ruan's eyes, the wolf's red eyes flickered, as if he was thinking. Then he glared at her with rage. It was definitely her doing the poison. That evening, he took the food she gave him and shared it with his sister's cub, Xingxing. Xingxing even offered some to the father of the wolf next door. By midnight, Xingxing and the wolf-you's father had both been poisoned by fire toxin. The cub and the old beast didn't let them go. Such cruelty. The wolf's red eyes formed claws and reached for Tang Ruan's throat. Suddenly, there was a scream outside the cave. "Let go of my mom. Let go of the sweet potato." Tang Ruan, somehow brave, shouted at the wolf. "What are you doing? What are we doing?" The wolf's red eyes sneered wickedly, pulling her out of the cave and throwing her to the ground. "What we're doing is even more vicious than your poison." Tang Ruan lay on the ground and looked up. "Are you okay, Tang Ruan? The cave is yours now. What more do you want? How can you be sure we poison them?" The groundhog beastman's voice echoed in her ears. Tang Ruan suddenly realized. Poison? Who poisoned whom? She anxiously looked at the wolf's red eyes. "Tang Ruan, these wolves want to wipe us out and say you poison them. We even ate snake meat. If there was poison, wouldn't we all be poisoned?" one groundhog beastman said. Tang Ruan understood clearly. She looked at Lang Chi again. "Did someone from the wolf tribe get sick after eating the food I gave them?" Lang Chi crouched down and pinched Tang Ruan's chin, forcing her to look into his eyes. "The boss is right. You really are a descendant of the shaman. Shamans are not only good at healing but also at poisoning." That day, they saw her manipulate heavenly fire in the forest. If a shaman can control fire, what's poisoning to her? They were too careless. Tang Ruan looked around. Lang Mo and Lang Feng had surrounded the groundhog beastmen. Lang Yu was under a tree, with all the strong male groundhogs hanging from the branches. It was planned and deliberate, probably allowed by the wolf hunters. She had once thought he was a reasonable tribe leader. "Let them go. I can save him." Tang Ruan knew that proving herself now was pointless. Saving the person first was the most important thing. "Are you admitting it now?" Lang Chi said fiercely. "I won't give you another chance to get close to my family." Lang Yu looked over here. "Lang Chi, my father." Lang Chi instantly turned into a beast form and let out a low growl. Lang Yu didn't say anything more. Lang Chi changed back to human form and squatted in front of Tang Ruan. Suddenly, she noticed that the place where Lang Chi was bitten by the poisonous insect seemed to be rotting. A bright idea flashed in her mind. Could the fire poison he mentioned actually be a fever? Mosquito bites causing allergic reactions can also lead to fever. She was about to share this idea with Lang Chi, but he stood up quickly, walked over to a young male groundhog beast man, and threw him in front of Tang Ruan. "I will cut a mark on this kid. If you can't save my family before his blood runs dry, I will make sure all of you are buried with us," he said, showing his sharp claws. The young beast was so scared, he instantly turned into his beast form. Tang Ruan instinctively lunged forward, and at the same time, Lang Chi swung his claws. His claws cut a strand of Tang Ruan's long hair. Lang Chi's eyes widened in disbelief. In an instant, a gust of wind blew, and Lang Chi was knocked to the ground. With the earth trembling, her cut hair slowly fell to the ground. A huge silver-gray wolf stood in front of her. The bright moonlight shone on his silky, shiny silver-gray fur. His icy blue eyes looked like an ancient glacier that would never melt. "What are you doing?" His voice was deeper than when he was human. Tang Ruan could tell he is a wolf hunter. He didn't seem to know about the actions of Lang Chi and the others. There was still room for negotiation. "Boss," Wolf Feather stepped forward. "This female gave Star and my father a fire poison." The wolf hunter looked at Tang Ruan. Tang Ruan was lying on the ground, holding a groundhog, her big, bright eyes full of fear. "I didn't do anything. You have to believe me," she said, trembling. She pointed at Lang Chi, her finger trembling uncontrollably. "He has bite marks from poisonous insects. He might have brought the poison back. Some people react badly after being bitten. high fever, sweating, and unconsciousness. She didn't know if the wolf hunter understood her words, but she had to try to explain everything clearly now. He was the only one who could save them. But didn't you give us the insect-repelling belt? The wolf hunter asked. Tang Wan was stunned. She didn't understand why the belt suddenly stopped working. Lang Chi suddenly remembered something and walked back in front of Tang Wan. The wolf hunter's eyes followed him, worried he might hurt the young female again. So, you deliberately gave us a fake belt to harm us? He asked. Tang Wan shook her head desperately. I really don't know, but I am sure that poisonous insects can cause fever. I have a way to treat it. I don't, she started. Let her try. The wolf hunter interrupted Lang Chi. Boss, she can't go. She's too dangerous. Don't you remember? She can use fire. Our territory was burned by fire. She's a terrible healer. Tang Wan didn't know what the wolf hunter had told them. But it was clear she was seen as an old witch by the wolf tribe. Unless, Lang Chi's gaze fell again on the trembling groundhog in Tang Ruan's arms. Tang Wan stared at him nervously. Suddenly, two faint buzzing sounds interrupted her thoughts. She looked down. There was a wasp at her feet. She squinted slightly, grabbed the wasp, and pressed it onto her arm. The wasp stung her with its sharp sting. The pain made Tang Wan almost jump up. Within a few seconds, her skin swelled as if filled with water. Poison insects feed on blood. The bug-repellent belt reduces their desire to feed. But if they are provoked, they will attack. Tang Wan moved her hand away, revealing her tender, white arm now red and swollen. The wasp was crushed by her hand, making it impossible to see if the bite was from a poison insect. Seeing the shock in the wolf hunter's eyes, Tang Wan pulled up his wolf claw and placed it on her slim arm. The hot sensation spread from her skin to his palm. The inside of her arm is the softest part of a female's body. Only a beast master can touch it. How could she? Tang Wan felt his sharp fingertips shrink back. She smiled proudly. Then she turned around to pull Wolf Chi's paw. It must be that the poison insect was frightened, which caused it to attack the beast man. Why didn't the bug-repellent belt work? Are illnesses in wolf tribes caused by poison insects? None of this matters. What matters is making the wolf tribe believe this has nothing to do with the groundhog tribe. Follow me. The wolf hunter interrupted Tang Ruan's actions and moved between him and Wolf Chi. His tall figure stood like a mountain, completely blocking Wolf Chi. Boss, is the boss still? Are my words useless now? The wolf hunter roared angrily, and the four wolves lowered their heads, afraid to look at him. It's because he usually spoils them too much that they dare to act without his permission. He looked around. Until we figure out what happened, no one is allowed to hurt any groundhog beastmen. Bring down the beastmen in the trees and let them rest in their burrows, the wolf hunter added. He signaled to Tang Ruan, telling her to climb onto his back. Suddenly, Wolf Chi raised his head and shouted defiantly, Boss, you just want to make this little female your mate, right? For her, you don't even care about your own tribe. He knew that the boss was interested in this little female, so he deliberately kept it a secret. She was halfway up and just hanging there, neither fully up nor down. Like a pendant, she grabbed Wolf Hunter's fur and hung onto his neck. Wolf Hunter ignored the red wolf. When Tang Ruan climbed onto his back, he leapt onto a large rock, looking down at everyone from above. When the wolf tribe was in danger, he was chosen as the new leader, but many members did not agree. However, they shared life and death and had built strong trust. So he never used his position to control them. But unexpectedly, they dared to secretly attack the groundhog orcs behind his back. Maybe he was too lenient with them. Anyone who disobeys the Wolf King's order will be expelled from the tribe. Wolf Hunter's voice echoed through the valley, making the animals tremble. The Wolf King's order is the highest command from the tribe leader. There's no room for disobedience. After speaking, he turned and ran toward the wolf tribe's area. Wolf Hunter took Tang Ruan to the cave where she used to live. There, a tall, thin female beast was slapping her unconscious cub's face. Just as Tang Ruan was about to go over, she suddenly turned around alertly. She instantly transformed into a large light brown wolf and bit at Tang Ruan. Wolf Hunter was quick as lightning, grabbing Tang Ruan's shoulder and pulling her aside. Hearing Wolf Hunter's voice, Wolf Moon immediately changed back into a woman. Her gaze fixed on the hand resting on Tang Ruan's shoulder. She's here to help us. Wolf Moon seemed very trusting of Wolf Hunter. Hearing this, she stepped aside. Tang Ruan hurried over to check on the cub. Her original cave had a skylight. Under the moonlight, she saw several bites from poisonous insects on the cub's neck. She touched his forehead. Suddenly, a treatment method flashed through her mind. I need to go back and get some things, she told Wolf Hunter. Okay, I'll go with you. When Tang Ruan and Wolf Hunter returned, the groundhog orc had already been put back in the cave. But 4 wolf beasts still guarded the entrance. Leader, how is Star? Wolf Feather asked as he ran over. Wolf Hunter looked at Tang Ruan. Tang Ruan said, he has a high fever from the insect bites. I have medicine to treat him, and he'll recover soon. Seeing Wolf Feather staring at her as if he wanted to say something, she thought he didn't believe her. He quickly grabbed her hand and placed it on her arm. Lang Yu. Now I have a fever too. If I can't cure Xingxing, I won't survive either. His fingers touched her warm, soft skin. Lang Yu paused for a moment, then suddenly pulled back his hand as if shocked, his ears tinged with a faint blush. When he returned, a few wolf beasts followed behind the Wolf Hunter, coming back together. Tang Ruan applied crushed herbs to the bite mark on Xingxing. Xingxing looked much more comfortable now, no longer gasping loudly like before. I heard Tang Ruan was going to start a fire to boil medicine. But Wolf Chi was reluctant. Have you forgotten how the wolf territory was destroyed? She needs to summon fire from the sky. Wolf Yu instantly transformed into a brown wolf, stepping on his younger brother. You useless thing. If you hadn't brought back the poisonous bugs, Xingxing wouldn't be like this. Wolf Chi looked aggrieved, saying it wasn't his fault for inviting the bugs. And he'd been bitten for several days, but he was fine. Thinking about it, he looked down and saw. Ah! Why is the wound bleeding again? Usually wolf beasts are rough and not afraid of bleeding, let alone being bitten by bugs. Though it itched and hurt badly, they didn't pay much attention. But now it had become so bad. Little female, I also need treatment, he shouted anxiously toward Tang Ruan. Tang Ruan pretended not to hear. She struck a small spark with flint, igniting a handful of straw. Then she gathered some branches and stones to make a simple fire. She placed a small stone pot on top and started boiling medicine. Suddenly, a shadow cast over her. Tang Ruan thought it was Wolf Chi coming over. She instinctively shrank her shoulders. Her wrist was grabbed suddenly. She turned her head and faced a pair of icy blue eyes. How is your wound? Wolf Hunter flipped her arm to reveal the bite mark from the bug. When Tang Ruan applied medicine to Xingxing earlier, she also treated herself. The swelling had gone down, but her skin was still red. Wolf Hunter looked at her arm, frowning slightly, feeling as if a heavy stone was pressing on his chest. Seeing her ignore him, he thought she was scared. He opened his mouth a few times, trying to say something. Don't be afraid. With me here, no one will dare to hurt you. Tang Ruan suddenly pulled back her hand, lowered her head to light a fire, and rolled her eyes. Stop pretending to be innocent here. If he hadn't told the wolf beasts she was a witch, they wouldn't have suspected her. The Wolf Hunter moved a little closer and spoke more slowly. Later, I will apologize to the mole rat tribe on behalf of the whole pack. Tang Ruan shifted to the other side. About an hour later, Xingxing woke up, and the fever subsided. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They all cheered around Xingxing. Wolf Feather pushed to the front. Medicine woman, please go see my father. His condition is the same as Xingxing's, she begged earnestly. When did she become a medicine woman? Tang Ruan blinked in confusion. But now isn't the time to correct her. She followed Wolf Feather to the next room. They still had plenty of medicine left, and Tang Ruan prepared it as usual. The old beast's condition quickly improved. At this moment, many wolf beasts gathered outside the cave. Tang Ruan learned that there were others with similar symptoms besides him and Wolf Feather's father. It must be because we were bitten when we were together. We didn't have insect repellent belts back then. Yes. I noticed I was bitten when I went back, but these little injuries are nothing to worry about. I didn't expect the bugs in the valley to be so poisonous. We should stay away from the forest in the future. It wasn't the mole rat tribe's medicine woman who did this. From their conversations, Tang Ruan found out that when the wolf tribe entered the cave valley, they were once led by Wolf Red for a mobilization meeting. He basically meant they were supposed to listen to the wolf hunt and grow stronger together. Then, the poisonous bugs he brought back took the opportunity to have a feast. At this moment, Wolf Red, now the target of everyone's blame, sat innocently in the corner. I didn't mean for it to happen. I've had bugs since I was a child. You all know that. Just like my father. Tang Ruan, haha. If he weren't so annoying, she might actually need a friend who could help attract bugs, like a mosquito lamp. For mild symptoms, Tang Ruan gave herbal medicine. For serious cases, she would go personally. She worked for several hours straight. Tang Ruan wasn't sure if she was just tired. She saw a swirl of purple mist on a small, feverish female creature. She instinctively waved her hand. The mist instantly dispersed but soon gathered again, now lighter in color. "What are you doing?" asked the wolf hunter. Tang Ruan wondered if she was seeing ghosts. She stood up and tried to chase away the purple mist again. Suddenly, she felt dizzy. The wolf hunter was quick and caught her. Tang Ruan shook her head and forced herself to stay alert. This sudden feeling of energy draining was probably low blood sugar. She leaned on the wolf hunter's chest, feeling faint, and gave her last instructions before losing consciousness. "If I don't wake up, you should feed me honey water, feed me." Then she fainted. Half aware, Tang Ruan felt something soft land on her lips. Her instinct was to resist. Suddenly, she realized that the other person clumsily pried her mouth open and sent a sweet, refreshing taste inside. The sweet feeling made her feel relaxed all over, and she drifted into sleep again. When she opened her eyes, she saw a big round face like a potato. "Tang Ruan, you're finally awake." The potato-like face pulled her up from the ground and hugged her tightly.
Tang Ruan.
"You're finally awake," sob. Tang Ruan almost ran out of breath. "Let go."
Cough.
"You're choking me." She barely escaped from the potato's embrace alive. Then she suddenly remembered something. "While I was unconscious, did you feed me honey water?" The potato's face suddenly turned red, and her small eyes blinked nervously, as if hesitant to speak. Maybe it was better if she pretended she was the one feeding her. Although they were close friends, kissing was still awkward. To avoid further embarrassment, Tang Ruan didn't ask more. Suddenly, the little potato threw herself into Tang Ruan's arms. She hugged her and cried loudly. "Tang Ruan, no matter what happened, we are the best friends. Just a kiss. It shouldn't be a big deal." While Tang Ruan was unconscious, the rodent-like beastman somehow got a lot of animal skins and made a thick bed for her. Since crossing over, she had never slept on such a soft bed. After a simple meal, Tang Ruan lay down again. She slept until late in the evening and finally felt fully refreshed. Tang Ruan walked out of the cave feeling energetic. Suddenly, she stopped in her tracks and pulled back her foot. Outside the cave, a large group of wolf tribe beastmen stood densely together. They looked worried and tired. When they saw her, they hurried forward. "Shaman, you're awake." It was the wolf's father, an old beast man with white hair, leaning on a cane. "Shaman is awake. That's great." They were much taller than the groundhog beastmen. Tang Ruan was used to seeing groundhog beastmen of her own height and was startled, almost stumbling. A wolf hunter quickly appeared behind her and steadied her. The wolf beastmen hurried to explain their purpose. Yes. Shaman, we came to thank you." One beastman placed the hunted animals on the ground. "From now on, we are family. Anyone who bullies you is bullying us." Another beastman also set down a chicken. Tang Ruan recognized it as her chicken. The wolf hunter stepped forward and said seriously, "On behalf of the whole tribe, I apologize for last night's actions to the groundhog tribe." He bowed to the caves in all directions. Tang Ruan knew that the groundhog beastmen were probably hiding inside, listening secretly. "These are our apologies." The crowd dispersed, and on the open space, there were piles of wild fruits. many of which were rare forest delicacies. Not far away, the trees were also full of hunted animals. At first glance, it looked a bit intimidating. The ones who need to apologize the most are not me. Tang Wan thought about last night, when the wolf's red-haired member wanted to harm the groundhog cubs. She had no right to forgive on behalf of others. I understand. The wolf hunter's icy eyes flickered. So, we plan to move away. Hearing this, the groundhog beastmen, who had been hiding in the caves listening, poked their heads out. Where to? Tang Wan asked instinctively. Immediately after asking, she regretted it. What does it have to do with her? Although last night she saw that most of the wolf tribe were old, weak, or sick, and very pitiful. Only the foolish would sympathize with the enemy. Not sure, the wolf hunter said with a bitter smile, but there will be a place for us to settle. Hearing that the wolf tribe was really going to leave, the excited sounds of the groundhog orcs couldn't be hidden anymore. Great. We can move back in. They're finally leaving. Bless the beast god. Bless the beast god. Why not stay here? Suddenly, a loud voice interrupted the groundhog orc's excitement. Clan leader. What are you saying, clan leader? Mama Potato stepped out of the hole. She walked straight to the wolf hunter. With a faint smile, she said, You can stay. But only on the other side of the stream. The other side of the stream is a forest full of poisonous insects. Hearing this, the groundhog orcs clapped and cheered. Smart move, clan leader. Bite them, but they have insect repellent belts. Look at these prey they brought back, caught from the forest. Tang Wan has an insect repellent belt too. I want to try going into the forest. Come on. With your short arms and legs, don't forget the clan leader's beastmate. Mama Potato looked provocatively at the wolf hunter. So? If you can stay, stay. If not, then leave my cave valley. She raised her head, staring firmly at the wolf. The groundhog orcs were no match for the wolf clan, but they weren't rivals for other races either. The wolf clan could find this place, and other races might find it too. The wolf clan's leader was reasonable. If they met unreasonable ones, they would have been driven out long ago. Maybe they could use them. Let them become the guardians of the cave valley. And besides, there was Tang Wan. All right. The wolf hunter agreed quickly. But please give me a few days. No problem. The wolf hunter looked deeply at Tang Wan, hesitant to speak. Then he turned and left with his wolf clan. As they left, the groundhog orcs rushed out in a crowd. Even before the wolf clan arrived, they had never seen so many good things. The pelts of these prey are so nice. They can make clothes. Mom, I want to eat potato stew tonight. When your sister Tang Wan gets better, I will cook it. Seeing the happy expressions of the groundhog orcs, Tang Wan let out a breath of relief.
Great.
Tang Wan, is this just your? The sweet potato picked up the chicken from the ground and handed it to her, smiling with a big white tooth. However, it seems to be dead. Tang Wan felt like an arrow had pierced her chest. Her beloved hen she had raised for 3 years. Ah. Tang Wan glared fiercely at the sweet potato. Isn't it just a kiss with your wife? Why are you acting so weird?
Suddenly, Tang Zuan Stecker.
Someone hugged her from behind. She saw a half-human tall star, sticking to her like a small rubber candy. Why didn't the shaman go back with the clan leader? Tang Wan pushed away his small hand. Because I'm not a shaman, and I'm not your clan member. Star's face showed confusion, and he scratched his messy hair. But you already kissed the clan leader. Star. Wolf Moon's voice came from afar. Star let go of Tang Wan and ran to his mother. Mom, if the shaman doesn't want the clan leader, does that mean no one will want the clan leader? Children's imagination is really rich. In the next few days, the wolf tribe was busy looking for a suitable cave in the forest, and the marmot beastmen were busy packing things. The wolf tribe caught too many prey. Fruits could be dried into jerky, but meat without curing would spoil easily. There was already a faint smell of decay in the air. Tang Wan decided to go to the creek to find some salt and spices to make 5-spice jerky. In the past, she only had 5 chickens and was reluctant to eat them. Now, she had finally achieved the freedom to eat meat. As she walked, her mind was filled with the steps to make jerky. Her special ability could even cook? Really pleasing to His Majesty. Tang Ruan reached the creek and saw a large brown wolf from afar. Its front paws were on this side of the creek, and its back paws on the other side, struggling to cross the narrowest part of the stream. It was trying hard to hold itself up like a bridge. From time to time, wolf pups jumped onto its back.
Ugh.
The brown wolf grunted. The pups happily ran past. Seeing Tang Ruan, the red wolf awkwardly forced a smile.
Hi.
Little female, look at what our boss is punishing me for, he said, raising a front paw to greet her. Suddenly, there was a loud splash. The red wolf fell into the water. Suddenly, it felt like falling into a hot pan of water, and I jumped out quickly. That's so hot. Humph. Tang Wanwei subtly curled her lips.
Serves her right.
Her voice was very soft as she turned and walked to the other side. Unbeknownst to her, the wolf beast had excellent hearing. Wolf Chi, he had clearly offended the person completely. Tang Wanwei looked around by the stream for a while. She had gathered most of the herbs she needed, except for one type that was a bit short in quantity. She was about to give up. Do you want to check the other side of the stream? Tang Wanwei looked up and met the icy blue eyes of the wolf hunter. For some reason, she remembered a dream from before she traveled here. Her ears felt a little warm. No need, I have enough. Gather more at once, so you don't have to come back so many times. He knew she disliked them, but he still wanted to get closer. Tang Wanwei agreed that what he said made sense. But before she could refuse, the wolf hunter transformed into a large silver-gray wolf, with his upper body crouched on the ground. His head was on the ground at an angle suitable for climbing. In an instant, all the wolf tribe beastmen by the stream looked over at her. Wolf Chi was even more shocked, opening his mouth wide. What is he doing? He didn't need to do this. She could climb up herself. He lowered himself so much. If she didn't go up, it would seem like she was disrespecting the wolf tribe. What if someone held a grudge against her because of this? Tang Wanwei could only climb up. You can hold onto my ears, Tang Wanwei. Okay, such a strange request. The wolf hunter leapt lightly and reached the other side. Wolf Chi watched their backs for a long time before finally closing his mouth. Is the boss crazy? Just now, his behavior towards the young female was clearly out of respect for his wife. Like last time, Tang Wanwei collected herbs while the wolf hunter watched and mimicked her. Soon, various herbs and spices piled up to half a person's height. These herbs, you didn't pick them last time. What are they used for? The wolf hunter held a small, bright red, bar-shaped fruit and sniffed it. Huh. Tang Wanwei couldn't help but laugh. That's wild chili. I gather these to make dried meat. Seeing the wolf hunter's cold eyes suddenly turn clear like a college student's, Tang Wanwei explained. It's a tasty kind. Thinking about the delicious food she made recently, the aroma drifted over to the wolf tribe. The wolf hunter instinctively swallowed. Tang Ruan, once I succeed in making it, I'll share some with you, just as a way to thank him for bringing her here. When he heard she wanted to share with him, Wolf Hunter immediately lost his composure and smiled brightly. Really? You want to give me some? Yes, I will. Don't you dislike me? He asked carefully, kneeling beside her. Her obedient expression made Tang Ruan feel like petting his head. A fierce giant wolf showing eyes as gentle as a puppy's. I wouldn't say I dislike you, Tang Ruan analyzed rationally. If I were you, I would do my best to help my people survive. And these recent things, all were done by Wolf Chi, whether it was trying to hurt them or sneak attack, it was that troublemaker. Overall, you're a reasonable beast man, just can't control your subordinates. Wolf Hunter nodded, like a misbehaving student. He explained, the old tribe leader is Wolf Chi's father. Wolf Chi was injured as a child and lacked strength, so the old leader handed me the tribe's leadership. But he still has some influence in the tribe. But you're right, I will manage them strictly from now on. Tang Ruan paused her wild, picking, staring at him blankly. What does his obedient look mean? Did he take the wrong medicine? Seeing she couldn't pull out the wild, Wolf Hunter reached out and grabbed her hand, pulling hard. The wild came out, and Tang Ruan leaned back naturally. His other hand appeared just right behind her, supporting her.
Tang Ruan, think.
You You don't need to thank me, he said. He was too close, still holding her hand, and he smelled of sunshine. Tang Wan felt a little warm again. Why did this feel so ambiguous? Could this wolf be falling for her? No, she must guard her heart. The fortune-teller said that this world is full of love troubles, and none end well. She pulled her hand away, stood up, and ran a bit farther. Wolf Hunter looked at her back and chuckled self-deprecatingly. As expected, she remembers nothing. On the night Tang Wan fell into a coma, he gave her honey water to drink. Suddenly, a bright light appeared on her wrist. A faint red wolf tooth mark showed up on the inside of her wrist. This made her his wife, and him her beast husband. Normally, only by drinking the male's blood during a ceremony could a contract be made. But according to legend, some loving beast people, blessed by the beast god, skip this step and still succeed. The chance of this happening is very small, but they were lucky enough to meet. However, it seems the beast god made a mistake. She doesn't love him. In fact, she even dislikes him. Wolf Hunter took Tang Wan back. On the way, they bumped into Potatoes and Sweet Potatoes holding hands. Potatoes suddenly looked very busy, sometimes looking at the sky, sometimes searching the ground. If Sweet Potatoes hadn't been standing there blankly, she would have run away. Potatoes thought, why didn't Mom tell Tang Wan that she is already the wife of the wolf tribe leader? No wonder Mom allowed the wolf tribe to stay. But the problem is, Wolf Hunter didn't seem to say anything. Does he want to hide the truth from Tang Wan forever to avoid trouble? And Tang Wan, she doesn't even know what kind of beast she is, and she can't feel the contract with humans. She wants to say something, and she wants to say it now. It's so frustrating. Seeing Potatoes so anxious, she looked like she might dig a hole. Tang Wan thought she was still embarrassed about the kiss. She turned and went into the mountain cave. Just leave the things at the door, she said. Wolf Hunter nodded. Okay. Potatoes. Call everyone to help. We'll make some food. After Potatoes left, only Sweet Potatoes and Wolf Hunter looked at each other. Sweet Potatoes suddenly felt a little sorry for Wolf Hunter. He realized that Tang Wan didn't like the wolf tribe leader at all. But it's not surprising. The tribe leader is tall and white, with big eyes and a high nose, but he's not handsome at all. Maybe he's afraid of being humiliated, so he didn't tell Tang Wan the truth. Sweet Potatoes walked over and patted Wolf Hunter's arm. Don't worry. The ugly husband will see his wife one day. Tang Wan and everyone worked hard all day. The meat was marinated well, and she was marinated too. That night, she went to wash at the spring. Under the moonlight, I suddenly noticed a small red triangle on the inside of my wrist that I couldn't wash off no matter how hard I rubbed. The next morning, Tang Wan left early. She wanted to go into the forest before the stream warmed up to find some things. She needed to wash off the mysterious substance on her body. But unexpectedly, someone was there even earlier than her.
Yes.
Keep going a little higher. That's the branch. Wow. The wolf tribe is so strong. I'll have to ask for your help again in the future. It's better to be tall. My beast companions look strong, but they can't jump that high. Unfortunately, we won't have the chance. Outside the cave, female groundhogs were teasing each other. Tang Wan looked up and saw a wolf-shaped hunter leap into the air. He hung a piece of meat on the highest branch. Yesterday, they wanted to hang the cured meat on the tree to dry. But the groundhog beastmen couldn't jump very high, and the branches were too soft and not suitable for climbing. In the end, they all crowded together underneath. Last night, Tang Wan was worried it might spoil. Now, looking again, the meat was hung neatly, even reaching the tips of the trees. Feeling Tang Ruan's presence, the wolf hunter spun in midair and gracefully landed in front of her, transforming back into a human. His voice was full of joy and a little anticipation. Tang Ruan, the wolf hunter was here early to help. Yes, Tang Ruan, you just casually said yesterday, I'm afraid it will spoil if hung like that, and he came early to help. Wow. Such a diligent beast. Are you guys done with your business? The two female beasts clenched their fists at their sides, blushing. It seemed they suddenly remembered something. We still have things to do. We're leaving now. Tang Wan is really amazing. The wolf hunter looked at her expectantly, standing like a mountain blocking her path. Thank you. She didn't say anything about this thanks. Maybe she wouldn't be able to leave today. Are you going out? Tang Wan hid her bag behind her. To the stream across the way, the wolf hunter asked again. I'll take you. Wolf hunter was very experienced. As he transformed into a wolf form, he even chose the best way for her to step. Tang Wan quickly looked at the small potato beside her, hoping for help. Why did you come to us so early? I'm here to tell you that we found a cave to live in. Tomorrow you can move back. Who told him they needed help hanging meat? Are there traders among the groundhog tribe? Now the forest is full of wolf beasts. Do you really not need me to stay with you? Hearing this, Tang Wan felt she did need him. She wasn't sure what other wolf beasts thought. But recently, Wolf Hunter had started acting strangely, almost like he was interested in her. With him around, she felt safer. This time, Tang Wan wasn't looking for herbs, but for a fruit called bubble tree. Last night, she couldn't get rid of that small triangle mark, even rubbing until her skin turned red. Suddenly, she had an idea and remembered the bubble tree. The leaves of the bubble tree, when rubbed, produce foam similar to soap. Have you found it yet? Wolf Hunter asked. Yes, Tang Wan nodded. It's a tree with purple fruit. She looked at Wolf Hunter. If you have something to do, go ahead. There were indeed many wolf beasts busy around them. Wolf Hunter said they were clearing a space in front of the cave. But they were quite far from her. I'm not busy. Wolf Hunter scratched his head. What I mean is I can take you to a high place to see better. Tang Wan thought that made sense. Wolf Hunter carried her up to the hillside, where she could see the scenery inside the valley. It turned out that some areas above the forest had good sunlight, but the trees blocked it. Suddenly, a bright white light shot straight into the sky from the woods. Tang Wan instinctively grabbed Wolf Hunter's ears. It's okay, that's Wolf Feather. Tang Wan looked up and saw Wolf Feather standing beside a fallen tree, tall and elegant. The sunlight shone on his silver hair, making it look dazzling. He just raised his hand lightly, and the broken tree was cut into pieces again by the wind blades. Wow, so powerful, Tang Wan couldn't help but marvel. She thought only Wolf Hunter had special abilities among the wolf tribe. How is that powerful? Just cutting trees is pretty impressive. Tang Wan lowered her voice. I have a strange feeling that this wolf seems angry. The Wolf Hunter didn't speak again. Tang Wan bit her lip, thinking this might be a good chance to explain herself. She has no plans to find a partner in this world. If one day she suddenly returns to her original world, only she will be sad and hurt. She is a romantic at heart and sometimes gets overwhelmed by love. Wolf Hunter, Suddenly, the Wolf Hunter leapt down with her from the middle of the hill. At the same time, several flashes of cold light appeared. A few large trees at different spots fell down at once. The Wolf Hunter landed beside one of them. The bubble tree you wanted. Tang Wan looked at the neatly broken tree trunk, feeling speechless. The tree was innocent. She ran a little farther away from him. Quickly gather what she needs and go home. This wolf is a bit dangerous now. Did he scare the little female? The Wolf Hunter moved closer on his own, trying to talk to her. What are you collecting these leaves for? Tang Wan nervously stuffed all the leaves into her bag. Nothing much. Just got some dirt on my wrist. These leaves can be used as a cleaner. Just wash it off. Dirt. Yes, this. Tang Wan quickly raised her hand to show him the triangular mark on her wrist. I've finished gathering. Let's go back. But unexpectedly, the Wolf Hunter suddenly grabbed her hand. His gaze was cold and piercing. You want to wash this off? Tang Wan was frightened. Even when the wolf first arrived at Dongdong Valley, he never showed such a cold and hopeless look. Seeing that Tang Wan didn't answer, the Wolf Hunter's grip unconsciously tightened. It seemed that if he held on tighter, she really wouldn't be able to escape. You hurt me. Hearing her voice, his reason suddenly snapped back. The Wolf Hunter loosened his grip. Tang Wan took the opportunity to pull her hand back. She turned around and ran deep into the woods. The Wolf Hunter stayed where he was for a moment. It must be the contract that made him unable to resist approaching her, protecting her, even wanting to possess her. But she had no intention of making him her beast husband. Once the contract is formed, unless the mistress dies, the constraints of the contract will always exist. Tang Yuan got lost in the forest. She didn't see the wolf hunter catch up, but she always felt like something was following her. It was rustling, like some kind of crawling creature. Surely it's just my imagination, Tang Yuan comforted herself. But she still felt a chill. The cave valley is warm all year round, never this cold before. Suddenly, a white shadow flashed past. Tang Yuan screamed and took a step back. It was a little lamb. Her eyes lit up. A few days ago, the wolf clan had sent a prey that included sheep. But it was already dead. She had always wanted to raise a pair of sheep. When they grew up, not only could she have sheep's milk, but maybe they could gradually become a flock. Then the groundhog tribe could also eat meat when needed. Although the groundhog tribe mainly eats plants, when a female beast is pregnant and needs to recover, her mate still has to brave the forest to hunt. Her two mates, Mama Potato's mates, disappeared like that. Tang Yuan quietly approached the little lamb and pounced. Unexpectedly, it ran away. She chased after it closely. When she came to her senses, she was near a stream.
It was sunset now.
It would be dangerous to stay in the forest any longer. She pointed at the fleeing lamb and declared, "You wait. You'll be mine sooner or later." Then she headed back home. Not long after Tang Yuan left, a sad lamb's cry echoed through the woods.
Bleat, bleat.
Bleat. Xingxing was holding a pure white lamb at the entrance of Tang Yuan's cave. In front of them was Mao Mao, the cub of Big Brother Potato. "What is this?" Mao Mao asked curiously. "It's a sheep." "Haven't you seen one before?" Xingxing said proudly. "Mao Mao, I've eaten it. The prey they received from the wolf clan did include sheep. He liked eating lamb the most." Xingxing swallowed hard. "The clan leader asked me to give it to the shaman." "Where is she?" Mao Mao blinked his big eyes. Younger than Xingxing and not very quick to speak, there's no such thing. Just as Tang Yuan reached the cave entrance, Tang Yuan walked up to Xingxing. "Xingxing, where did this sheep come from?" The person pressed close and hugged Tang Yuan's waist. "Shaman, this is the wolf hunter the clan leader found in your old cave. He says he's yours." This reason sounded too far-fetched. But then she remembered that the one following her was the wolf hunter, not some wild animal. Tang Yuan felt relieved. However, she couldn't keep this sheep. She still wanted to find a chance to clarify things with him. "Star, this sheep isn't mine. Please send it back." Star pouted, looking upset. "Shaman, do you think you don't like the clan leader and don't want him to be your beast husband?" He said this, then released Tang Yuan and slowly stepped back. "If you don't like the clan leader so much, when I grow up, I can be your beast husband instead." Tang Yuan choked. "Little kid, you think you know a lot." Before she could speak, Star suddenly turned into a half-human tall brown wolf and ran toward the wolf tribe area. "I've delivered the sheep. If you want it back, go find the clan leader yourself." Tang Yuan wondered, "Did I fall for a trick?" She turned around, seeing Mao Mao still crouched on the ground, watching the little sheep. She picked up Mao Mao and took him to Potato, asking her to give him to her older brother, Tapioca. Potato's mother was discussing something with a few elder beastmen. Seeing Tang Yuan, she waved her over. "Tang Yuan, I need to talk to you. Your cave has many wolf hunters who sent you pelts. I know they belong to you. But the cave valley might face a cold snap that happens once every few decades. For everyone's safety, I hope you can share some of the pelts. We can exchange food, or after the pelts are dried, we will return them to you." Tang Yuan was stunned for 3 seconds before suddenly understanding. Are those pelts a gift from the wolf tribe? She had thought they were from the groundhog tribe. Potato's mother paused for a moment, rubbing her temples. This child really isn't very clever. She realized that even now, Tang Yuan still hadn't figured out that the wolf hunter was her beast husband. Potato's mother didn't want the tribe members to tell Tang Yuan about this. Mainly because she thought the wolf hunter was too powerful. Such a strong beast man. Only a wife who willingly accepts him can be safe. Otherwise, even if the beast husband cannot harm the mistress, he can let others do it. But through these days of observation, Mama Potato found that Wolf Hunter likes Tang Yuan. Whether this liking is because of the contract or instinct, it seems unaffected by the contract. Wolf Hunter personally brought it here, worried you wouldn't sleep well. Mama Potato emphasizes again, it's Wolf Hunter, not the wolf tribe. Tang Yuan nods, I'll follow your arrangements. Your kindness, Mama Mole remembers it. That night, Mama Mole starts busy sewing leather clothes and stockpiling food. They have always been united, and in one night, they prepared for the cold wave. No one specifically informed the wolf tribe. But that night, the forest was filled with animals' wails. Tang Yuan once again suspects that there is a traitor among the mole tribe, which should be called Mole Traitor Wolf Leg. The next morning, Tang Yuan was woken up by the cold. She wrapped herself in fur and stepped out of the cave. Outside, the ground was covered with white snow, and soft snowflakes were falling gently. Mama Mole and the others had already started moving. They heard that the wolf tribe had moved to the other side of the stream last night. Tang Yuan also moved back to her original cave. Her cave has a skylight. On the way, she was worried it might leak wind. But it turned out that the cave was blocked by a large stone. She went back and forth several times to make sure she didn't go into the wrong cave. She was so lucky. Tang Yuan lit a bonfire inside the cave, placed stones on top, roasted potatoes and dried meat, and sprinkled homemade seasoning. Soon, the smell of potatoes and sweet potatoes attracted the animals. Sweet Potato, learn well from Tang Yuan. When you become my beast husband, you also have to cook for me. Yes, my mistress. Sweet Potato saluted Tang Yuan. Suddenly, she saw the sheep tied inside the cave. Tang Yuan, can you exchange the sheep with me? Mama Potato had wanted to eat lamb meat for a few days. Tang Yuan, I want to keep this sheep. Mama Potato immediately remembered that Tang Yuan had told her about the sheep-raising plan. Tang Yuan, are you going to breed many lambs with this sheep? Then we can drink sheep milk and eat lamb meat every day. Yes, Tang Yuan patted Mama Potato's head, still the best friend who understands her. But how can one sheep produce many lambs? Tang Yuan sighed. We can only wait for another ram to fall from the sky. The next day, a ram appeared in the cave. Tang Yuan stared at the ram, which still had snow on its coat, lost in thought. If she hadn't suddenly gained the special power of word magic. Tang Yuan went to visit Potato's house. Red Sweet was being stepped on by Potato and appeared in Tang Yuan's cave. When did you start hanging out with the wolf tribe? I'm not with them. I'm friends with them. Potato, you have to believe me. I would never betray the mole tribe. Did you forget yourself? You almost became someone's snack. It turned out Potato was worried about him. Red Sweet got up and hugged Potato's leg. My future wife, informing the wolf hunter about the cold storm was at the tribe leader's command. And what about the sheep? Potato asked, crossing her arms. Red Sweet suddenly winked wildly at her. Potato was stunned. All right. She should support the wolf hunter and Tang Yuan being together. Although, the wolf hunter doesn't really match her friend. But at least he's the tribe leader. Forget it. I'll find a handsome mole beast man for her later to make up for it. Potato cleared her throat and helped Red Sweet up. Tang Yuan, they gave you 2 sheep. Shouldn't you personally send some gifts to thank them? Were they just discussing this? Mom also said we should know the wolf tribe favors. Outside, snow was still falling, and the cold wind was biting. Even though she wore a leather coat, the beastman's sewing skills were limited, and cold air still seeped in through the seams. When Tang Yuan reached the stream, she was almost frozen solid. Is anyone here? Is there anyone from the wolf tribe nearby? She called out twice by the stream, but only the howling wind responded. Suddenly, she realized who would go out in this weather. To clarify things with the wolf hunter as soon as possible. She was risking it. Tang Yuan found the shallowest part of the water. First, she threw the dried meat to the other side. Then, she took off her coat and leather boots, holding them in her arms. She stepped into the water. Wow, this is so comfortable, I don't want to get out. As soon as she finished speaking, her foot slipped suddenly, and she fell face first into the water. She watched her clothes and shoes drift away with the water. Suddenly, a childhood song rang in her mind. Goodbye, Mom. Tonight I set sail. Sniff. Could she really be awakening her word spirit now?
Help.
Is anyone there? Is anyone coming to save the little girl whose clothes are being washed away? In the middle of the stream, Tang Wan only had her head sticking out. She had been in the water for several hours, but no beastmen had passed by. If she stayed any longer, it would get dark. Whether she went back or headed to the wolf tribe's territory, the distance was enough to freeze her solid. She could only hope someone would find her soon. Tang Wan had been in the water too long, feeling dizzy, and closed her eyes. Snowflakes landed on her eyelashes. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound in the forest. She tensed up. It was exactly the same as the sound she heard that day in the forest. She shouted in surprise. The sounds in the forest didn't stop because of her call. Instead, they grew louder. Her heart skipped a beat. This sound didn't sound like wolf footsteps at all. Suddenly, a dark shadow darted out from the woods, twisting its body as it lunged toward her. Tang Wan didn't see clearly what it was. It looked like a centipede, but 3 or 4 meters long. She instinctively backed away, her legs weak, floating half in the water. Help! Help me! At the same time, several streaks of cold light flashed across the blue sky. The giant centipede was instantly cut into 6 pieces. The meat chunks fell into the water with a loud splash. The meat pieces landed in front of Tang Wan, still writhing with their tentacles. Tang Wan was terrified out of her mind. She struggled wildly, choking on several gulps of water. But the terrifying meat chunks kept drifting closer with the current. At that moment, Tang Wan wished she could just die. Suddenly, a pair of large hands reached into the water and pulled her out. A warm cloak wrapped around her. At this moment, the distance between her and the man in front of her was 0. He was very warm and his body even felt a little hot. Tang Ruan's gaze just happened to fall below his collarbone. When she realized she was close to a man, she instinctively stepped back. But he immediately pulled her back. "Didn't you ask me to save you?" the man said playfully.
What?
"Do you dislike me that much? Would you rather freeze?" Tang Wan looked up and saw the sharp jawline of Lang Lai. He was smiling slightly, but his eyes were cold. His short silver-gray hair still had snow on it. For a moment, Tang Wan felt even colder. She curled her toes and stepped on his foot.
Lang Lai frownet.
She swore it was an instinctive move, because the ground was too cold. Can you take me back?" she asked. "You only have 1 piece of clothing." "How do you plan to go back?" Lang Lai asked with a smile. Suddenly, she felt his tone was a bit harsh. Recently, he had acted like a good dog in front of her. What changed so quickly? Did he go from loving to hating her so fast? "Then I'll wait for you in the water. Please tell potatoes for me," she said, willing to face danger rather than order him like a wife. Lang Lai suddenly moved his hand from her back to her waist, pulling her closer. This made them stick together more tightly and feel warmer. He held her chin with his other hand, looking into her eyes. "Little female, what kind of identity do you have to command the leader of the wolf tribe to do things for you?" He looked at her expectantly. She never thought he was usually so easy to talk to. But he was right. At least, she didn't dare to command Potato's mother like that.
"Well,
that wouldn't be a problem," she said, pulling his hand away and stepping out of his cloak. Lang Lai, she'd rather freeze to death than order him. Suddenly, he became fierce, pulling her back and taking off his cloak to wrap her up tightly. Then, he threw it over his shoulder. "What are you doing?" she asked. "Is he trying to kidnap her?" "Taking you back to the wolf tribe to find some clothes," he replied. Tang Wan thought she was overthinking. It was getting darker, and the snow was falling harder. But Lang Lai didn't seem in a hurry to go back. He carried her slowly through the snow, leaving a lonely trail of footprints behind. Tang Wan saw snowflakes fall on his firm back, then quickly melt away. "Are you cold? Or should you turn into a wolf faster?" The wolf hunter chuckled. "Are you worried about me? Or giving me orders?" Tang Wan really wanted to slap herself. She thought, better keep quiet. This wolf was already angry because of love. How could she speak without making him even angrier? After a while, the wolf hunter let her down. We've arrived. I'll go ask Wolf Moon for some clothes. Okay. She followed him into the cave. It was mainly because this place was so unfamiliar. Following him made her feel safe. Suddenly, the wolf hunter stopped after taking just a few steps. Tang Wan almost bumped into him. She peeked out from behind him. What's wrong? She had already seen it. In the dark, two intertwined figures could be seen. A breathless sound, making her cheeks flush and heart race, came from the darkness. Tang Wan was glad she couldn't see well in the dark. But the wolf hunter probably saw everything. He pulled her back a few steps and retreated. Standing at the cave entrance, the wolf hunter pursed his lips, looking very upset. Tang Wan carefully watched his side profile. He had just said this was Wolf Moon's cave. Seeing Wolf Moon with that beast made him very angry. So, the wolf hunter truly liked Wolf Moon. Tang Ruan's mind spun quickly. The wolf hunter said that Wolf Chi was the son of the old clan leader, which meant he was a prince. Wolf Moon was the princess. A knight who loved the princess but couldn't be with her, and finally watched her marry someone else. Many years later, the princess's husband passed away, and he became the new clan leader. Although he met her unexpectedly, he suddenly realized he still loved his first love, White Moon. Tang Ruan's eyes sparkled. She had seen many different versions of this story. She reached out and patted the wolf hunter's shoulder. It's okay. Aren't orcs allowed to have multiple mates? As long as you try, you can do it too. How many do you plan to take? I haven't thought about it. Don't female beasts consider male beasts too? Before forming a bond, mating would curse the male with the curse of the beast god. Wolf Moon had always looked down on Wolfimo, thinking he was a low-blooded black wolf. Why did you suddenly decide to do this? If she later refuses to accept Wolfimo as her mate, what will he do? Tang once saw his serious expression and didn't know how to comfort him. She could only change the subject. Can you help me find some clothes first so I can go back?
Ha!
Wolf Hunter was amused and angry. And her, clearly having made a contract with him, yet constantly thinking about erasing it. Wolf Hunter suddenly grabbed Tang Ruan's hand. The small, white wrist still bore the triangular mark. He sighed in relief. Then, he lowered his head and bit her wrist. How am I supposed to try harder? Are you sure? Suddenly, outside the cave, a cold wind howled, mixed with hail hitting the stone wall with a loud cracking sound. It seems we really can't go back. Inside the cave, the temperature dropped quickly. Just a moment ago, she was warm inside her cloak, but now she was starting to shiver. She remembered her flint and dried meat, which had been thrown by the lake. Tang Wan was very regretful, feeling like his insides were turning green with remorse. The wolf hunter found some more animal pelts and wrapped them around Tang Wan. He wrapped her up like a silkworm cocoon, then felt relieved and lay down nearby. He only covered himself with a thin layer. Suddenly, Tang Wan realized that he was sleeping here tonight too. But this was someone else's cave, someone else's bedding. Should she make him leave? Moreover, who would wrap up a suspicious person so tightly that they couldn't escape? Tang Wan turned away and soon fell asleep. The next day, the snow had stopped. As soon as Tang Wan opened her eyes, she heard noise outside the cave. Did you two stay together last night? You said there wouldn't be a wife in the picture. The woman's sharp voice. Tang Wan stepped out of the cave and saw Wolf Moon. Her eyes were red, and she glared fiercely at Tang Wan before turning and walking away. From a distance, Xing Xing waited until her mother was far enough before following. Tang Wan patted Wolf Hunter's arm. It seems she misunderstood us. Don't you want to explain? Wolf Hunter turned to look at her, his gaze cold. No misunderstanding. She wanted to say more, but suddenly Wolf Hunter shoved something into her arms. Found by the lake. Tang Ruan's eyes lit up. She took out her flint and returned the frozen, hard-dried meat to Wolf Hunter. She grinned and said, "This is for you." For me? Wolf Hunter's expression brightened visibly. Yesterday, you were trapped in the water because you wanted to bring me dried meat. Yes. Actually, I want to tell you something. Suddenly, Wolf Hunter sneezed. Tang Ruan's face changed. Are you catching a cold? He had been walking in the snow shirtless for so long last night and had given her his pelts. No way he wasn't sick. Tang Ruan quickly reached out and touched his forehead. As her hand touched him, she already had a treatment plan in mind. She let out a sigh of relief. But cold spread easily in the tribe, so she needed to treat it early. The wolf hunter watched her expression carefully. Besides sneezing, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere else? Tang Ruan asked nervously. The wolf hunter was silent for 2 seconds. I feel very unwell. Where does it hurt? Is your throat sore? Do you feel dizzy? Yeah, both. Oh no. It's the flu. Find someone to go with me to get medicine. Tang Wan just saw Lang Yu coming over. She wanted to go to meet him, but the wolf hunter quickly grabbed her. Who do you plan to have carry you back? Only the beast master can carry his wife. Is that really important? Hasn't he already carried her many times? Cough, cough, cough. The wolf hunter suddenly coughed so hard he nearly lost his balance. Tang Wan had to support him. I need to go back and get medicine to help treat you. Is what you want. Cough. The herbs we picked last time? I have some here. Help me inside. I'm too weak. Tang Wan helped the wolf hunter into the cave. The wolf hunter opened a space. Various herbs appeared instantly on the open ground. And these herbs still looked fresh, just picked. How do you have so many? I saw you liked them, so I left them when I was chopping trees. Tang Wan happily picked out what she needed and immediately made a small fire with flint. But she still needed a pot for boiling medicine. She spotted a suitable-sized stone in the corner of the cave. It would be great if I could carve a hole in this, but you don't have the strength. I'll do it.
Lang Yu steppet in.
He took the stone from Tang Ruan's hand, and a white whirlpool wrapped around it. After a moment, the stone was carved into a stone bowl. Lang Yu, you're amazing. Tang Ruan couldn't help but praise. Lang Yu smiled slightly. I saw you boiling medicine last time. Cough, 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 cough.
Chief, how are you?
Hearing the wolf hunter's cough, Lang Yu asked nervously. The wolf hunter looked at him sharply, like a blade. Did you come to see me about something? My father is sick. I heard a shaman is here. What kind of sickness? Same as yours, but he is pretending to be sick. There are many wolf beasts with similar symptoms to the wolf hunter, all related to last night's big temperature drop. Tang Wan prepared medicine for the wolf hunter, then went to see others. Before leaving, she told him, rest more if you're weak. She also asked Wolf Yu to visit the groundhog tribe. The groundhogs have learned to make fire, and no one there is sick. She was busy until evening, then returned to the wolf hunter's cave. She found that he hadn't drunk the medicine she made. Why didn't you drink it? I'm already better. I am very strong. She watched him for a while and saw he seemed fine. Then she shared her idea. I want to teach the wolf tribe how to make fire. Tang Wan asked Wolf Yu to go back and get some firestones from the groundhog tribe. Wolf Yu also told the wolf hunter about the groundhog situation. The wolf hunter agreed that, although fire can be dangerous, it can also keep them warm. So, he gathered the wolf beasts. Tang Wan carefully taught them how to make fire with firestones, build a fire, dry clothes and food, and even how to put out fire with snow. She was very patient, treating both males and females equally when they asked questions. The wolf hunter watched her busy working. A feeling of pride grew inside him. His wife is amazing. Not just because she can have children, but because she is brave and clever. Before, the wolf hunter didn't want a wife. His father was a beast man with special powers. He was often mistreated by his wife, and in the end, he fought back and took his own life. Because of this, he was kicked out of the Snow Wolf tribe. If it hadn't been for the wolf's father finding him, he would have died long ago. To be accepted, he never told anyone about this history. Tang Wan finished her work late at night. When she returned, she found the wolf hunter was already asleep. The firelight reflected his light brown skin, and his chest muscles rose and fell with steady breathing. Below that, his perfect 8-pack abs. Tang Wan unconsciously stood there, watching him for a while. She had to admit, he was truly perfect. She took a deep breath, found a beast hide to cover him, and lay down behind him, turning her back. At night, the snowstorm came again, so they could only endure one more evening. Half asleep, Tang Ruan felt the cold and instinctively moved closer to the warm place, until she bumped into a warm wall. She pressed her face and hands against the wall, feeling comfortable and humming softly. This time, you came to me yourself. When Tang Ruan woke up the next day, she found herself sleeping in Wolf Hunter's arms. Resting her head on his arm, hugging his neck. One of her legs was still hanging on his waist, unaware of the danger. She carefully lifted her head and looked into his deep, affectionate icy blue eyes. "Hi," Tang Ruan awkwardly spoke. "I was a bit confused last night." Confused? Wolf Hunter's expression visibly darkened. He pursed his lips and said nothing, seeming to hold back something. Tang Ruan wanted to pull back her leg, but he grabbed it firmly, maintaining the same position. Just then, Tang Ruan suddenly felt something hard pressing against her other leg. Realizing what it was, her face instantly turned as red as a ripe tomato. Seeing her reaction, Wolf Hunter chuckled softly. "Are you shy, wife?" Tang Ruan's eyes widened. "Wife? That can't be called casually. They just slept together for one night, right? She didn't sleep with him, so how did she suddenly become his wife?" Wolf Hunter looked at her reaction, surprised and amused. He had never heard of a female feeling shy about such things. Females, without contractual constraints, are often more proactive in these matters. Some even flirt openly, not caring about the male's life or death. But they can freely choose whether to have offspring. Tang Ruan's reaction might seem strange to other beastmen, but Wolf Hunter found it adorable. He couldn't help but lower his head and kiss her on the forehead. Tang Ruan. Her heart pounded faster, and she hurriedly tried to escape. She pushed against his chest with her hands, but couldn't move him. "Tang Ruan, move back a little, please." "Let me go." "Sorry, that's not possible." Wolf Hunter not only didn't move back, but also held her tighter with a smile. Tang Ruan could only try to use her legs to push him away. "Wolf Hunter." His voice was rough. "Mistress, if you move again, I might really have to move now." Tang Ruan became obedient. I don't know how long passed. Maybe because his embrace was too warm, she fell asleep again. When she woke up, it was because she was hungry. Wolf Hunter was not beside her, and the snowstorm had stopped. The bright sunlight at the cave entrance made her feel like everything that had happened was just a dream. She clearly came to clarify things with him, so how did it turn out like this? Even she seemed to feel a little moved.
Shaman.
Shaman, Xing Xing ran in crying. With a thud, he knelt in front of her. "What are you doing?" Tang Ruan hurried to help him up. Xing Xing knelt without moving, young but strong.
Shaman.
Sniff. "Can you please let the clan leader go to my mom?" "Let him go." "To your mom?" Tang Ruan's mood was complicated. Xing Xing wiped his tears. "Ever since you moved into the clan leader's cave, my mom has become so scary,"
she said.
"The clan leader belongs to her, and you should die. I don't want the shaman to die, nor do I want my mom to become like this." Tang Ruan's eyes widened in shock. She didn't expect Wolf Moon to hate her so much. He saw her as the third party ruining his relationship with Wolf Hunter. But she seems... Actually, she really was that third party. "Get up first," Tang Ruan said. "First, promise to let the clan leader go to my mom. Anyway, you don't like him. Tang Ruan opened her mouth. It didn't seem like she completely disliked him, just that she thought there was no future with him. "I can't promise." Xing Xing's eyes suddenly widened in disbelief, looking at her. But my mom said you don't want the clan leader, but I can't make decisions for him. Wolf Hunter is a beast man, not someone's property. He can like whoever he wants. He can be with your mom, but not because I let him." Xing Xing blinked with big, wet eyes, seeming to understand, but not quite. "Isn't the beast husband just the mistress's property? If the mistress doesn't like a beast husband, she can give him to someone else." The sound of footsteps on the snow came from the cave entrance. Tang Ruan looked up and saw Wolf Hunter standing there, not knowing when he arrived. Sunlight streamed in from behind him. She couldn't see his expression clearly, only felt that he seemed to smile a little. Everyone followed your method to make the barbecue. Shall we eat together? Tang Wan looked down helplessly at Xingxing. Wolf Hunter stepped over quickly, carrying the little one onto his shoulder. He held his thigh with one hand and walked outside. Adult beasts don't need you little guy to worry about. Tang Wan suddenly remembered. 2 days ago, he also carried her in this way. But why was her heart beating faster now? Oh no! She's developing a crush. The meat cooked by the wolf tribe beastmen was without salt or spices, so naturally it wasn't as tasty as hers. But Tang Wan was hungry now and ate happily. Maybe we'll just stay here and not leave this time. An older female beast with gray hair pulled Tang Ruan's hand and asked. Tang Ruan smiled. I have to go back. My friends are over there. Oh, the female beast looked a bit disappointed. She looked toward Wolf Hunter sitting diagonally opposite, and Tang Ruan followed her gaze. She saw the disappointment in Wolf Hunter's eyes. But she couldn't make him feel better. She never planned to be with the beast man. First, the fortune-teller's words turned out to be true. She had entered a dream world. So, any flower here might end up hurting her. Second, with Star's mother involved now, does that mean she's again the other woman? Tang Wan cared about this. Although she believed Wolf Hunter's feelings wouldn't be as mean as her ex-boyfriend's, she hated getting involved in complicated feelings. She needed to find a chance to clarify things with him quickly. Tang Wan avoided Wolf Hunter's gaze and took a strategic sip of water.
Then,
maybe our clan leader can go back with you. Tang Wan spat out her water in surprise. These wolf beasts seemed to be interested in her medical skills and wanted to force their clan leader to marry her. It was Wolf Yu's father speaking. He looked at Tang Wan with a smile, clearly waiting for her answer. She wiped her mouth and said, No need. I think the wolf tribe needs a clan leader more than I do. Wolf Yu's father thought for a moment, then patted his forehead. If the shaman doesn't mind, why not take my son too? Then the clan leader can stay in the wolf tribe as the top beast husband. Let my son accompany you to the groundhog tribe to take care of you. Tang's lips twitched slightly. Was he serious? Or just joking? You sneaky old beast. As the second beast husband of the shaman, how come it's your Wolf Yu's turn? Our Wolf Chi is a true descendant of the old clan leader, with pure bloodline. The named Wolf Chi. The chicken leg in his hand suddenly lost its appeal. He instinctively exchanged a quick look with Tang, feeling his heart race. What's going on? Although the little female is a bit weaker, her white and tender appearance is really pretty. If only he could hold her and sleep every night. Tang smiled awkwardly. Everyone, don't joke with me, haha. Wolf Yu's father. All right, let's put us third. Have you forgotten about Wolf Imo? That kid is the most honest. He follows the shaman, so he won't be tricked by bad females in the future. Too bad Wolf Feng already has a mate. Tang silently stood up. Suddenly, she felt a sharp gaze from across the way. She looked up and met Wolf Yu's fierce stare. Wolf Imo sat beside Wolf Yu, fidgeting nervously, watching her anxiously. The beastmen's discussion grew more intense. They had already started assigning tasks to Tang's 4 beast husbands. Just as the elders debated who should name her first child, the temperature around suddenly dropped. The beastmen couldn't help but shiver, looking up at the sky. Is it going to snow again? The bright midday sun shone on the land. They suddenly remembered that their clan leader's special power was ice. Mom, my roast meat has frozen into a stone. A female beast quickly covered her cub's mouth. All the beastmen lowered their heads, enduring the pressure from Wolf Hunt. Wolf Hunt slowly stood up. He walked over to Tang, took her hand. They headed deep into the woods, until they reached a dead end. He stopped in front of a stone wall, took a deep breath, and calmed his emotions.
Don't listen to what they say.
Your future beast husband. He took another deep breath.
Must pass my test. Tan Zuan Berlin get. You don't need to worry about this, she said.
Lang Lai's breath caught. What does she mean? Who does she like? Wolf Mo, Wolf Yu, or Wolf Chi? Tang Wan decided to be clear with him all at once.
She took a few steps back.
Lang Lai, I know you like me. But I don't plan to have a partner in this life. I know you want to become my beast husband because I can bring benefits to the wolf tribe. But don't worry, even if I'm not your mate, as long as the wolf tribe doesn't fight with the groundhog tribe, we will always be friends. I will help you when you need it. These days, Tang Wan has been understanding more and more what Potato Mom meant. The arrival of the wolf tribe made the originally dangerous forest safer. If any malicious beastmen come in, the wolf tribe will protect the home together. Because this is also their home. Lang Lai frowned and looked at her. He didn't seem to understand very well. His hands clenched at his sides. His expressions suddenly looked hurt. He reminded Tang Wan of the puppy that her mother threw out into the snow. You don't want me? His voice was full of disbelief. He thought that over these days, they had become closer. Tang Wan was different from other female beasts. But she cared about him. She even cared about the whole wolf tribe. So are these actions out of kindness? Suddenly, Lang Lai stepped toward Tang Wan. He grabbed her hands and turned her around, trapping her between the stone wall and himself. Warm breath fell on Tang Wan's forehead. Suddenly, everything went quiet. All she could hear was his heavy breathing. Tang Wan almost cried from the surprise of his sudden move. But she held back her tears, bravely lifted her head, and said mockingly, "What? The mighty leader of the wolf tribe plans to hurt a little female like me." Lang Lai's hands suddenly loosened. He looked at her red eyes. His heart felt like it was pierced by a sharp stone, hurting so much he couldn't breathe. Did he hurt her? Does she dislike him that much? You know, it's said that beast husbands, influenced by their contracts, will love their wives unconditionally, even willing to die for them just on a single word. Tang Wan didn't understand why he suddenly told her this. She only widened her eyes and tried to look fearless. But I like you. I think it has nothing to do with the contract. Tang Wan clenched her teeth. But I don't like you. He suddenly let go. He turned aside, making way for her. Go ahead. I'll find a female beast to send you off. Thank you, but no need. Tang Wan missed him and walked into the forest. She walked faster and faster, eventually running without realizing it. But she didn't know what she was running from. Suddenly, she tripped over something. She got up, painfully holding her twisted ankle. The low growl of a beast came from nearby. She looked toward the sound. In the bushes, a shaggy giant wolf slowly stood up. Its single eye glowed faint yellow in the dim light. Tang Wan felt she had seen it somewhere before. Was it a beast man from the wolf tribe? Why was it here? Suddenly, a loud crashing sound came from the distant forest. The one-eyed wolf heard it and ran away. In the end, Tang Wan was still sent back by a female beast. She returned to her cave and didn't go out for several weeks. First, her ankle healed slowly. Second, the snow kept falling heavier. The ceremony planned for the full moon to unite the potatoes and sweet potatoes had to be postponed because they couldn't see the moon at all. Legend says that the place where the beast god lives, you can see the biggest moon in the world. The beast god loves the moon, so holding the ceremony on this day will bring the beast god's blessing. Potato drew a big full moon on the ground. Do you think the beast god also likes the moon I drew? She looked at Tang Wan with big, round eyes, full of hope. Tang Wan knew that Potato had been acting strange lately. According to Potato's mother, based on the stars, her and Sweet Potato's ceremony would have to be postponed for several more months. Tang Wan walked over and patted her friend's shoulder. Yes, the beast god will definitely like it. Actually, Tang Wan didn't believe in the beast god. In her view, orc marriage ceremonies are just like human weddings. Humans can register their marriage without a ceremony, and orcs, as long as they truly love each other, should be the same. If you can't wait, you can move in together first, she said. Potato was silent for 2 seconds after hearing this. Suddenly, she jumped up, pointing at Tang Wan and shouting, Tang Wan, don't tempt me. Are you trying to harm Hong Shu? Indeed, never discuss your friend's love life with her, whether she is human or orc. Tang Wan was a bit angry. I only said that because I saw you unhappy. How did it become that I want to hurt him? Potato pouted. If we don't hold a marriage ceremony, then females and males will mate, and the male will be cursed by the beast god, dying suddenly. That's so serious. She suddenly remembered Wolf Hunter. No wonder he had so many chances, but never touched her. He was afraid of dying. She had thought he was a man of strong will and a gentleman. Tang Ruan chuckled at herself. Why was she thinking about this person again? Lately, even in her dreams, she saw his sad, icy blue eyes. Potato suddenly sighed. If only we could be like you and Wolf Hunter and not need a ceremony but still be blessed by the beast god. Become mates, Tang Ruan. What? Potato quickly covered her mouth. Tang Ruan, what did you just say? Potato. Tang Ruan, what did you just say? I didn't understand. Answer me first. Potato forcefully covered her mouth, but under Tang Ruan's intense stare, she finally couldn't hold back. She had wanted to say it for a long time. Tang Ruan, you're so stupid. Haven't you noticed the beast mate mark on your arm? She had seen female groundhog orcs with a mark after forming a bond. But that mark was black, small like a soybean or large like a birthmark. She turned her wrist. You mean this little triangle? Potato rolled her eyes. Sister, that's a wolf fang. Wolf fang. Such a mighty and imposing beast mate mark, and it was bright red. The higher the rank of the orc, the more vivid and delicate the mark left on females. But I didn't form a bond with him. Potato recounted how, after Tang Ruan fainted that day, Wolf Hunter was so eager to feed her honey water. During the process, he inexplicably succeeded in forming a bond and told her about it. Potato, there is only one among all beasts. How are you so lucky, Tang Ruan? So, she and Wolf Hunter are chosen by the beast god. But she repeatedly refused him. She even acted like she hated him. She told him she wouldn't have a beast partner. She said, I don't like you. It's like pulling a beautiful woman off the street and insisting on marrying her, then getting a marriage certificate and telling her, actually, I don't believe in marriage. Don't touch me. I don't like you. What's the difference? Putting herself in Wolf Hunter's shoes, he is the leader of his clan and he's been played like this. Tang Ruan really wants to slap herself.
So, she has been his wife all along.
She is not the other woman. Tang Ruan suddenly smiled. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Mom didn't let me. She said she wasn't sure if Wolf Hunter was willing. If you cling to him, she fears he might get angry and find someone to hurt you. Only when they truly love each other can I tell you, a beast partner can only break free from the bond by killing their spouse. Wolf Hunter must hate her now, right? Does he want to kill her now?
Howl.
Howl, howl. From afar, the wolf pack's howling sounds. Tang Ruan shivered. What is that sound? Potato ran outside to look, then came back. It's clear now, so the wolf clan is hunting. Why haven't I heard them before? Potato continued to explain her moon theory. Red Sweet said that since the cold snap, there have been fewer prey in the forest. Food shortages have caused many monsters in the dark forest to come out looking for food. The wolf clan can only hunt together. On one hand, it keeps them safe. On the other, if they catch a monster, it's enough to feed them for days. Tang Ruan thought of the giant centipede she saw by the lake that day, feeling queasy. Can they only eat monsters now? Potato blinked and said, What else? If you're worried, bring your beast husband here. We have a special situation. Potato shook his head. If you really don't like him, just tell him clearly. When he finds a suitable mate, send him away willingly. So, he won't hurt you or threaten you. Tang Ruan didn't say anything more. She walked to the cave entrance, stepped out, and the snow reached her thighs. She wanted to clarify things even if it was a bit difficult. She thought the sunshine would be brief, but it stayed clear for 3 days. Even the snow melted away. Is the cold snap about to end? Potato's older brother, Cassava, holding Momo, asked next to Potato's mother. It won't be that short, Potato's mother replied. Potato's second father took out a fur coat from the cave and draped it over Potato's mother's shoulders. The villagers asked if they could dig up the surrounding fruits while the weather was good. They also wanted to go to the riverbank. The young ones were almost going crazy. The cold snap came suddenly, and many fruits weren't harvested in time. After the snow melted, only the stream side remained green, making people long for the sight. But for the safety of the villagers, Potato's mother didn't allow them to go too far from the cave. She told them to come back immediately if it snowed again, or else. She suddenly remembered something and held second father's hand. I only have you now. When they heard they could go out, the young members of the mole rat tribe ran outside. Tang Wan also wrapped herself in fur, carrying all the dried meat on her back, ready to leave. On her way out, she met Red Potato. Red Potato asked, "Are you taking this to the wolf tribe?" "Is it that obvious?" "No need to send it," Red Potato said. "They'll come over soon. And right now, they don't want meat, they want potatoes." Tang Wan thought carefully. She asked suspiciously, "Are you saying the wolf tribe is going to get another beast husband?" Red Potato's dark face turned red with anger. "It's just edible potatoes, edible potatoes." Tang Wan knew that the wolf tribe needed food most. But the idea of the wolf tribe switching to vegetarianism was so strange that she couldn't help but think that way. Red Potato told Tang Wan that because the wolf tribe was having trouble hunting, they could exchange a small amount of meat for many potatoes to fill their stomachs. So, this deal had been secretly happening for a week. Mother Potato was being cautious, turning a blind eye. First, their supplies could last 3 years. Each groundhog orc received enough food each month that they couldn't finish it all. Second, because groundhog orcs hadn't eaten meat for a long time, their fertility was very low. Eating meat could also help them stay warm. But the wolf tribe's appetite was 3 or 4 times larger than that of the groundhog orcs. Secret trading was hardly enough for them. So, the wolf hunter decided to talk directly with Mother Potato. Tang Wan never imagined that when he saw the wolf hunter again, he would look like this. He had a burn mark about the size of a palm on his left shoulder, with no skin left, exposing bright red flesh. There was a 1-foot-long claw mark on his back, still bleeding. He also had a shallow cut on his face, from his temple down to his cheek, almost hitting his eye. She was hiding in a cave, watching him talk to the tribe leader from afar. Her heart ached painfully. He was so strong. How could he be so badly hurt? A chubby groundhog rolled to Tang Ruan's feet. With a loud bang, it transformed into a cute, chubby little girl. Mother Potato pulled Tang Wan back into the cave. "Mom doesn't agree," she said, "even though the cold snap usually ends in half a year. What if it doesn't? And the wolf tribe eats a lot, so they need half of our supplies to last a few months." Seeing Tang Wan look worried, Potato Girl nodded toward some dried meat nearby. "Maybe you should just take the wolf hunter in. The beast tamer, with his wife, is also half a groundhog tribe member. Mom wouldn't treat him badly." But Tang Wan was thinking about something else. Is the tribe leader worried that the wolf tribe won't provide meat as promised? They found a canyon behind the dark forest. It was said that in that canyon, even tigers and other wild animals were used as food for other monsters. That place was so dangerous that only the wolf tribe dared to go. Luckily, all the monsters were trapped inside the canyon.
So,
that's why he was so badly hurt. Tang Wan covered his chest. His heart hurt so much. He must have a love-struck mind now. Could she do something for him? "Tang Wan, please help the tribe leader check on the wolf tribe," Mother Potato suddenly said from outside the cave. Before Tang Wan could stand up, Lang Lai had already lowered his head and entered through the small cave entrance. Seeing this, Potato quietly slipped away. Lang Lai lowered his eyes and walked over to Tang Wan. "Sorry for the trouble." He kept his gaze elsewhere, as if he didn't want to look at her at all. Tang Wan reached out a finger, trembling slightly as she poked his shoulder. Lang Lai let out a muffled sound. His messy hair covered his furrowed brows, but it was still clear he was in pain. Tang Wan quickly looked up a remedy in her mind and started preparing medicine. Soon, she returned with the medicine. Lang Lai still stood there like a statue. "The medicine might be a bit strong," Tang Wan warned. "It could hurt a lot." She applied the medicine to his wound. He took a deep breath and pressed his lips together. "If it hurts, you can call out," Tang Wan said. "It's not a big deal." "What?" Tang Wan didn't hear clearly. "It's just a little pain, no big deal." Tang Wan smiled lightly, feeling strangely angry. She could see he was hurting, and he still refused to admit it. If he didn't know what the pain from injuries could cause, would he get hurt every day? She stopped being so careful and quickly applied the medicine. Surprisingly, Lang Lai didn't make a sound again. She was a little impressed by him. She couldn't help but say, "So you're not afraid of pain, compared to you?" He hesitated. "This little pain is nothing." Tang Wan wondered if he was trying to say that compared to the pain she caused, this was nothing. She felt the urge to slap herself. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly noticed a purple mist swirling around Lang Lai. It was exactly the same as the mist she saw before fainting recently. She instinctively reached out and waved her hand. The mist immediately thinned a bit. The wound on his shoulder visibly shrank. Could it be that this mist represented his injury? And besides healing, could she also manually dispel this illness? Thinking of this possibility, she excitedly waved her hands. "What's wrong with you?" Lang Lai asked in surprise. Watching his wound and seeing the mist grow smaller, Tang Wan became even more excited. "I will cure you very soon." Lang Li suddenly grabbed her hand, looking at her with concern. Tang Wan stared at his face, smiling happily. She reached out with her other hand and gently touched his cheek. The scar on his face seemed to shrink a little. Because of her sudden touch, Lang Li tensed up. "What are you doing?" he asked in a hoarse voice. Tang Wan suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck, forcing him to get closer. She wanted to see exactly how the wound was healing. Her fingertips brushed over the scar on his face. It turned out that direct contact worked better. Lang Li lowered his head, looking into Tang Ruan's black, shiny eyes. The longing she had felt these days was like a flood that finally broke free. He leaned in and kissed her lips. His hands held her tightly in his arms, leaving no room for her to escape. They twisted and turned. Tang Wan felt dizzy from the kiss. From the corner of her eye, she saw that the wound on his shoulder was now only the size of a fist. She responded to him even more passionately. Tang Wan kissed him with all her heart. This feeling was exactly like the first dream she had of him. It must be him, Lang Li. He was the lover she dreamed of. But maybe he had forgotten, or perhaps she was dreaming about something that would happen in the future. As Tang Wan thought about this, she suddenly felt dizzy. If Lang Li hadn't held her so tightly, she might have fallen to the ground. "Madam, are you okay?" Lang Li noticed her unusual state. He gently picked her up and laid her on a soft blanket. Suddenly, he realized that the wound on his shoulder was almost healed. But Tang Wan was extremely weak, just like that day. High-level beasts can transfer their energy to others. That day, after Tang Wan fainted, he not only fed her honey water but also shared some of his energy with her. Maybe because of this, the beast god thought he loved her so much that he was willing to sacrifice himself. That's why they were bound together. Was she just now giving him her energy? But energy alone can't heal wounds. And she looked so fragile. How could she have the abilities of a high-level beast? Why is she willing to sacrifice herself for him? He is just one of her beast companions. He should be the one to be sacrificed. Moreover, she hasn't even acknowledged his identity yet. The wolf hunter feels heartbroken. He leans down and kisses her lips again. He decides to return his energy to her. Tang Wan slowly opens her eyes and sees the wound on his shoulder. It's back again. And the warm energy is spreading through her body with his kiss. What is happening? The wound is getting bigger. Although she doesn't understand what's going on, Tang Wan vaguely suspects it has something to do with this kiss. She tries to push away the wolf hunter, but she forgets that their strength is very different. Suddenly, the wolf hunter lifts his head, looking at her with confusion. There is a little red blood on his lips. It's from Tang Wan biting him. "Don't kiss me again," she shouts nervously. She quickly crawls out from under him. The wolf hunter's expression suddenly looks very hurt. Does she only respond to him because she wants to help him heal? If so, does she also use this way to heal other beast companions? Seeing his expression, Tang Wan knows he misunderstood. She hurriedly explains, "I don't dislike you. I just need to focus on healing right now. We can talk about other things later, okay? If she doesn't help him heal today, he'll go out tomorrow with his injuries." The wolf hunter suddenly sneers coldly, a bit self-deprecating. He asks, "Other things? What are those?" She just wants to delay time and get away from him. It's about us. Why not talk about it now? He pulls her back into his arms, resting his chin affectionately on her shoulder. As long as he can stay with her, even an extra second or minute is good. Tang Wan takes a deep breath. Wolf hunter, I didn't want to accept you before because I was afraid of becoming the wife in charge. The wolf hunter pauses. Tang Wan continues, when I was very young, my father passed away. The beast companion my mother later married was not kind to me or my mother. Her voice lowers. She recalls the happy times with her father and the feeling of being whipped with a belt by her stepfather. And her charming mother's behavior. She was pushed onto the table and beaten, yet the next day she still said it was manly. Tang Wan didn't say anything more. But from her instinctively tense body, Wolf Hunter sensed her fear. In this world, there are still males who dare to mistreat their wives and children. Where is he? I will help you kill him. His voice was quiet but cold and sharp. Tang Wan shook her head. They are already dead. Just let them all be dead. She never planned to return to her original world. But what if one day she went back? What would Wolf Hunter do then? Are you afraid I will be like your beastly husband and your mother? He asked carefully. Tang Ruan's words were half true, half fake. She didn't dare let Wolf Hunter know that the groundhog beastman was deliberately hiding it from her, afraid he would hold a grudge. Wolf Hunter suddenly fell silent. After a while, his voice carried a hint of anger. What do you think of me? Tang Ruan nervously said. That's not what I mean. I absolutely trust you and respect you. You deserve the best. If one day you don't like me anymore, I can even help you find someone you like. Honestly, Tang Ruan was still a little afraid of him. Their power difference was like a little chick and a big wolf. Past experiences made her pessimistic about love. So she wanted to clarify things first. If one day he changed his mind, she could at least keep herself safe. Wolf Hunter's hand tightened in front of her, as if he had made a decision. There will be no such day. Tang Ruan smiled. Whatever he said, she was willing to accept. Since love has come, she should enjoy the moment. The future can wait. Will you come back to the Wolf Clan with me? As soon as Wolf Hunter finished speaking, a commotion came from the cave entrance. Still haven't found him. No, it's already dark. What should we do? Have you seen Mao Mao? No. I heard he was with a wolf cub. Tang Ruan and Wolf Hunter stepped out of the cave. Mao Mao's father, Muxu, was pacing in place. Mao Mao said he was waiting for a friend. He kept refusing to come back, so I carried him home. But when I looked away for a moment, he was gone. Muxu's wife kicked him on the leg. The cassava immediately knelt on the ground. You can't even watch over a little one. What's the use of you? Mother Potato looked at her son kneeling and frowned. Split up and look for him. The wolf tribe is also helping, said Wolf Hunter. Mother Potato glanced at Wolf Hunter. She had just refused the wolf tribe and didn't want to owe anyone favors. Wolf Hunter quickly said, the wolf tribe has good night vision. Since the cold snap, many monsters living in caves have come out to find food. It's urgent to find him. Mom. Cassava grabbed Mother Potato's coat. Mama might be eaten by monsters. Okay. Mother Potato nodded slightly at Wolf Hunter. Today, Wolf Hunter brought Wolf Red and Wolf Wind. Wolf Wind, go back to the tribe first and tell everyone to help. Following Wolf Hunter's order, Wolf Wind ran out quickly. A gray-brown figure quickly blended into the night. Many mole-rat beastmen gasped in surprise. That was so fast. The wife of Cassava, her gaze lingered on the direction where Wolf Wind disappeared. If only her beast husband were as capable. Tang Wan still remembered his first impression of Wolf Wind. His size was smaller among the wolf tribe. He didn't expect him to run so fast. No wonder he could survive in such a harsh environment. Wolf Hunter transformed into beast form, and Tang Wan climbed onto his back. When they reached the stream, Wolf Wind had just returned. Clan leader, everyone has been notified to look for him. And one more thing, Wolf Wind looked worried. Star is missing. Someone heard him say he was going to catch mice. Wolf Wind suddenly thought of something. His gaze swept over the group of mole-rat beastmen. It must be that Star and Mao Mao plan to play a game. They've met before, Tang Wan hurriedly said, afraid the mole-rat beastmen might misunderstand. Wolf Wind looked at Wolf Hunter, but didn't finish his last word. Actually, Star's original words were, he wants to catch mice to eat. Why would he catch our mole-rats? One mole-rat beastman shouted. I've seen that kid called Star. He's almost as tall as a person in beast form. How can he play with Mao Mao? The wolf tribe hasn't eaten well in a long time. Could he be planning to eat Mao Mao? Don't talk nonsense, Potato Mom scolded. But Potato Mom could control her people's words, not their thoughts. Cassava's wife glared fiercely at Wolf Chi, thinking about how many times he had threatened them. It seemed like he was the one who had taken her child. Wolf Chi looked at her sideways. His meat isn't enough for wolf pups to fill their teeth, but the person lost in thought was awakened by Wolf Chi's words. Momo really isn't enough to fill their teeth. Its animal form is still smaller than a wolf's paw. But we can't rule out wolf pups, because they are curious and ate Momo. Our wolf tribe never eats humans, Wolf Hunter promised. But when they first arrived in Cave Valley, to scare them, they did act like they would eat humans. So, Wolf Hunter's words are not very convincing. Let's find someone first. If the pups encounter monsters, they could lose their lives. Tang Ruan's words reminded everyone. Now is not the time to look at each other with dislike. They moved deeper into the forest. After discussing, Wolf Hunter and Potato Mom jumped onto a rock. All male humans of the wolf tribe go deep into the dark forest to search. Females should take care of their pups and, with the groundhog humans, search the outer forest, he spoke, his warning gaze falling on Wolf Moon and the wolf ink beside her. Recently, these two have been occupying the cave, and Star has been outside every day. Even at night, they sleep in other human caves. Others in the wolf tribe are aware of what they are doing. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound around. Not taking care of your own pups, always fooling around with males. Wolfink isn't afraid of death. If she doesn't make a contract with him, he might just wait for death. That might not be true. Wolf Moon is the daughter of the old tribe leader, very responsible. She used to fool around with several males, and the old leader found out. She was taken as a mate. Even the tribe leader back then, an invisible pressure pressed down, making the two females suddenly unable to speak. They were terrified to see the tribe leader's cold gaze fixed on them. Tang Wan also pricked up his ears, but didn't hear the rest of the words. Even Wolf Hunter was affected? It turns out he and Wolf Moon really had a past. No wonder Wolf Moon hates her so much. Tang Wan shook her head, pushing away her love-struck thoughts. Now is not the time for daydreams. Finding Mao Mao and Xing Xing is the priority. Everyone had already dispersed to search. However, Tapioca stood still in place. Seeing the wolf clan leaving, she immediately followed. Why are you following us? Wolf Hunter suddenly turned back. I'm going to find my son. Don't cause trouble. Wolf Chi stepped forward, his hot breath blowing on her, creating a huge pressure that made Tapioca sit down on the ground in fear. The monster over there is 10 times, even 100 times stronger than that. Are you planning to get yourself killed? Wolf Chi's words drew some wolf clan member sneers. Feeling humiliated, Tapioca trembled as she stood up. If I don't follow, how will I know? What's really going on? What if your cubs killed Mao Mao and are trying to blame the monster? What did you say? Wolf Chi jumped out. Tapioca. Shut up. The voice of Mother Potato also rang out. Wolf Hunter stepped in front of Wolf Chi. Wolf Chi was breathing heavily with anger. Why do they have to help these ungrateful things? Mother Potato approached and said to Wolf Hunter, Chief, just take her along. Wolf Hunter and Tapioca both froze. Mother Potato continued, whether he lives or dies, it's none of the wolf clan's business. If he dies, I'll pretend I never had such an useless son. I have 4 more like him, anyway. It was clear that the Groundhog clan leader was trying to provoke her son. Wolf Hunter's gaze fell on the young female squatting in the distance, making her fire a makeshift torch. She was about 169 centimeters tall, the tallest among them. Chief, Don't you trust us at all? I've even entrusted my wife to you, Wolf Hunter said. Hearing this, Tang ran. She rubbed her cheeks with her hand. It was so cold at night, why was her face so hot? In the end, Tapioca still went along. Maybe she wanted to prove to her mother that she wasn't a coward. Red Sweet Potato, and Tang wan formed a group. Because the makeshift torches were limited, the tallest, about 169 centimeters, Red Sweet Potato, held one. Tang wan walked ahead of him, feeling a constant fear that her hair might catch fire at any moment. Suddenly, Potatoes stepped on something. Potatoes! Are you okay? Sweet Potato hurriedly crouched down to check. There was no chance for Tang wan to intervene. After a quick check, Sweet Potato said, Potatoes hurt her foot. I'll take her back first, and then I'll come find you. Tang wan nodded. As they left, the surroundings instantly darkened. Fortunately, there was still some unmelted snow in the forest, faintly lighting the way. Loud calls from the beastmen echoed around. Star, furry. Star. So, Tang wan didn't feel scared. Suddenly, she sensed something behind her. The footsteps seemed to follow her, moving exactly to her rhythm. Tang wan quickened her pace, then suddenly stopped. The footsteps also stopped, but clearly a beat behind. She quickly turned around. A figure rushed past her from the side. It looked like a wolf. Tang wan breathed a sigh of relief. It was probably a member of the wolf tribe, just behind her. She raised her voice again. Furry, but what she didn't know was, at the moment she lifted her foot, the huge creature behind her also raised its paw. When she reached a place with no path, Tang wan came to that stone wall again. On the wall, there was a crater about the size of a fist, radiating out like a spider web, filled with blue ice in the cracks. The blue ice shimmered under the moonlight. Looking at this magnificent scene, Tang wan thought it was the wolf hunter who had struck with one punch. She swallowed hard, deciding to be nicer to him. Tang wan turned around, ready to go back the way she came. Suddenly, someone stepped out of the darkness. Lang Yu looked at her expressionlessly. Did you find Star? Tang wan asked hurriedly. Lang Yu proudly lifted his chin, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Tang wan decided to stay calm and steady her first. I know you like Wolf Hunter. We will discuss this when we go back. Right now, the most important thing is to find Xingxing. Otherwise, he might have been eaten by a monster. Hearing Tang wan say this, Lang Yu's expression changed slightly. But in an instant, her gaze became even more fierce. This groundhog beastman is really clever. Such a small beastman, yet she has a powerful beast husband like Wolf Hunter. How could she be willing to send him away? Her body carries the scent of Wolf Hunter. Without guessing, she knows what has happened between them. Deep inside, Lang Yu's jealousy boils. That's how you tricked Wolf Hunter. Lang Yu transformed into her beast form and lunged at her. Suddenly, she stopped. She looked cautiously toward the woods nearby. Someone else hates you just like I do. Tang wan was confused. At this moment, distant howls of Wolf Hunter came from afar. Tang wan couldn't understand the words, but she could tell it was a victorious sound. Lang Yu hesitated for a moment, then turned and ran toward the source of the sound. On her way back, Mushu's wife and Wolf Chi were arguing fiercely. What did you do to Mao Mao? Why is he biting him? Mao Mao is covered in blood. Look carefully, that's my wolf pup's blood. To protect this little one, the wolf pup was also hurt. Transforming into her beast form, Xingxing lowered her head. She had a wound running across half her leg. Why isn't Mao Mao waking up? My beast husband was fine when he left, so why did he pass out? Is he dead? You owe me a beast husband, Mushu's wife shouted loudly, while looking at Wolf Wind. Wolf Chi growled low and jumped in front of Mushu's wife. We saved your people. Don't be so ungrateful, you. What do you think you're so great for? If we hadn't taken you in, your wolf tribe would have starved to death long ago. Wolf Chi deliberately licked his lips. That's not necessarily true. If you didn't take us in, I'd find a way to fill my stomach. Mommy Potato and Wolf Hunter spoke at the same time. Tang wan saw that the conflict couldn't be resolved quickly. Only by having the involved parties speak directly could the misunderstanding be cleared. She squeezed forward to Mushu's wife and extended her hand. Tapioca's wife trusted Tang Yuan and hurriedly handed Mao Mao to her. Mao Mao, in beast form, was only palm-sized. Tang Yuan clasped her hands together and focused her mind. She tried hard to remember the feeling when she drove away the purple mist. Soon, the purple mist on Mao Mao disappeared. Mao Mao also woke up. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. Did Tang Yuan use some medicine just now? How did she manage to wake Mao Mao? Is Tang Yuan really a descendant of a shaman? Or the most powerful kind? Tang Yuan was used to the dizziness after treatment, and she swayed as she supported herself. Suddenly, the wolf hunter appeared behind Tang Yuan. He reached out and held her shoulder so she could safely lean back.
Mom.
Mom. Mao Mao reached out to Tapioca's wife. Tang Yuan returned him. Mao Mao turned back into a child and pointed at the stars on the ground. I caught a mouse to eat. Hearing this, everyone looked at the stars in shock. You really want to eat him? Tapioca's wife shouted sternly. The star blinked with innocent big eyes. I didn't. I just took him to catch mice to eat. But then the monster in the hole came back, and we had to hide. You say you hid, but how did you get hurt? You're clearly lying. This isn't a wound from being with Mao Mao, it's... The star suddenly looked timidly at Wolf Moon, then quickly looked away. It was a previous injury, Wolf Moon said coldly. Many wolf tribe beastmen looked at Wolf Moon. Her cub got hurt, and she didn't ask the chief to call a shaman. Isn't it because she likes the chief? The chief once said he didn't want a wife, but now he's with a shaman. Looking at this wound, it seems like the wolf tribe survives by hunting. They can tell what kind of claws caused the wounds just by looking. It's clearly a slow scratch. Star, how did you get hurt? The wolf hunter asked. Star lowered her head and stammered. I don't. It was me, Wolf Moon spoke first. Afraid that Star might reveal too much. She originally wanted Star to get a small injury to lure Tang Yuan over. Then, secretly and quietly, he killed her. Who knew that this little one, whether out of playfulness or on purpose, went to catch mice with the groundhog beastman? Tang Yuan looked at Wolf Moon with confusion. She hated her, and she could understand that. But why did she have to be so harsh on her own child? Wolf Moon saw everyone staring at her and puffed out her chest. My child is disobedient, so I need to teach her a lesson. What's wrong with that? Wolf Hunter coldly said. Xingxing is not only your child but also the future of the entire wolf tribe. Since you acted so recklessly, from now on, Xingxing will be raised by Wolf Wind. Hearing this, Wolf Wind looked up in surprise. He and his wife and child had been separated during a chaotic fight. After that, their contract was broken. But Wolf Wind always believed they were still alive. Every time he saw a female with her cubs, he thought of his wife and child. Now that Wolf Hunter gave Xingxing to him, it was undoubtedly the greatest comfort. Tang Yuan thought Wolf Moon would refuse, but surprisingly, she agreed. Xingxing was probably also afraid of Wolf Moon, so she slowly walked over to Wolf Wind. Don't change the subject. Your cubs want to eat Mao Mao. I lost a beast husband. How do we settle this? Mushu's wife was shouting like she was losing her mind. It's great that Mao Mao is safe. It would be even better if the wolf tribe could compensate her with Wolf Wind. Such a strong male who also loves cubs. Her eyes were glued to Wolf Wind. But Wolf Wind's attention was entirely on Xingxing and didn't notice her. How come I didn't realize you were so ungrateful when I gave Mushu to you before? Mama Potato finally couldn't hold back and spoke. Once a male has a wife, he belongs to her and she shouldn't interfere. But clearly, this reckless female was stirring trouble between the two tribes for her own selfish reasons. Chief, you're afraid of them, but I'm not, Mushu's wife muttered quietly. Once a male has a wife, he belongs to her and she shouldn't interfere. But clearly, this reckless female was stirring trouble between the two tribes for her own selfish reasons. Chief, you're afraid of them, but I'm not, Mushu's wife muttered quietly. Wolf Wind finally noticed her gaze. He suddenly growled at her. Mushu's wife was so frightened she took a few steps back. "You're not afraid," he sneered, seeing the tension between them growing stronger. Tang Ruan broke free from Wolf Hunter's embrace. "I'll go wake up the cassava and make him clear things out. The young ones don't believe, but the elders can't be ignored, right?" Wolf Hunter grabbed her. "You can't give your energy to others anymore." "I'll do it." "Energy? What energy?" He must have misunderstood something.
Tang Zuan Berlin Get.
"I didn't give anyone energy. I just drove away the illness from them." Yes, that purple stuff must be the illness energy the old folks talk about. Hearing this, all the beastmen's respect for her grew even more. She's a shaman who can see things we can't see. Her ancestors must be servants of the beast god. The beast god sent Tang Ruan here to save us. Tang Ruan smiled awkwardly. She approached the unconscious cassava. "I don't care what method you use. No more hurting yourself." Wolf Hunter grabbed her hand. Tang Ruan pushed him away. She deliberately raised her voice. "Dispersing the illness costs me a lot of energy. Usually, in his condition, I wouldn't interfere. He just needs half a day to wake up. But to find out the truth and clear the misunderstanding between our two tribes, I have to hurt myself to save him. I hope you understand my good intentions." After speaking, she winked at him from a position only Wolf Hunter could see. "Please cooperate." Tang Ruan reached out and pinched Cassava's waist hard. Cassava up in pain. Tang Ruan rolled her eyes and pretended to faint. "Consort. Consort." Wolf Hunter held Tang Ruan in his arms, lifting her face to give her his energy. Suddenly he froze. He felt someone using their nails to draw circles on his chest. The wife of the cassava suddenly spoke up. "You were the ones who wanted to eat my child and made my beast husband faint. Tang Ruan is from the groundhog tribe. We don't owe you anything." "No, that's not true." Tang Ruan weakly said, "Star took Mao Mao out to catch mice to eat. I fainted because I saw a monster." The groundhog tribe members. At this moment, Tang Ruan slowly woke up. "Wolf Hunter, let's go." Wolf Hunter picked up Tang Ruan and left. "She is our tribe member. She is my wife." Wolf Hunter's voice was quiet but strong. "If you need to find my wife in the future, come see her in my wolf tribe." Tudo's second dad moved closer to Tudo's mom. "Tang Ruan is a rare healer. We should leave her here and deal with the wolf tribe." Tudo's mom smiled softly. "Do you trust Tang Ruan?" Second dad didn't hesitate. "Of course I do. I saved that girl. Having Tang Ruan in the wolf tribe can reduce many unnecessary troubles between our two tribes." Tudo's mom looked at Tang Ruan's wife. "As long as we don't provoke them, we can live peacefully." Wolf Hunter carried Tang Ruan back to the cave and laid her on a fur blanket. He leaned forward. Tang Ruan hurriedly reached out to hold his face. "You can't have intimate relations during the day." "What?" Wolf Hunter didn't understand. "I mean, not during daytime." Tang Ruan's face turned red with embarrassment. "Mating." Wolf Hunter's expression froze visibly. Then he smiled. "I can transfer energy to you." That was his meaning. He grabbed her hand and kissed her palm. "And now it's already nighttime." Tang Ruan awkwardly pulled her hand back. "I didn't transfer energy to him." Tang Ruan explained what had just happened. She could see the injuries and illnesses on the beastmen and help drive them away. Wolf Hunter had never heard of such a supernatural ability. His wife was truly amazing. He felt even prouder. "But you helped drive Mao Mao's illness away, which also used your energy. I still need to give you some energy." Wolf Hunter was about to kiss her again. Tang Ruan quickly covered his mouth with her hand. Does she not want a kiss? Is she not interested in kissing the handsome guy who loves her? She is afraid his injury might get worse. Tang Ruan's gaze falls on his shoulder. "To regain energy, you should cook me some meat. I also need to prepare medicine for Star." Lang Lai gently ruffles her hair. After saying that, he leaves. When Tang Ruan has finished preparing the medicine, Lang Lai brings back a piece of meat. He raises his hand, and several cold flashes pass. The meat is sliced into thin pieces. Lang Lai places the slices on a stone slab and roasts them following Tang Ruan's previous instructions. Soon, the meat is cooked. At this moment, Lang Feng appears at the cave entrance. Tang Wan hands him the mashed medicine. Apply it to the wound. Star's injury looks serious, but it's just a surface wound. I will go see him first thing tomorrow morning. Okay, Lang Feng replies. Thank you. Lang Feng quickly takes on a caring role. When Tang Wan returns, the meat is ready. Lang Lai blows on it to cool it down and offers her a piece. She is very hungry, having skipped dinner and worked so long. But just as she bites into the meat, Tang Wan almost spits it out. The meat is tough, dry, and a bit bitter. Did it burn? She chews hard a few times and swallows. Looking at the meat in Lang Lai's hand, it doesn't seem burnt. Seeing her uncomfortable expression, Lang Lai feels guilty and lowers his eyes. I'll find a way to catch a sheep for you tomorrow. What kind of meat is this? Tang Wan asks curiously. Tiger meat. Tang Wan covers her mouth, having gained some new knowledge. She didn't expect that the meat of the king of beasts would taste so bad. Her hand touches the raw, uncut meat, and a recipe forms in her mind. It's okay, I can process it another day and it will taste better. She doesn't want to waste the rest, knowing how hard it is for him to hunt. She forces herself to eat enough. Lang Lai carries Tang Wan onto a fur blanket. Outside, it starts snowing again, and it's cold once they leave the fire. Tang Wan snuggles under the fur blanket and suddenly notices that the spot she's sitting on feels much softer than before. Looking closer, she realizes it's no longer just a few layers of animal pelts on the ground. Instead, it was layered into a soft bed. Langley brought a large tiger skin, about 3 meters wide, and covered Tang Wan with it. Tang Wan immediately felt much warmer. But such a big tiger skin. How large must the tiger have been? Langley also crawled in. He looked at her while supporting himself with his hands, a happy smile on his face. Is my wife satisfied with my nest? Tang Wan nodded.
Yes.
Why are you suddenly so particular? Wasn't he the type to sleep without covering himself before? Male animals need to make a good nest, so females are willing to come and stay. They had had no contact these days. She thought he had given up. But unexpectedly, he was secretly preparing his nest. It turns out he never wanted to give up on her, just afraid he wasn't good enough. Tang Wan suddenly remembered the big claw marks on his back. Could they have been made when he was killing that tiger? Seeing Langley with a look of eager anticipation, she added, I'm very satisfied. I like it very much. Langley reached out and pulled her into his arms. He nuzzled her nose. So, my wife, do you want to try? Are you satisfied with me as your beast husband? Late at night, snow fell to the ground. It made a rustling sound. I'm satisfied, very satisfied. A soft cry came from the cave. Several times, Tang Wan fainted and then woke up groggily. She kept repeating in her mind, Langley, I am very satisfied. Can we continue tomorrow, my wife? I am not satisfied yet. Finally, Tang Wan understood why the word pervert existed. Because he was really, in that aspect, her dreams were still too conservative. If it weren't for the fact that she had to show her injury to Xingxing the next day, Tang Wan really wanted to stay in bed all day. Last night, she felt like she was falling apart. Xingxing's wound had already scabbed over. Tang Wan wanted to help him dispel the illness, but was afraid that her own weakness would cause her to faint right there. So she had to change Xingxing's dressing first. If you feel uncomfortable, you must tell me. Don't move around these days. Xingxing lowered his head, clutching the blanket tightly with both hands, seeming to deliberately avoid looking at her. She remembered that day when Xingxing knelt and begged her to let Langley go. Tang Wan asked proactively, Are you angry with me because I took the wolf hunter away? Upon hearing this, Xingxing quickly shook his head. The clan leader likes you, and you like the clan leader too. You should be together. He was so glad he could understand. Tang Wan reached out and gently touched Xingxing's messy hair. Xingxing suddenly looked up, worried, and said, Please don't come to change my bandages anymore. Why? Because, at that moment, a creaking sound came from the cave entrance, stepping on the snow. Tang Wan thought Wolf Wind had returned. At the entrance, against the light, stood a tall figure.
Mom.
Uncle Wolf Wind will be back soon, Xing said nervously. I know, they went hunting. Wolf Moon entered the cave. I brought you something. She placed a piece of fur beside Xing. She sniffed. Female. She had already mated with the wolf hunter. The wolf hunter belonged to her. All the best things of the wolf tribe should be hers. How dare she take her stuff? Years ago, she wanted to make him her beast husband. He said he would never have a wife and would protect the wolf tribe for life. To get his attention, she turned all his friends into his beast husbands. But in the end, she still couldn't get him. Now, only a few of them remained in the wolf tribe. She thought that even if he didn't belong to her, he wouldn't belong to anyone. And now, Tang Wan had him. Tang Wan instinctively clutched her collar. Wolf Moon's gaze made her feel uncomfortable all over. It was as if she might be swallowed whole at any moment. I'll go back first. Tang Wan stood up and hurried out of the cave. On the way, she kept thinking, should I tell Wolf Hunter about this? But Wolf Moon just glared at her and didn't do anything serious. Wolf Hunter and Wolf Moon had known each other for many years. If she told him, would he think she was just imagining things? Suddenly, Tang Wan bumped into a beastman. Sorry, the beastman slowly turned around. Lame, back, one eye, with a face covered in fierce scars. Tang Wan was frightened by his appearance. She has never seen anyone so ugly in her life. The old beast stared at her with cloudy yellow eyes. Tang Wan felt that this eye looked familiar. Suddenly, someone grabbed her hand. Your tribe member said, thanks for helping us find someone yesterday, and brought gifts. Lang Chi pulled her away toward the distance. Lang Chi, who is that person? I've never seen him in the wolf tribe before. Stay away from him in the future. He's not from our tribe, Lang Chi said harshly. Then why is he here? Lang Chi stopped and looked disgusted. He insisted on following us. What can I do? There aren't many wolf beasts, and I can't just kill him. Just know that he's a cursed beastman. A cursed? Tang Wan didn't understand. Why is he cursed? Lang Chi crossed his arms and looked impatient. I told you. Don't ask if you'll regret it. Is this a very scary story? He ate beastmen. Tang Ruan's eyes widened suddenly. He ate people? Seeing her fear, Lang Chi thought she looked like a frightened little rabbit. He took a step toward her and deliberately licked his lips. Yeah, he ate a lot of beastmen. Fragments of images flashed through Tang Ruan's mind. A one-eyed wolf with scorched fur rushing toward her, and she threw a handful of sand at him. She ran desperately, with the wolf chasing behind. Later, she slipped and fell into the creek in the cave valley. She was hurt badly that day, and many things are now blurry. Looking back, the one-eyed wolf she saw in the woods that day was probably him. He was the wolf beast that chased her back then. Tang Zuan Chamber un con tolan. Lang Chi didn't expect her to be so timid. He hurried to explain, little female, I was just joking. He ate beastmen, but only their corpses. He was so hungry that he couldn't tell the difference. After beastmen die, they turn into beast forms. Some smaller beastmen do look like animals. But all of that is a lie. Only she knows the truth. He really eats people. Where's the wolf hunter? Tang Wan suddenly asked. Lang Chi pointed in a direction. Just got back. I think I was near the sweet potatoes. Tang Wan turned around quickly and ran in that direction. Hey, little female, don't tell on me. I was just joking. Lang Chi hurriedly caught up. Tang Wan saw Wolf Hunter and threw herself into his arms, holding him tightly. Only by doing this could she feel safe. The surrounding wolf people saw this scene. They all silently gave the leader a thumbs up. The leader is really impressive. In just one night, he made his wife unable to part from him. Someone had said before that the reason for the wolf moon was because the leader was not capable enough, so he only took in everyone else, but not him as a mate. Red Sweet was even more shocked. Her mouth couldn't close. It turns out that after mating, females become so dependent on males. He also wants to form a contract with Potato early. Wolf Hunter reached out and gently rubbed Tang Ruan's head. Be good, hold on a bit longer. I need your help with something. Wolf Wind and Wolf Emo helped Wolf Feather walk over, blood dripping all the way. Tang Wan focused and placed her hand on Wolf Feather's wound. Wolf Hunter held her shoulders, continuously channeling energy into her. Cold sweat slid down Wolf Hunter's temples.
Boss, I'm Fine.
Don't waste your energy anymore. Wolf Feather struggled to sit up, but Wolf Hunter pushed him back down. Don't move. Tang Ruan's gaze fell on Wolf Feather's body, on the large patch of blood-soaked fur. She closed her eyes. What they did every day was so dangerous. After a long time, Wolf Feather's bleeding finally stopped, and his wound healed about 50 to 60%. Wolf Hunter stood up, looking pale. Wolf Chi hurried over. Boss, how are you? Can you still use your powers? Wolf Hunter looked around at the other wolf people. Wolf Chi breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the boss's powers are still there. When Wolf Hunter was young, he once suffered a serious injury. His wound went through his entire chest, and he was about to give up. Wolf Hunter used his energy to keep him alive. He held on until the wound slowly healed. But after that, Wolf Hunter couldn't use his powers for a long time. Now, the wolf tribe needs Wolf Hunter's abilities to hunt in that dangerous canyon to survive. He must not lose his special power. The food brought by the groundhog orcs is enough for us to eat for a while. Recently, everyone should stop hunting in the canyon, Wolf Hunter said, walking around Wolf Chi, not giving Wolf Feather's father a chance to speak. Tang Wan hurriedly followed. Wolf Chi stood still, not moving for a long time. If his special power really had no problem, why did they suddenly stop hunting? Wolf Hunter just stepped into the cave. He staggered and almost fell. Tang Wan quickly caught him. She had already noticed he was not feeling well. But because it was energy consumption, she couldn't see any illness. Are you okay? She asked worriedly. Just a little tired. Can you stay with me for a while? Of course. I'll stay with you and not go anywhere. On the soft bed, Wolf Hunter curled up his body. He held Tang Wan in his arms like a baby. Soon, his steady breathing could be heard, but his brow was always tightly furrowed.
Tang Zuan.
Tang Wan. The voice of Sweet Potato came from the entrance. Tang Wan just slipped out of Wolf Hunter's arms, but was grabbed by him. She turned around and saw he still had his eyes closed. She comforted him. Be good, I'll be back soon. I just need to say a few words to Sweet Potato. He then let go of her. Outside the cave, Sweet Potato was rubbing his hands. I shouldn't disturb you at this time. He looked into the cave, but Potato's foot is a bit badly hurt. No wonder they never came back after leaving that day. I'll go back with you to check on him. Tang Ruan said quickly. No need, no need. Just give me some medicine. Potato is injured, I'll take care of him, and Wolf Hunter needs you too. I believe Potato will understand. Tang Wan hesitated for a moment and went back into the cave. She took out some medicine. Grind it up and apply it to his wound. If it's not better in 2 days, come find me immediately. Sweet Potato took it. Tang Wan hesitated again and said, Can you ask the clan leader if we can borrow some food from the wolf tribe? She wanted Wolf Hunter to rest a little longer.
Sweet Potato nodded. Okay.
I'll try to find a chance. He then took a shiny black ball from his pocket and handed it to Tang Wan. That day, Potatoes was injured by this thing. You should be careful with the wolf tribe in the forest. Tang Wan took it. It looked like a fruit, very hard, with hundreds of sharp tooth-like spikes on its shell, like a small sea urchin. Suddenly, a few lines of small text appeared in Tang Ruan's mind. Toothball fruit, seeds are edible. Raw, slightly toxic, safe to eat after heating, soft, sweet, and nourishing. Isn't this just a chestnut? The next morning, just after the snow stopped, Tang Wan went out carrying a bag. The place where the toothball fruit appeared last time was still covered with snow. She dug for a while, her hands turning red from the cold. During this, she was pricked by a toothball fruit, and blood immediately started to flow from her fingertip. Fortunately, it was cold, and she kept the blood in her mouth for a while, so it stopped. Tang Wan carried a big bag of toothball fruits and left the forest. She eagerly picked up a stick. She needed to flatten the toothball fruit so the seeds inside could be squeezed out. But because these fruits were very hard when frozen, Tang Wan hit them for a long time before she managed to a few open. Her noise attracted the wolf cubs playing nearby. "Shaman, what are you doing?" "Making something delicious. Come help." The cubs imitated her. They also tried to the seeds out of the toothball fruits. Tang Wan started a fire. She threw the seeds into the fire. Soon, there was a crackling sound. Several young cubs, scared, transformed into beast forms and ran about 10 meters away. But suddenly, they smelled the fragrant aroma coming from the fire. They returned. "Can the shaman eat now?" Tang Wan found a stick and pulled out the cooked seeds. Let them cool slightly in the snow. She peeled off the shell of a seed and tasted it herself. Sweet, soft, and sticky, sweeter than chestnuts with sugar. And it had a fresh fruit aroma that chestnuts didn't have. She happily stomped her feet. This was the best thing she had eaten in 3 years in the beast world. A group of wolf cubs looked at Tang Wan, drooling with hunger. Tang Wan shared some with them. The little ones eagerly stuffed the food into their mouths, chewing without even peeling the shells. Delicious. Delicious. "Witch doctor, I want more. I must say, the wolf beast has very strong teeth." Tang Wan showed them how to eat properly before handing the rest over. Then she quickly roasted the remaining food again. Everyone ate happily. When Tang Wan finally realized it, she suddenly remembered. She had planned to take some back for the wolf hunter to try. But all of it was gone? "Did you all finish the witch doctor's food? Do you have no shame?" It was Xingxing speaking from a distance. He had been watching for a while. Tang Wan thought he would soon join them out of curiosity. But surprisingly, the little guy was quite patient. Xingxing walked over. He was the oldest among the wolf pups, almost like a little king of children. He crossed his small hands on his hips and lifted his head proudly. "Go help the witch doctor find some more quickly." The pups received the order from their little king. One by one, they transformed into animals, holding Tang Ruan's big bag in their mouths, rushing into the forest like the wind. Tang Ruan hurriedly called out, "Be careful not to get hurt." Over there, Xingxing stayed where he was, not moving. After a while, he suddenly looked at her like a little adult. He spoke softly, "You need to take good care of yourself. Don't go into the forest alone. Otherwise, I won't be grown up yet and you might die. Thank you so much." Soon, the pups returned. Just as Tang Wan finished roasting the second batch, the noisy pups suddenly fell silent. She looked up in surprise. She saw that the wolf hunter had appeared in front of her without her noticing. Seeing him, Tang Wan raised her dark hand. In her palm was a freshly roasted nut ball. She offered it like a treasure, saying, "Wolf hunter, try this. It's really delicious." The wolf hunter stared at her finger, his eyes losing their warmth. He suddenly grabbed her and lifted her from the ground. He threw Tang Wan onto a soft bed. Then he lowered his head and bit her injured finger. Wolf hunter, he didn't give her a chance to speak. He reached out, wrapped his arms around her waist, and kissed her lips. Energy continuously flowed into Tang Ruan's body. Why does this person always give energy without warning? Tang Wan couldn't push him away. She could only reluctantly enjoy it. But maybe because, yesterday, he used up a lot of energy. Suddenly, a silver-gray tail appeared. Taking advantage of his adjusting his posture, Tang Wan quickly grabbed his tail. It was the first time a wolf hunter had his tail caught. Tang Wan held his tail with one hand and covered his mouth with the other. Wolf hunters shouldn't indulge openly during the day. The wolf hunter looked at her worriedly. "Wife, I am saving you." Tang Wan remembered what she saw yesterday, a small note in her mind, raw food with slight poison. Realizing he misunderstood, she hurriedly explained, "Cooked food isn't poisonous, and it's very tasty. Want to try?" Before he could answer, she reached out and put a small fruit, which she had been holding in her hand, into his mouth. The wolf hunter looked at her in shock. This fruit, even when the wolf clan was starving, some had eaten it. But those who ate it suffered vomiting and diarrhea shortly after, and eventually grew weak and died. He watched helplessly as his clan members died before him. Now she told him it was not poisonous? And she even put one in his mouth. But for some reason, the wolf hunter was willing to listen to her. Or rather, he was eager to see her hopeful gaze. Even if she truly wanted to poison him, he was willing. The wolf hunter chewed twice. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. It was the sweetest fruit he had ever tasted. No wonder those beasts couldn't resist eating so many. Tang, Ruan looked proud. Wife, what do you want to do most now? If he would die soon, she thought for a moment. She didn't have any particular wish. But from her observations over these days, the wolf hunter was a clingy type. He liked to stick close to her. Maybe I can stay with you, Tang Ruan said.
Yes.
I want to stay with you too. The wolf hunter hugged her again. Happily, he closed his eyes. She didn't know how long she slept. Her head was a little sore from sleep. Finally, the wolf hunter let go. He excitedly left the cave, calling the wolf clan to gather and collect the fruit. The toothball fruits are everywhere in the forest. Even when they cleared the square, they cut down many toothball trees and piled the fruits together. All these fruits are enough to support them for 2 more months. At first, the orcs didn't understand much. But when they heard it was said by Tang Ruan, everyone started to act. Soon, the wolf tribe's pile of toothball fruits was as tall as a tree.
Chief.
Maybe we should let the adult orcs eat first, and the young ones shouldn't eat yet, a female orc said worriedly. The wolf hunter understood her feelings. The young ones can eat potatoes first. We still have some meat. No. I want to eat toothball fruits. The young female orc's child jumped out. No causing trouble. I want to eat toothball fruits. I want to eat toothball fruits. The child pouted and grabbed the female orc's hand. More children echoed. I also want to eat toothball fruits. They taste so good. Mom, I want some too. Hearing the children's words, many wolf orcs looked worried. When did you eat them? We ate them this morning. The shaman gave us some. How can she give such things to the children? She ate some herself. Since the shaman said it's okay, it should be fine. But my father died because he ate toothball fruits. The orcs' discussion suddenly stopped. A huge pressure swept over them. The wolf hunter's gaze swept across everyone. I also ate some. The wolf hunter looked seriously at everyone. If I'm fine tomorrow, toothball fruits will be our main food to get through the cold season. But remember, do not eat them raw. Wolf Moon asked Star. Did you also eat some? Star nervously moved closer to Wolf Wind.
No.
I didn't eat any. Wolf Moon looked disappointed. When she looked up, she just happened to meet Wolf Wind's cautious gaze. Tang Ruan heard the orcs' conversation from nearby. She realized she had been careless. She didn't know that in her eyes, toothball fruits were like roasted chestnuts. But in the eyes of the wolf orcs, they were deadly poison. However, toothball fruits only cause vomiting and diarrhea. The real cause of death for the orcs was probably malnutrition. They were extremely weak, and due to vomiting and diarrhea, they lost their last bit of strength. Ultimately, as long as they could eat enough and eat well, they wouldn't lose their lives over small illnesses. Although pine nuts could fill their stomachs, they were low in protein. It would be great if they could find food with higher protein content. Her gaze fell on the wound on the wolf hunter's shoulder. The wolf hunter no longer needed to go hunting every day. The next day, everyone came out of the cave alive. They gathered at the entrance of the wolf hunter's home. Shaman, teach me how to roast it quickly. My little one kept bothering me all night. I tried one that my little one brought back. It's really tasty. Not like raw at all. Raw is very crunchy, and when you eat it, your mouth feels numb. This female beast's words confirmed Tang Ruan's guess again. They were simply malnourished. Strong-bodied beastmen wouldn't lose their lives just from eating a little. Good. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Tang Ruan was very happy. But roasting takes time. Today, I will teach everyone a simpler and tastier way. She looked around at the crowd. Wolf Yu was injured, Wolf Hunter was resting, Wolf Emo was unfamiliar, and Wolf Feng needed to take care of Xingxing. Lang Qi, can you go to the tumbleweed tribe with me? Lang Qi pointed to himself. Are you sure? The pot is too big. I can't carry it. Lang Qi pursed his lips, his gaze flickering between the wolf hunter behind her and herself. Are you really sure? Just the two of us going alone? The tumbleweed tribe doesn't seem to like me very much. That's exactly why I want to go with you.
To improve their opinion of me.
Hurry up and carry me, so we can get back before lunch. Why was this person so hard to command? If she could carry herself, she would just do it herself. I'll go with you, the wolf hunter's voice sounded behind her. Tang Wan immediately refused. No, you need rest, his tail just tucked away, right? Seeing his displeased expression, Tang Wan waved her hand and whispered in his ear, I don't want to sleep tonight holding a big gray wolf. Wolf hunter frowned.
She really disliked
his beast form? How about I let the boss carry you on his back and I take the blame, Wolf Chi suggested. Okay, let's do that. Before Tang Wan could speak, Wolf Hunter took the lead. His cold gaze fell on Wolf Chi. Wolf Chi shivered.
Tang Wan wanted to say something.
Suddenly, there were various coughs around. The clan leader is right. Yes, the clan leader is wise. Good luck and come back early, Tang Wan. Well, all right then. Wolf Chi took a deep breath. Saved his own life. They arrived at the Mole Rat clan. Tang Wan first checked on Potato's injury. Potato's wound was almost healed. They talked for a while, and Potato reluctantly saw Tang run off from the cave. You finally came back, but you won't stay with me for one night. In a few days, I'll come back to see you. She had only been gone a few days. Her best friend really loved her. Potato pouted. In a few days, there won't be a place for you here. Tang Wan was surprised, thinking she was upset, and was about to comfort her. But Potato's face was excited and blushing. Mom said, looking at the sky, there will be clear weather soon. At that time, it will be the full moon. Tang Wan excitedly grabbed Potato's hand, feeling happy for her. Congratulations, you finally married the sweet Potato. Married? Potato blinked in confusion. It means finding a beast partner. Potato smiled, her eyes narrowing into small slits. Tang Ruan's words sounded strange. The servant of the beast god was just different. Holding hands, they walked to Tang Ruan's cave entrance. Suddenly, Potato stopped. Her eyes widened in fear. What are you doing? Potato shouted loudly, startling nearby mole rat beastmen.
Why?
Why did you steal Tang Ruan's pot? Wolf Chi grinned mischievously. Just stole it. Why don't you bite me? Potato reached out and touched her small teeth. Tang Ruan quickly grabbed her hand. I need the pot to cook. Potato's eyes lit up. All the mole rat beastmen who heard this looked surprised. Wolf Hunter and Wolf Red. Tang Ruan is cooking. Big sister Tang Ruan is cooking, but it's for the wolf tribe. Seeing the groundhog beastman look disappointed, Tang Ruan suddenly felt like she had forgotten her family after getting married. She looked at Wolf Hunter. Wolf Hunter smiled and nodded. If everyone wants to eat, you can come back with me to the wolf. Quick, go get a bowl. I'm going. So, at first, 3 people went. When they returned, Wolf Red had a string of groundhogs on his tail. Hey, be gentle. You've pulled out all my fur. I can't help it. I already have 3 beast husbands. I can't ride on your back anymore. Who said that? Sitting on Wolf Hunter's back, Tang Ruan.
Did she just say?
She wanted Wolf Red to carry her? She felt like she had caused trouble. The pot was set up, the fire was lit. Tiger meat was cut into cubes and put in the pot, foam removed. Various spices, salt, and pepper were added, along with potatoes and pine nuts, all simmered together. Finally, a little wild chili was sprinkled on top. Wolf Red held his bowl, eating happily. Tang Ruan, what is this red stuff? It feels like my mouth is on fire. Just say if it's tasty or not. Though it was a bit hot, the pine nuts were sweet and meaty, and the potatoes melted in his mouth. And the tiger meat, surprisingly, wasn't bitter. If only she could be your beast wife. That would be so happy, Wolf Red sincerely praised. Other female beastmen wait for the male to cut the meat and bring it to their mouths. But Tang Ruan can do everything. And she's so gentle, so good to the boss. If only he could be like that too. Suddenly, Wolf Red shivered inexplicably. What was wrong with him today? He was warm from eating, so why was he shivering again? He looked up into a pair of icy blue eyes. Wolf Red turned away, continuing to eat meat and drink soup. Wolf Hunter came over to Tang Wan, trying to take the spoon from her hand. "Let me do it." "Sit down and eat." "No need, I just finished eating." The cook's privilege is to taste the first bowl. She really liked the way everyone gathered together to eat. When she was a child, she lived with her parents in a village. During festivals and holidays, everyone would come together for a meal. At the time, she didn't think much of it, but now, looking back, every moment feels like happiness. Later, her father passed away, and her mother remarried and moved to the city. She never experienced that feeling again. Suddenly, a pair of withered, branch-like hands appeared in front of Tang Wan. A one-eyed beast man with dull yellow eyes looked at her sadly. "Leader's wife, could you please give me some food?" Tang Wan stared into the one-eyed beast man's eyes, frozen in place. Why was he here? Did she mistake him for someone else? If it really was him, how dare he appear here? Isn't he afraid of the wolf hunters? The one-eyed wolf beast man pressed his dry lips together, looking very hungry. "Use my bowl." A groundhog beast man shoved his bowl into his hands. He thought Tang Wan was worried because the old beast didn't have a bowl and didn't know what to do. The wolf hunter stepped in front of Tang Wan, blocking her view. "You don't have to worry about him. He's not one of us." This old beast scared his wife. "It's okay, he's just one person." Tang Wan stepped out from behind the wolf hunter. She wanted to see if she had mistaken someone. As she served food, she asked, "I heard you're not from this tribe. How did you end up here?" The old beast's eyes lit up, staring at the food in the bowl, saliva almost dripping out. "I don't know where my people went. When I woke up, I couldn't remember anything. They gave me a bite to eat, and I survived. Later, I followed them." "Thank you, thank you." The old beast took the bowl with both hands, bowed to her several times, then respectfully and humbly backed away. Anyone who saw him would feel sorry for him. Tang Wan thought, so he has amnesia. That means she can't ask if he's the same one-eyed beast man she met. She turned her head and saw the wolf hunter looking displeased at the old beast's back. He noticed Tang Wan was watching him. He immediately put on a gentle smile and said, "I'll have someone chase him out of the tribe so you won't see him anymore. I must not let this terrible orc, who has eaten his own kind, stay near my wife." "Lone wolf hunter," Tang Wan suddenly asked seriously, "if someone tries to hurt me, what would you do?" Lone wolf hunter's face immediately changed. Tang Wan held his hand. "I mean, if. But I am not hurt. Kill him." He didn't hesitate at all. With that words, a strong pressure was released. It made several orcs, who were eating, lift their heads. "Got it," Tang Wan said with an awkward smile. Honestly, she couldn't remember clearly. Maybe she met another one-eyed wolf beast. If she told Lone Wolf Hunter her guess now, he would definitely kill that old beast. If he kills the wrong person, she would feel guilty for a lifetime. It's better to let Lone Wolf Hunter chase him away to a place where she can't reach him. Anyway, judging by his condition, he probably won't live many more years. Tang Wan decided to explore the woods again. Since she could find toothball fruit, maybe there were other delicious things too. On a sunny day, Tang Wan took Lone Wolf Hunter into the woods. Behind her, a few playful little ones followed. Following Tang Ruan's example, whatever she looked at, they looked at too. Whatever she picked up, they treasured and put into Lone Wolf Hunter's arms. Lone Wolf Hunter squatted down and patted the little one's head. "You're really great." The little one jumped and ran away happily. "You really like children," Tang Ruan blurted out. Lone Wolf Hunter turned his head, and sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, shining on his eyelashes. "Not really, I just hoped someone would praise me like that when I was a kid." Tang Wan looked at Lone Wolf Hunter in a daze. Thinking about his background, it wasn't much better than hers. At least she had a mother who favored boys and occasionally gave her some extra maternal love. Lone Wolf Hunter was picked up by his wolf father. His parents were probably no longer around. He probably lacked more family affection than she did. "From now on, I will praise you," Tang Ruan said. Lone Wolf Hunter blinked. Tang Wan realized that something seemed off about what she said. "What I mean is, we are family. A family should support each other. A family." Lang Lai chewed on these words, feeling his heart soften like melting ice. He was someone with a wife now, someone with a home. This feeling was really nice. Lang Lai walked over. He lifted Tang Ruan's chin and gently kissed her. Sunlight fell on their nearly touching eyelashes. It warmed and lit up their hearts. He bit me. Not far away, a cub's scream was heard. Lang Lai suddenly opened his eyes wide. He turned into a giant wolf and quickly moved to the source of the sound. Tang Ruan followed closely behind. One cub was crying loudly, holding up his hand. He was clutching a fat big mouse which was biting his lip. Neither the beastman nor the mouse was willing to give in. It was a fight to the death. The crying cub was heartbroken. Lang Lai transformed back into a human form and took the mouse from him. With a sound, the mouse's neck was broken. The cub's mouth was also saved. Tang Ruan instinctively touched her own neck. Sometimes, his gentle side made her forget that he was actually a fierce beastman. "Are you okay?" Tang Ruan went over to check the cub's wounds. There were 2 small bite marks, bleeding a little, but the wounds weren't deep. Beastmen probably don't need vaccines, right? She looked at the round, chubby gray mouse in Lang Lai's hand. It wasn't the usual city mouse. Where had she seen it before? She couldn't remember for a moment. "What are you using this for?" she asked curiously. "Shaman, this is very tasty. Roasted, it's even better," one cub proudly said. Another cub, seeing Tang Ruan interested, eagerly came over. "We'll roast it later and invite you to eat." Tang Ruan grabbed Lang Lai's hand and extended a finger. Her fingertip trembled. Humans naturally dislike mice, and she was forcing herself to stay calm for 3 seconds. Finally, she gathered her courage and poked it. Grass bamboo rats, rich in nutrients. She suddenly remembered. This creature looks exactly like the bamboo rat from her original world. The words in her mind kept going. Herbivore, simple diet, strong reproductive ability, mature in 2 months, maximum weight up to 2 kilograms, 45-day pregnancy, 8 to 12 offspring per litter. Tang Ruan's eyes widened with excitement. Not long ago, she was worried about a lack of protein. Now it's coming to her naturally. With such strong reproductive ability, as long as she cares for them well, they could multiply tenfold. 100 times. 1,000 times. Are there more around here? Tang Ruan's eyes sparkled. Wolf Hunter tilted his head to look at her, showing confusion. Does the wife like eating mice? What is her beast form? A fox? Or a cat? There are many. They just like to hide in their burrows. Shaman, I'll take you to them. A few cubs pulled Tang Ruan into the woods. Wolf Hunter followed closely behind. Wolf Hunter also helped. Soon, they caught 7 or 8. But Tang Ruan had a request. No injuries and definitely no killing. Wolf Hunter's special power hadn't fully recovered, and in beast form, when he struck with one paw, the bamboo rats turned into rat cakes. In the end, only 2 survived, and both were so frightened they developed PTSD. This won't do. This bamboo rat is sick. We can only eat it. Tang Ruan placed a foaming bamboo rat and a dead one together. You couldn't tell she was afraid or disgusted just moments before. Wolf Hunter asked his tribe members for help. They heard it was Tang Ruan who asked for the catch. The orcs were very excited. They now understood one thing. Following Tang Ruan definitely means good food. Ever since she arrived, the wolf tribe has stopped eating meat yesterday, and today they're eating mice. The beast god would be so amused if he knew. Wolfew kicked aside a snow pile and lazily walked to the side. Wolf Imo put a bamboo rat into his bag. Now is a special time. Just being able to eat enough is enough. And this thing, we also ate it when we were kids. I remember you liked it. Who likes eating mouse meat? Wolfew suddenly snapped sharply. Startled, Wolf Imo immediately fell silent. Only males without skills bring mice back. Males who bring mice back don't even have the right to return to their den. She said this, her gaze falling on the distant wolf hunter. Wolf Imo looked in the direction she was staring. It was indeed like that before. Isn't the clan leader also catching mice for his mate? He lost his special ability temporarily. Males without abilities are not worthy of mates. Wolf Mo lowered his head and stopped speaking. He knew that Wolf Moon didn't like him. They were together just to use each other, to serve her. But it didn't matter. As long as he could stay by her side, that was enough. Wolf Moon greedily watched Wolf Hunter's figure. Her mate had always been the best in the clan. It was true before, and always would be. From a distance, Wolf Hunter, with excellent hearing, caught her words. He carefully looked at Tang Yuan beside him. If I lost my abilities, would you think I am useless? Tang Yuan was busy counting the grass and bamboo mice in her bag. Without looking up, she said, No. I can take care of you, You will take care of me. Wolf Hunter thought he had heard wrong. His mate, his female, was going to take care of him? A female without a mate. She couldn't survive on her own. How could she take care of him? But then he thought again. Some females had many mates. And not all those mates were particularly capable. Some were just attractive or satisfying in certain ways. The female would bring food from other mates to feed him. Is that what she meant? Does she plan to find a few more mates to take care of him? Seeing Wolf Hunter suddenly quiet, Tang Yuan turned to look at him. She saw his sad blue eyes shining, his face like a Greek sculpture bathed in the sunset's golden light. She couldn't help but reach out her magic paw. She gently rubbed his face. You look so good. Even if you're useless, I will still take care of you. She smiled like a sneaky cat. Wolf Hunter felt very sad. It turned out he was so useless in her heart. They couldn't find more grass and bamboo mice, so Tang Yuan took a few more beastmen to cut a lot of grass by the stream. Near the cave where they lived, they found a smaller cave and put the grass, bamboo rats, and grass into it. Finally, Wolf Chi and Wolf Mo brought some large stones and blocked the entrance. Wolf Chi, with his hands on his hips, asked, Tang Yuan, when will we eat? Tang Yuan handed him a few dead bamboo rats. Tonight we'll roast these. Just these few? Wolf Chi looked disappointed. It's not enough for us brothers to fill our stomachs. Wolf Mo looked at Tang Yuan. He nodded honestly. You're too stingy. We worked all afternoon, and I thought we'd have a big meal. Wolf Chi greedily stared at the cave.
These can't be eaten now.
When can we eat them? Wolf Mo asked. Tang Yuan raised an eyebrow mysteriously. When they grow from 20 to 200. 200. Wolf Mo exclaimed in surprise.
Wolf Chi frowned.
Suddenly, he reached out and placed his hand on Tang Yuan's forehead. You didn't sneak some food when you caught the bamboo rats, did you? You're talking nonsense. Tang Yuan pushed his hand away. She told Wolf Mo and Wolf Chi about her plan to raise bamboo rats. After hearing the plan, Wolf Chi and Wolf Mo were excited. They had never thought of raising their prey before. With enough meat, we won't need to go hunting in dangerous places anymore. Wolf Mo's eyes shone with hope.
Tan Zuan not dead foodily.
I also have 2 sheep at the mole rat tribe. I'll bring them back in a few days. When they have lambs, we can keep breeding them. Sheep take a while to grow up, but in a few years, we'll have many sheep. Then I can eat lamb every day. Wolf Chi licked his lips. Eating all these strange foods every day, he almost forgot what lamb tastes like. Tang Yuan was amazing. No matter how Wolf Chi looked at her, he thought she was adorable. He couldn't help but reach out and pat her head. Don't touch my head. Tang Yuan, being small, struggled for a while and finally escaped from his grasp. Not far away, Wolf Hunter watched everything happening. She lowered her gaze, casting a shadow over her eyes. Dinner was still potatoes and roasted tiger meat with pine nuts. They had been eating this for several days. Fortunately, no one was tired of it yet. And today, there was a special, Tang's mouse meat skewers. Wolf Chi imitated Tang Yuan, using a stone knife to cut the meat into small pieces. Why make it so complicated? Can't we just grill it directly? You don't understand. This way, it's more flavorful. She had just unlocked the secret recipe for barbecue seasoning. Wolf lice squeezed between the two. A few flashes of cold light flickered. The meat was all sliced into neat pieces, ready for quick cooking with a slight change of knife. Wolf Lai, you're amazing. Tang Yuan clapped happily. Wolf Chi looked as if he suddenly understood. Why didn't I think of that? A few swift claw strokes turned the meat slices into small cubes. Tang Wan nodded in satisfaction. Wolf Chi looked proud. He then received a death stare from Wolf Lai. Silently, he took a step back.
Wolf Chi.
Stand next to Tang Wan and learn well. Wolf Moon's voice suddenly came from nearby. She sat on the ground, a sly smile on her face. Once you learn, you can make it for your wife. Then she won't have to work so hard. Her words were vague, as if implying that Wolf Chi would become Tang Ruan's mate in the future. Many wolf tribesmen had long wanted to marry the old clan leader's son to Tang Ruan. Everyone started to cheer. Wolf Chi, study hard. The clan leader is busy, so you should take care of the shaman. Exactly, there should be a responsible hunter and someone to serve the females. You and Wolf Lai have been close since childhood, like family. Who would have thought, in the end, you really became a family, haha. Wolf Chi, standing in the corner, said nothing. He seemed to accept everyone's words. Tang Wan waved her hands desperately. Everyone stopped talking nonsense. I don't plan to take a mate. Having Wolf Lai is enough for me. Shaman, don't speak too soon. There's no such thing as only one mate for a female. If you say it out loud, it's embarrassing. Exactly, a female stepped forward. We can't do anything now. The best males in our tribe are all interested in you. You don't know, she continued, when I had 5 mates before, those days were 1 person a day, and if we were in a good mood, we could even sleep together. The female beast looked dreamy. The orcs burst into laughter. Tang Ruan's face turned red like a monkey's. Is this really happening to her? Is it free of charge? Everyone stopped joking. The tribe leader will get angry. Tang Ruan carefully looked at the side of the wolf hunter's face. His hand was already clenched into a fist at his side. But he was trying hard to control his dominance. Everyone was right. Let Tang Ruan belong only to him. That would be too selfish. She needs more mates to take care of her. And if one day he were to die, what would she do? Finally, he smiled. Without saying a word, he turned and left. Tang Wan wanted to follow, but a female beast grabbed her.
Shaman.
You haven't finished teaching yet, Wolf Hunter, Tang Wan called after his back. A group of orcs hurriedly stopped her. Don't spoil him too much. Not even the tribe leader. All of us males will face this someday. Let him realize it early, think about you sooner. That's good for him. At least have 2 mates, a male and a female. How can he take good care of a female alone? Tang Wan was caught up. Only when everyone had eaten did she find a chance to run away. The wolf hunter didn't return to the cave. She looked around, found him in a hot spring in the forest. There are many hot springs in the cave valley. When Tang Wan arrived, he was lying in a volcanic crater. Inside the volcano, there was a large hot spring. The spring water was filtered through underground layers, and after entering the cave valley, it had very low salt content and could be drunk directly. Tang Wan approached the hot spring. Behind the misty steam, the moonlight shone on his smooth upper body. His shoulder wound hadn't fully healed yet. You're done washing, come up quickly. Your wound can't soak in water. What are you going to do up there? The wolf hunter lowered his eyes and took a few steps back. As if opposing her, he was almost completely submerged in the water. Come up, I need to talk to you. Today, she had to make things clear with him. She really didn't plan to accept a beast husband. Having just him was enough. In every way, he was perfect in her heart. Let's talk here. This isn't a good place. People might hear us, then you speak first. Tang Ruan. If I go down, my clothes will get wet. The wolf hunter looked up, his icy blue eyes showing the arrogance of someone in a higher position. Then take them off. Tang Ruan stared into his captivating eyes. She took off her clothes and stepped into the water. The wolf hunter looked at her in disbelief, his heartbeat almost drowning out his reason. Did he just give an order to his wife? And she actually obeyed. Does she really care about him that much? The wolf hunter came here mainly to clear his mind, to force himself not to have unrealistic thoughts anymore. Tang Ruan couldn't belong to just him.
But now he was wavering.
If he insisted, could she really only belong to him? But that would be too unfair to Tang Ruan. A female protected by only one beast husband couldn't survive a disaster. The wolf hunter took a deep breath. Tang Wan slipped and fell into the water. A few bubbles rose up. She showed her eyes. The hot spring water wasn't deep, but sitting on the ground, she could only be at this height. Tang Wan lifted her head and slid toward him. All right. Don't be angry anymore. I won't accept another beast husband, no matter what they say. She comforted her man herself. And seeing him get jealous, feeling that he cared about her, made her heart feel sweet. The wolf hunter watched her sway as she walked in the water. Fearing she might choke, he pulled her close. They were too close, their bodies pressed together. Tang Wan instinctively tried to break free from his hand, but she accidentally stepped on nothing and fell.
Tang Zuan.
Half a second later, the wolf hunter pulled her out of the water. Cough, cough. Why is the water so deep here? She saw him showing his shoulders and thought he was sitting. Turns out he was standing. Tang Ruan's head was just at Wolf Hunter's shoulder. So the water was just right, enough to drown her who can't swim. She stopped holding back and clung to him like an octopus. Hold me tight, I can't swim. Wolf Hunter's lips curved into a proud smile. He used both hands to support her in the water. Then he leaned down and kissed her. After a while, Wolf Hunter reluctantly pulled away. Tang Wan was slightly out of breath, her cheeks flushed. Under the warm steam, she felt a little dizzy. She realized that since she didn't push him away, he could kiss her for so long. But she didn't dare relax her grip, afraid she might fall in. Meanwhile, he still had one hand free to gently touch her slightly swollen lips from his kiss. Hold me with both hands, or I might fall. Does my wife not trust me? Tang Wan wasn't doubting him, she was doubting herself. She had gone swimming with her ex-boyfriend before and ended up falling into deep water. He took a long time to pull her out and she ended up coughing and getting pneumonia. He said it was because she was too heavy for him to lift. Since then, she's been afraid of any water that reaches above her head. Wolf Hunter's gaze on her gradually changed from confidence to a bit of disappointment. Tang Wan quickly said, "Of course I trust you." He happily smiled and leaned down to nuzzle her neck. "My wife." Feeling his body change, she shouted, "This isn't good. Let's go back." "Why?" Wolf Hunter looked at her pitifully. "It's not good to be seen." He raised his hand, and a blue ring of light appeared in the distance, then vanished quickly. "What was that?" Tang Wan asked in surprise. "It's a barrier created with my special power. Now no one can bother us." Wolf Hunter smiled like a student waiting to be praised. "Your special power is back." Tang Wan was a little happy. "Yes, a little. But I just used it." In the end, he still succeeded. When Wolf Hunter was about to do it again, Tang Wan had completely lost her fear of water. Because she realized that he truly wouldn't make her choke with even a single drop of water. But she was really tired. "Dear wife," Wolf Hunter's hoarse voice carried a gentle, lingering tone. Tang Ruan's expression stiffened. "It's over." It seems he has realized that being affectionate works on her. "No way." Tang Ruan pouted. Wolf Hunter looked at her, his expression not turning unpleasant despite her sudden change in attitude. Suddenly, she remembered a saying, "People who are loved always feel confident." So, has Wolf Hunter sensed her love? "I have a request. If you agree, we can go back." She learned to set conditions now. The beastmen were right. She shouldn't spoil him too much. But she was willing. Isn't he also spoiling her? "Yes," Tang Ruan nodded. "I want to be your first beast husband," Wolf Hunter said seriously. "From now on, no matter how many beast husbands you have, they must come after me. You must always believe. I am the one you can rely on the most. No matter what happens, I will never leave you. What if we get separated?" If she went back to her world. Wolf Hunter's gaze was firm. "Then I will find you. No matter where you are, I will find you." Tang Wan looked at him seriously. She knew these weren't just sweet words. He really would do that. "But isn't he now my first beast husband?" Wolf Hunter blinked. Realizing Tang Wan had misunderstood, he explained. "The first beast husband doesn't mean the first one a female has. It refers to the beast husband bound by a special contract. If one day the wife passes away, the first beast husband is considered irresponsible. He must either commit suicide or wait for the beast god's punishment." Many female beastmen now choose not to form a first beast-husband contract after their death, so their offspring can be raised by multiple males. Are you saying you want to die with me?
Tang Zuan Edgar Lim.
Wolf Hunter, isn't living better? The idea of sacrificing oneself was long just a fairy tale. No, it's not. He hugged her tightly. Without you, I can't live even a day. Tang Ruan lowered her head. She thought she loved him very much. But suddenly, she realized her love for him was less than 1/10 of what he felt. Because she had never thought that one day, if the wolf hunter was gone, she would go with him to die. Even if she thought about it now, she would only feel heartbroken. Not willing to die together. Moreover, she still didn't know whether she was human or beast man. Beast men live about 300 years. Humans reaching 100 years is already rare. If she agreed to be with him, it would mean taking away half of his life. That was too unfair. Let me think. The wolf hunter looked hurt. If I'm gone and you're gone, who will take care of our child? Tang Wan tried to persuade him. The wolf hunter lowered his eyes. You'll find another mate. Without their real parents, isn't the child very lonely? The wolf hunter suddenly looked up, probably thinking about his own background. Tang Wan said, even for my sake, you must stay alive. So, I will never agree to you being my first mate. Later, Tang Wan couldn't remember how long they argued. The atmosphere dropped to freezing point. Fortunately, she was sleepy. She almost fell into the water. The wolf hunter quickly caught her. She then took the chance to pretend to sleep. The last memory was him carrying her out of the water with one hand. A thick cloak wrapped around both of them. His hand protected her head, worried she might be hurt by low branches. Tang Wan suddenly realized that with the wolf hunter, she was actually not fat at all. She thought she could just brush this off. But she didn't expect that for several days. The wolf hunter left early and came back late, hardly paying attention to her. On the first day, he went to the mole tribe and brought her sheep back. On the second day, he went to the mole tribe again, trading meat for potatoes and some fruit. On the third day, he brought back potatoes. Potatoes clutched Tang Ruan's hand with one hand and covered her mouth with the other, acting love-struck. Did he really say that? That without you, he doesn't want to live even a day. The leader of the wolf tribe looks quite ordinary, but he has a very sweet mouth. No wonder he can deceive you. Are you misunderstanding something about being average-looking? Never mind, the aesthetic of the groundhog people is unique in the entire beast world. So, what do you plan to do? Potato asked. Of course, I strongly disagree. Potato thought for a moment and said, actually, I quite want Red Potato to be my first beast husband. The first beast husband is the highest among all your beast husbands. He is like the head of a family. My dad is the first beast husband. Potato's mother has 3 beast husbands. The second dad who still stays with her is not Potato's biological father. I heard that Potato's mother's first beast husband and Potato's father died in the forest of the Hidden Valley. But Potato changed the subject. Thinking about it is one thing, but I won't ask him to be my first beast husband. I can't bear to. Tang Wan looked like she was saying, see? I knew it. The wolf hunter standing at the cave entrance took a deep breath. He turned and walked out. After a moment, the sound of trees falling in the forest could be heard. Potato. The cold snap brought a brief warm period. Tang Wan took a few wolf tribe beastmen into the forest to find new food. She also helped Potato collect fruit seeds. In the groundhog tribe's tradition, during the bonding ceremony, the necklaces worn by females are made from different fruit seeds. The more types of seeds, the more abundant the food will be in the future. Tang Wan found a tree bearing yellow fruits. She placed her hand on the trunk and closed her eyes. After a moment, she opened her eyes. It was a fruit with little nutritional value and not very tasty. But its seeds could be used to make necklaces for Potato. She tiptoed and tried several times but couldn't reach. At this moment, she started to miss the wolf hunter. She was about to call other beastmen for help. A withered branch-like hand appeared above her head. It picked the fruit down. In an instant, Tang Ruan's muscles tensed up. She slowly turned around. An old one-eyed beast with a face full of scars and a pair of yellow tiger teeth was standing behind her. His face, full of scars, was twisted together, revealing his yellowed tiger teeth. It looked just like the terrifying wolf face from her memory, overlapping. Tang Wan took a few steps back. "Is the clan leader's wife afraid of me?" the old beast asked with a smile. Tang Wan instinctively nodded, then quickly shook his head. "Is it because I look scary?" "No," Tang Wan blurted out. "Then why?" He kindly handed over the fruit.
Do you
"Really remember nothing at all?" "Remember what?" The old beast blinked his cloudy yellow eyes. "I'm getting old, and I can't remember many things." Tang Wan quickly took the fruit and turned to run toward the area with more beasts. "Clan leader's wife. I remember now." Tang Wan stiffened and stopped. "I want to ask if you can help me talk to the clan leader so I can stay with you and have some soup. Otherwise, I might die in the forest." He hunched his back and coughed twice, looking very weak. Tang Wan didn't look back and ran quickly to join the other beasts. In the distance, the old beast slowly straightened up. His yellow eyes flashed with a cold light. "She still remembers. Then she can only disappear before the wolf hunt begins. Otherwise, he would definitely be the one to die." It was lunchtime, and Tang Wan was ready to go back with the beasts. "Shaman sister, someone said there's a tree with small red fruits." A small female beast with brown hair suddenly ran up to Tang Wan. "Who said that?" The small female beast looked about 4 years old by human standards. She blinked her big eyes and thought seriously. "I don't know who said it. Just someone said it." The small red fruits naturally made Tang Wan think of cherries. If he could find a cherry tree, the morning wouldn't be wasted. "Where is it?" "I saw it just now, over there." "I'll take you." Tang Wan followed the small female beast to a. At the end of was a cliff, with a fruit tree in front of it. The cliff blocked the wind and snow. The tree's bright red branches were full of grape-sized fruits. Tang Ruan's mood was excited. "Hurry and call everyone to help." She eagerly slid down placing her hand on the trunk. The big cherry tree is sweet, juicy, and matures in 2 years. It bears fruit in autumn, and the fruit doesn't fall, so it can be stored for a long time. Sure enough, just as she thought. She excitedly opened her bag and started picking the fruit. "Pick a few more to take back and share with everyone." Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound came from behind her. Tang Wan turned around and saw a huge tree trunk rolling rapidly toward her. The trunk hit the big cherry tree. The cherry tree broke apart with a loud snap. Countless fruits fell onto Tang Wan. The broken cherry tree and the cliff formed a perfect angle. Tang Wan curled up in this corner. She struggled to crawl up from the ground. Luckily, she reacted quickly. A wave of fear swept through her. Why was a tree trunk rolling down? Better to go back first. She climbed onto the half-height tree trunk. Suddenly, a large wolf face appeared in front of her. The one-eyed wolf with dull yellow eyes stared at her. Its open mouth dripped with sticky saliva. "Little female, your scent still smells as delicious as it did 3 years ago." Tang Ruan's eyes widened suddenly, and she threw her bag at it. Her bag contained flint and the fruit she picked. The one-eyed wolf's face was knocked askew. Seizing the chance, Tang Ruan climbed onto another tree trunk. But the one-eyed wolf was faster. It shook its head and bumped her away. Her back hit the cliff wall, and a bittersweet feeling surged up her throat. It hurt so much, as if her internal organs were bleeding. Tang Wan fell to the ground but forced herself to get up. She couldn't fall down. If she did, she would really die. "Are you not afraid that the wolf hunters will find out and kill you?" she said through the pain. "If you die, no one will know." The one-eyed wolf stepped forward. Its foul smell was disgusting. Suddenly, Tang Wan remembered what Lang Chi had said. He is a beast cursed by the beast god. "You ate me." Tang Wan looked at him with steady eyes. "Aren't you afraid of being cursed by the beast god and dying suddenly?" "Haha, cursed." The one-eyed wolf suddenly burst into wild laughter. "See the scars on my face? These are all curses from the beast god. But he can only curse me. He can't take my life." "My life." The wolf's words suddenly stopped. He stared with disbelief, his eyes wide open. Blood, smelling strong and foul, dripped from his neck. Soon, it pooled into a small puddle on the ground. Wolf Hunter's icy blue eyes were full of a bloodthirsty glow. He bit down the one-eyed wolf's neck, muscles twitching at the corners of his mouth. His white teeth, sharp as blades, pierced into its flesh. He kept growling in anger. I don't know how long it lasted, until the blood from the one-eyed wolf soaked his feet. He didn't let go. Wolf. Wolf Hunter. Tang Wan walked over and touched his paw. Wolf Hunter suddenly looked at her, his sharp gaze frightening Tang Wan, causing her to shiver. He loosened his grip on the prey. He took a step toward Tang Wan. Why didn't you take me out with you? Why did you hurt yourself? Why do you want to leave me? With each sentence, he took a step closer to her. Tang Wan instinctively stepped back. She wasn't even sure if Wolf Hunter still had his human sense of reason now. Tang Wan backed into a cliff wall. A sharp pain shot through her. Suddenly, she clutched her chest. Wolf Hunter. I am in so much pain. Wolf Hunter's pupils dilated gradually. In the blink of an eye, he reverted to human form. Lady wife. Lady wife, he held her helpless. I want to go home. Okay, I will take you home. A small stone fell with a tinkling sound from above the cliff. On top of the cliff, Wolf Moon's claws were deeply embedded in the tree trunk. She was so lucky. Not only did she avoid being hit to death, but that old beast didn't kill her either. Wolf Moon. Wolf Moon stiffened, then turned around with a smile. Wolf Mo, you're back. Wolf Mo carried a deer on his shoulder and approached her. Yes, the area above the valley is better than before, but there are still no good prey. I didn't find the cow you wanted, only caught this. Wolf Mo threw the deer in front of her. It hit her foot, startling her. What are you doing? She shouted sharply. Wolf Mo turned his face aside. Was it you? He pointed to the tree at the bottom of the cliff.
What?
What are you talking about? Wolf Mo suddenly looked at him, his dark eyes making Wolf Yu unable to read him for a moment. I'm not very smart, and I'm not as strong as Wolf Hunt or Wolf Chi. But I am a skilled hunter. He pulled Wolf Yu to the edge of the cliff and pointed to the tree trunk below. Those bite marks up there, I can tell they're yours. When Wolf Hunt comes to his senses, can't he see that too? Wolf Yu's eyes widened in fear. Just now, she had accidentally seen Tang Wan go down. In a moment of confusion, she didn't think much.
So,
what should we do? She nervously grabbed Wolf Mo. Wolf Mo angrily shook her off. If you don't want to make me your beast husband, I understand. If you want to eat beef, I'll sneak out of the valley to find some for you. Why hurt Tang Wan? Wolf Yu had never seen him so firm. After a moment of silence, she suddenly sneered. Wolf Mo, because all the best things should belong to me. I am the daughter of the tribe leader. If my father hadn't sacrificed himself to save everyone, and if my brother weren't useless, I should have everything the tribe has to offer, including the best male. I am the most pitiful one. Hearing Wolf Yu say this, Wolf Mo softened again. Anyway, don't do anything to hurt Tang Wan anymore. Otherwise, even you, the leader, will be killed. I will think of a way to handle this. Leader. The forest is on fire. Tang Wan had just finished his medicine and lay down. Wolf Chi rushed in like the wind. Wolf Hunt gave him a look. Startled, he almost fell over with a sudden stop. Leader, the forest is on fire, and we need your special power to put it out. Your special power. Send Wolf Yu. Wolf Yu, aside from some skin injuries, was almost fine. He wanted to stay with Tang Wan tonight, nowhere else. Wolf Chi's voice was weak, but Wolf Yu's power is wind, and the fire will grow bigger with the wind. Wolf Hunt remembered the forest fire in the wolf tribe. It was caused by a strong wind. In the end, even though he exhausted his energy, he couldn't control it. He clenched his fist. But now, he feels that as long as he leaves, he might lose his wife. Just like before, losing everyone he cares about. Wild Hunt. If we don't put out the fire, it will burn here too, Tang Wan weakly said. And she had already taken medicine. Now, she needed rest and quiet recovery. Wild Hunt pursed his lips, seeming to make a firm decision, and suddenly stood up. He walked to Wolf Chi. Stay here and watch her. Don't go anywhere. If you dare leave even a little, I will bite you to death. Wolf Chi touched his neck. Yes, boss. Wild Hunt walked to the cave entrance, then looked back at Tang Ruan. Only he, as her beast husband, couldn't protect her well enough. Tang Ruan had treated others many times, and finally, she treated herself once. She was really afraid of pain, so whenever she had energy, she tried to drive away her illness. Then, exhausted, she fell into a deep sleep. When she woke up again, she saw Wild Hunt watching over her, looking pale. She reached out and touched his head. "You're so good. How could I bear to let you die with me?" Wild Hunt slowly opened his eyes, staring at her blankly, his feelings mixed. If she wasn't worried about her getting hurt, who would want to share their loved one with others?
"Boss,
"I brought food for Tang Ruan." Wolf Chi's voice came from the door. He placed the things on a stone table. "Tang Ruan, thank you." Wolf Chi smiled happily at her, seeming not to want to leave. "Is there something?" Tang Ruan asked. Wolf Chi's gaze first fell on Wild Hunt's face, and seeing his silent approval, he said to Tang Ruan, "Everyone is looking for the clan leader for some matters. I'll stay here with you for a while." Wild Hunt's hand slowly clenched, veins bulging on his arm. Tang Ruan faintly sensed that something was wrong. "No need," she said calmly. But Wild Hunt had already stood up and was heading outside. Wolf Chi sat back in his original spot. Tang Ruan emphasized, "No need." Wolf Chi looked at her affectionately. "Tang Ruan, I can protect you with the boss in the future." Suddenly, anger and sadness surged in Tang Ruan's chest. She picked up the stone bowl on the table and suddenly threw it to the ground. "Can't you understand? I don't need anything." Wolf Chi froze for a moment. Tang Ruan's eyes were fixed tightly on Wolf Fly's stiff back. After a moment, he still stepped out of the cave that belonged to both of them. He absolutely couldn't let his selfishness cause even a little harm to his wife. Tang Ruan glared at Wolf Chi nearby. Before she could speak, Wolf Chi suddenly stood up. "I'm leaving, Grandma. I'm leaving right now. Don't worry about my health." Wolf Chi angrily went to Wolfew's cave. He paced back and forth, frantically scratching his head. Why was Wolfew's attitude different from what his older sister said? Seeing Wolfew walk in with a gentle smile, he hurried over and asked, "Sister, did Tang Ruan tell you herself that she likes me?" Wolfew replied casually, "Of course. Don't you like her too? But she's the wife of the eldest brother. And you don't like Tang Ruan. Why would she say these things to you? She didn't tell me. She was talking to someone else." Wolfew rolled her eyes impatiently. "How could mother have a son as useless as you, Wolf Chi? You're just trying to use me to break up the older brother and Tang Ruan. That time when the older brother was badly injured and muttered in his sleep. We all heard it. His mother had been mistreating his father. Because of this, the older brother didn't want a wife. Or rather, his wife could only have him as her beast partner." Wolf Chi said this, walking up to Wolfew. "If you had known this earlier, you wouldn't have turned the older brother's best friends into your beast partners. You wanted to provoke him, but then found out he didn't care at all. You. Wolfew pointed at Wolf Chi's nose in anger. Wolfew had bullied Wolf Chi since they were young. Now, seeing her angry made him feel a bit proud. He continued, "Your beast partners all died protecting you, yet you never felt sad for them. Now you want to use me to make the older brother think Tang Ruan and her mother are just like any other females who love one after another." Wolf Chi stared back at her with her gaze fixed on him. "What are you talking about? Who exactly are you related to?" Wolf Moon shouted loudly. Wolf Chi raised his eyebrows proudly. "Everyone in the tribe knows about you, and Wolfamo. Do you think the leader knows? Someone like you doesn't deserve to have the leader." Wolf Moon clenched his teeth tightly. Useless. The next day, Tang Ruan felt much better. She stepped out of the cave and took a deep breath of fresh air. Everyone in the wolf tribe was outside cleaning. Mama Potato and Wolf Hunter discussed holding the Groundhog tribe's bonding ceremony together with the Wolf tribe's moon watching festival. From afar, Tang Ruan saw a familiar figure. Her mood instantly turned sour. Just as she was about to turn away, the person greeted her willingly. "Little female." Wolf Chi ran over. Tang Ruan immediately stepped back 3 paces, ready to defend herself. "Don't come any closer. Let me be clear, I don't like you at all," Since she left her house, 3 female animals had asked her when she would accept Wolf Chi as her mate. They also said she clearly liked him but hadn't given him a proper status. She didn't know who spread that rumor. Gossip spreads easily everywhere. Wolf Chi looked wronged.
But we're friends. How can you not like me? So he always thought that way.
He cared about her because he saw her as a good friend? Tang Wan sighed in relief. She looked at the scratches on his face and his eyes, which looked as big as a panda's. What's going on with you? This is the prize of friendship. Wolf Hunter and Mama Potato came over from a distance.
Mama Potato aproket tang ruan.
Tomorrow, Potato and Sweet Potato will hold their bonding ceremony. You and Wolf Hunter should also come. Do we still need to? Tang Ruan asked Mama Potato. The bonding ceremony was just to get the beast husband mark. It wasn't as complicated as human marriage. Yes, Mama Potato looked at Wolf Hunter. More people make the beast god happy. Just help fill the crowd for Potato. Mama Potato had spoken, so Tang Wan had no reason to refuse. On the day of the moon watching festival, the bright full moon hung high in the sky. Mama Potato held the bonding ritual for the beast people. As the ancient, mysterious song began to play, Sweet Potato took the sharp knife from Mama Potato and cut a line across her chest. Blood, like beads on a string, flowed into the bowl held by Potato. She drank it all in one gulp. A small, peanut-sized brownish-red mark appeared on her neck. Sweet Potato gently touched the mark, and both of their faces showed happy smiles.
Tang Zuan Frauen Tai Li.
How could she forget? She still needed to make a cut. I now have my beast husband's mark. You don't need to do this, Tang Wan told Wolf Hunter. But when a female drinks the male's heart blood, the male can't betray her. Otherwise, it will cause him great pain. Tang Wan said, You don't need to do this. Wolf Hunter looked at her hair and smiled slightly. Just then, Mama Potato was about to come closer. Tang Wan grabbed Wolf Hunter's hand and warned him again, Don't take the knife later. We're just here to go through the motions. Wolf Hunter looked down and smiled silently. People from the Wolf tribe and the Groundhog tribe cheered together. Mama Potato handed over a bowl of clear water. Tang Wan was about to refuse. But Wolf Hunter took it and drank it all. Mama Potato nodded approvingly at him. What is this? Tang Wan sensed something was wrong. Mama Potato looked at Tang Wan. It's a special medicine that makes males stay loyal to females forever. If one day he betrays you, you won't need the help of the beast god. If you leave first, he will walk the path to the beast god with you. That's basically death. Did he just drink poison or a curse? Is there an antidote? Tang Wan asked anxiously. Mama Potato gently shook her head. Wolf Hunter came to see me many days ago. She looked at both of them with love. As long as you don't abandon your beast husband, he can stay with you forever. Just grant him one wish. After saying this, Mama Potato left. Tang Wan immediately grabbed Wolf Hunter's hand. But she couldn't feel any illness from him. You're crazy, she muttered, clutching his fingers tightly. She really didn't need to control anyone's fate. She refused to let him be her first beast husband. He was using this way to bind her life and death to him. You know, my life might be very short, Tang Wan said weakly. It's okay. I will do my best to protect you. If something unexpected happens, I won't let you leave alone. Tang Wan wanted to tell him that she might not live to be 100 years old. But he seemed to think that accidents didn't matter, as if saying it was pointless. It's our turn now, a familiar voice sounded. The Wolf clan cheered again. Tang Wan peeked out and saw Wolf Mo and Wolf Yu appear at the bonding ceremony, without her noticing when. Wolf Mo picked up a sharp knife and cut quickly and decisively. Blood even splattered onto Wolf Yu's face. Wolf Yu held a bowl mixed with Wolf Mo's blood and drank it impatiently. If she didn't have evidence to threaten Wolf Mo with harming Tang Wan, she would never agree to him becoming her mate. Why was this bonding ceremony not between her and Wolf Hunter? A few months passed in the blink of an eye. Under the careful care of the Wolf clan, the first batch of baby grass bamboo mice was born and became mothers. 2 wolf pups sat at the cave entrance, watching the grass bamboo mice nurse. The tiny mice looked like big peanuts. Not sure if any mice are sick today, sad mice, or mice missing Grandma Tai, one pup said expectantly.
Tan Duan approached.
Wanna eat? The two pups swallowed and nodded obediently. Tang Wan entered the mountain cave, caught a plump grass bamboo mouse from the corner, and handed it to the pups. Let your mom bake it for you. One pup happily took it. Thank you, Shaman, the other pup curiously asked. Shaman, what's wrong with this mouse? Tang Wan thought for a moment. It's a special mouse that wants to stay alone for a while. Grass bamboo mice. Although the pups didn't understand what a special mouse was, they happily left. Grass bamboo mice are very prone to illness, catching all kinds of diseases. Following Tang Wan, Wolf Hunter's steps paused. Potato is pregnant. I'll go check on her. Nothing will go wrong. Tang Wan helplessly turned around and looked at the big tree behind her. The cold snap was almost over, and the weather was gradually warming. She originally wanted to walk over by herself, but he insisted on following her. The wolf hunter stepped out from behind the tree. I'll take you there. When you decide to leave, we can go together. Tang Wan said, I might stay with the groundhog tribe for a few days. The wolf hunter's eyes sharpened as he thought for a moment. Nothing much has been happening with the wolf tribe lately. I'll stay with you. You'll be bored. Mom Potatoes has been asking us about farming. I can talk with her for 3 days. He talked with Mom Potatoes, but how could she talk with her? Besides visiting the groundhogs this time, she had an important matter to ask Mom Potatoes. Tang Wan turned away, gently touching her belly. In the end, he still followed her. After chatting with the groundhogs for a while, Mom Potatoes and Tang Wan left the cave. Tang Wan will stay here tonight. Come back tomorrow to pick her up. The wolf hunter looked at Tang Wan with concern. She had been very weak lately. Sometimes a cold breeze could make her cough for a long time.
He was really worried.
Red Sweet patted the wolf hunter's arm. On tiptoe, she whispered in his ear, being too clingy to the mate can also make her dislike you. His voice was too loud, and she heard. I'll go back tomorrow. Under her repeated assurances, the wolf hunter reluctantly left. Tang Wan eagerly looked at Mom Potatoes. Tribe leader, can you tell me now why? Usually, after forming a contract, beast men would get pregnant with their first child quickly. Tang Wan only learned about this after the ceremony. Most female beasts who attended the ceremony with her were almost all pregnant. Tang Wan could see a soft, light blue mist over their bellies. But she hadn't. Mom Potatoes took Tang Wan back into the cave. Inside, there were only the two of them. Some races can't have children with each other. Tang Ruan's mind froze. But she and the wolf hunter both really wanted a child to make their family complete. She asked stubbornly, what race am I? Can I be with the wolf tribe? Although she was human before, after crossing over, her senses had become much sharper, and she had gained special abilities. It probably still isn't humans. Don't you know? Mama Potato asked back. Tang Wan shook her head. I still can't remember what happened before. Mama Potato looked at her suspiciously. She walked to the corner and started searching. After a while, she returned and held out a small red gemstone, about the size of a broad bean. Tang Wan reached out her hand. As their hands touched, a red light like silk threads swirled around them. Within this red glow, Tang Wan saw the shadow of a groundhog behind Mama Potato. She opened her eyes wide in surprise. Mama Potato looked confused. How is that possible? What is this? Tang Wan asked curiously. She could actually see the shape of a beast. This is a treasure left by the beast god when sealing monsters. It can see through any beastman's shape. A kind of X-ray of the beast world? Then what am I? She asked eagerly. She was face to face with Mama Potato and must have seen something. Mama Potato shook her head. You can't see. Maybe. Tang Wan looked at her expectantly. Maybe the beast god doesn't want you to reproduce. Some beast men in the beast world have very terrifying beast shapes. To prevent them from destroying the world, the beast god seals their shapes. Sealed beast men almost lose all their energy. They naturally can't reproduce. But Mama Potato didn't dare tell Tang Wan these things. She was afraid that once she knew, she would try everything to break the seal. If she succeeded, it would be a disaster for the entire cave valley and even the outside world. Moreover, these are just her guesses. The beast god is just a legend. Tang Wan didn't want to give up. Let's try again. It's not a legend, Mama Potato interrupted her. My mother told me that the entire cave valley is where the beast god sealed monsters. At first, I didn't believe it. Until wolves really found many giant monsters in the canyon. Mama Potato's story sounded reasonable and all the details matched. But why doesn't the beast god allow us to reproduce? Mama Potato sighed. Perhaps one of your ancestors did something unforgivable to the beast god. Tang Ruan's family has been simple farmers since her great-grandfather's time. Her mother may not have been kind to her, but she wasn't truly evil.
So,
is it because of her wolf-hunting parents? Clan leader, I have a favor to ask, Tang Ruan pleaded. If one day Wolf Hunter asks you, just say it's because of me. Potato Mom thought for a moment. Wolf Hunter shouldn't be blamed for his parents' mistakes. But Tang Ruan still needs to tell him. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fair to him. Male beasts care a lot about their offspring. In fact, over 90% of male orcs want to mate mainly to have a child, to pass on their genes. If Wolf Hunter regrets, Tang Ruan clenched her fists tightly. She should have stopped him from drinking that cursed thing. She really would rather he leave than stay with someone who doesn't love her. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Mate, what's wrong? Tang Ruan only then noticed that Wolf Hunter's ears had been pulled into a strange shape. Wolf Hunter, I need to talk to you. She felt that telling him early would hurt him less. Wolf Hunter lowered his head. He signaled for her to sit down so they could talk face to face. Tang Ruan felt a little guilty. Let's just say it, Wolf Hunter didn't object. But she could feel the muscles on his back tense up. Her palms were sweating too. Wolf Hunter, we can't have children. I asked Potato Mom, and it's really impossible. It's because of me. If you regret it, we can go back and find her. Maybe there's a cure. She pushed herself to say it all. After shouting, she felt her heart almost jump out of her chest. For a moment, only her heartbeat could be heard. She didn't know how long passed. His beast form's voice was naturally very intimidating.
Tanzuan Shiver Involutia.
He was definitely angry. He might tear her apart. Wolf Hunter's bright future was about to be ruined because of her. Really? His tense back suddenly relaxed. Langley chuckled softly. You scared me. I thought something had happened to you. Feeling his calm and relaxed attitude, Tang Ruan asked uncertainly, you don't mind? Langley, not all cubs are very cute. And if you have a cub, you probably won't have time to be with me. Besides, if you are very fertile, many males will try to attract you. Why have you kept this a secret until now?
Good.
Good thing? Langley's thoughts are so advanced, even by modern standards. No wonder she liked him. In an instant, Langley transformed into a human form. He lifted her into his arms and playfully jostled her. He leaned close, speaking in a flirtatious tone, and if you weren't pregnant. He whispered something in her ear. Tang Ruan's face immediately turned red. She punched him in the chest. He was fine, but her knuckles hurt a little. His muscles were so tense, they felt as hard as stone. She knew he was doing it on purpose, because right now he was grinning at her with big teeth. Wife, Langley's eyes were full of passion. I want to take you home soon. No matter how delicious the food is, sometimes nothing beats the thrill of daring technology and tough challenges that make people nostalgic. Shaman, what is that? A small beast pointed at the stream nearby. Tang Ruan sat up straight and took a quick look. There was a small white animal floating on the water. It looked like a rabbit. She shivered and stood up quickly. She had been in the cave valley for over 3 years, but this was the first time she saw a rabbit. Rabbit meat isn't very nutritious, but spicy rabbit is really tasty. Tang Ruan decided to fish out the rabbit, whether it was alive or dead. Suddenly, a rushing water sound came. Star was the first to jump into the water. He moved steadily through the water. Tang Ruan also slowly moved toward him. Star grabbed the rabbit by the neck and pulled it out of the water. The rabbit's limbs hung limply, as if it had just died. No problem. Even freshly dead animals can be eaten. Tang Wan thought about the ingredients for spicy rabbit. Suddenly, Star shouted loudly. He threw the rabbit back into the water. Tang Wan hurriedly rushed over. She caught it again. That was close. She almost ate the spicy rabbit. Star's eyes widened, lips trembling as he looked at the rabbit in Tang Ruan's arms.
This.
What is this? What is this? Tang Wan looked down to see, but she was a moment too late. A rabbit face, with its skin peeled off and eyes gouged out, appeared in front of Tang Ruan. Two bloody, large front teeth looked like they could bite her at any moment. Tang Ruan's hand trembled, and she threw it away. She wondered why she didn't find it so scary when she was eating rabbit heads. A figure flashed by. The wolf hunter picked up the rabbit from the water and stored it in his space. Then, he helped Tang Ruan out of the water. "Are you okay?" he asked with a frown. "I'm fine. I was just a little scared," she replied. He looked at Star, who was standing stiffly in the water. When their eyes met, the wolf hunter was about to say something, but Star nodded slightly. He swallowed the words he was about to say. That wasn't an ordinary rabbit. Their father, the wolf wind, had taught him how to tell the difference between a beastman's corpse and a normal animal. That was clearly, Star, howled the wolf hunter, "Bring the cubs back." Tang Wan thought the wolf hunter was bringing the rabbit back for her to eat. But for several days, he didn't mention it again. Tang Wan also forgot about it. Anyway, she probably won't eat rabbits anymore in the future. A few days later, a few cubs carried a deer back from the stream. At first, they were very happy, but not long after, Tang Wan heard the female animal scolding. "Always picking things up and bringing them back. Do you even know what it is? Just pick. If you bring back anything else, I will punish you." Tang Wan couldn't hold her curiosity anymore. "Wolf hunter, is there something wrong with that deer? Is the stream water polluted? So, that's why dead animals kept appearing." If that's true, she wanted to tell the mole tribe. They also often go to the stream to gather. The wolf hunter blinked, not understanding. Tang Wan explained, "It means if something bad falls into the stream, it can cause trouble." The wolf hunter thought for a moment. "Then we should tell the mole tribe quickly." He suddenly grabbed her. "I've already sent someone. Don't worry too much. We can't be sure yet. It might not be a good thing." When the wolf wind returned from the mole tribe, the wolf hunter immediately stood up. Tang Wan followed him out of the cave. Wolf Wind looked unhappy. He had a gloomy face and turned to look behind him. The wolf Red pressed a boy with orange hair. The boy was very handsome, even with fresh wounds and old scars, covered in mud. But his charming peach blossom eyes and captivating expression couldn't be hidden. The mole tribe found him and has kept him for 2 days. The wolf hunter looked at him calmly, and his imposing presence made the boy lower his head. But he still smiled and said, "I believe you are the tribe leader. I am Huemo from the Red Fox tribe. I accidentally fell here. My tribe is all dead. Please, tribe leader, take me in." He then looked up at the wolf hunter behind Tang Wan. Tang Wan was staring at him in a daze. He looked very much like the little fox that appeared in her dreams. But they are definitely not the same person. The small fox's human form was smaller, and her demeanor was completely different. But they were both from the Red Fox tribe. Tang Ruan couldn't help but ask, "Are all your people dead?" Seeing Tang Ruan speak up, Humo's eyes immediately filled with tears. "My tribe was attacked by a group of wild beasts. They not only killed my people, but also ate them. If you don't take me in, I have no choice but to go back. Going back means only death." Some beastmen had gathered around them, watching curiously. Huemo looked at everyone with a pitiful expression. Many female beasts softened their hearts. "Maybe you should stay with us. We have enough food now, and we wouldn't mind sharing a meal." Exactly, such a beautiful and gentle male, if left alone, will surely starve. "Maybe I should take him in." The wolf hunter's gaze fell on the female beast who had just spoken. She immediately shut her mouth, and the other beastmen watching also fell silent. These females were really well protected. Even in such a situation, they showed no sense of danger. In the hidden cave valley, bodies of beastmen kept falling. It proved that many beastmen had gathered above. On the bright side, they might have fallen by accident. On a deeper level, they could be baits set by the beastmen above. To see if there was food in the cave valley, and if it was suitable for living. If it was suitable, they might try to take over this place. Even to the point of killing others to do so. Not all races were like the wolf tribe, which knew respect and gratitude. For example, the fox tribe was cunning and good at charming, loved by many females. The fox tribe originally grew strong through the influence of the fox king's wife. Among the foxes, the Red Fox clan was the most cunning. He said everyone was dead, but Wolf Hunter didn't believe it. Lang Feng, blindfold him and lock him in that cave in the canyon. Lang Feng was about to take Huemo from the Red Fox. The Red Fox hurriedly said, "Boss, there's no need for such trouble. I'll kill him for you." He was about to attack. "Stop," Wolf Hunter ordered sharply. He looked coldly at everyone present and said clearly, "No one is allowed to touch him." Everyone answered together. After the Wolf Hunter left, Lang Feng also took Huemoli away. Lang Chi looked innocent and stood there, asking, "Did I say something wrong again?" Lang Mo walked over. "This fox can't be killed. He might have been sent down from above to check us out. If he can't go back, they will send more beastmen down." Lang Yu added, "So, we must send him back. But before that, we need to make him understand that this place isn't suitable for living." He hurt his leg and stayed with a female beast for 2 days, still unaware of the valley situation. Leaving him there is the best plan. Lang Chi thought of the cave. It's the only way out to the canyon, like a mound of ants sticking out of the ground. When they hid in the cave, they often saw monsters peering inside. Huge, red eyes rolled strangely. Without his brothers around, Lang Chi would never stay there. It's just like the demon lords. Lang Chi blinked and suddenly realized. "Lang Mo, when did you become so smart? So, I guess I'm the dumbest in the wolf clan?" The surrounding beastmen couldn't help but laugh at Lang Chi's words.
Only lang montagsmelet kvittli.
He's never been stupid. He just has a low status and wants to be friends with them. So, he's willing to be the most indecisive one. "Do you know him?" Back inside the cave, the Wolf Hunter asked. Tang Ruan quickly waved his hands, worried he might misunderstand. "I just remember, I think I know someone from the Red Fox clan." Lang Hunter took a few steps. Tang Ruan's beast form is still unknown. Could she be from the Red Fox clan? "If you remember and you are from the Red Fox clan, I can let him stay." No, Tang Ruan said anxiously. "I don't remember anything. For her, the Groundhog tribe is her family and the Wolf clan is her current home. Everything else doesn't matter to her. She just wants to live well here with Lang Hunter. I don't care about past events anymore." Yes, Wolf Hunter still looked worried. "But if you remember anything, you must tell me." Wolf Hunter took out a piece of snake meat from his space. "How about we roast this tonight?" Tang Ruan saw the neatly cut snake meat with its skin still on. Suddenly, she leaned against the wall and vomited. "What's wrong?" Wolf Hunter asked anxiously, helping her. "It's nothing. Maybe I've been eating too much meat lately." To use up the bamboo rats, she ate 3 meals a day, giving it her all. She wanted to release them back into the forest, but couldn't do it all at once, worried about damaging the ecosystem. "I'm going out for a walk to pick some wild fruits," Tang Ruan said. "Okay, I'll go with you." Wolf Hunter accompanied Tang Ruan into the forest. They just happened to see a few female animals gathering fruits and chatting. "Did you hear? Recently, animal corpses keep appearing in the stream. The young ones thought they were prey and carried them back. I heard it was first noticed by the shaman. But the groundhog people are so simple. It seems they haven't figured it out." The female animal's voice suddenly stopped. They looked at each other with wide eyes.
"So, that day.
Was the body she carried actually a human corpse? A body without eyes or skin? Was it a human body? Tang Ruan leaned against a tree and vomited again. Wolf Hunter looked displeased at the 2 female animals. The 2 female animals. Tang Ruan wandered around again, but still couldn't find anything she wanted to eat. Finally, she reached her breeding center. There were 4 or 5 small animals being raised here, all capable of stable reproduction and with short breeding cycles. Only her 2 sheep. They were different from those in her original world. It takes more than 2 years for them to reproduce. When will she be able to enjoy lamb skewers? Gulp. Thinking of lamb skewers, Tang Ruan's stomach growled uncontrollably. Wolf Hunter, are you hungry? He pointed at her stomach. It says it's hungry. Tang Ruan, even if you're hungry, you can't eat. Those are her sheep, raised since she was a child. Unless something happens to them, she would never eat them. She stared longingly at the two sheep, as if the aroma of cumin filled the air. Want to eat lamb? Wolf Hunter asked. Is it really that obvious? Don't kill my sheep, Tang Ruan warned seriously. They're my treasures. From now on, they will rely on these two for mutton and sheep milk. Wolf Hunter, aren't your treasures me? When did he learn to say such things? Anyway, if even one sheep is lost, I will hold you responsible. Wife. Wolf Hunter crossed his arms, looking helpless. It's not me who wants to eat them. Although Wolf Hunter said that, the next day, he still let her have the mutton. Wolf Hunter placed a dead black mountain goat in front of Tang Ruan. Where did you find this? In the forest. Isn't there no more sheep left? Thinking he might have gone hunting outside the valley for her, Tang Ruan was very worried. Keep looking, we'll find some, Wolf Hunter said with a smile. He opened his face. There's one more thing for you. A blue light shone on the ground. A small, light chicken gently landed with a cluck. Tang Ruan looked at it for a while before recognizing, this is the chicken I raised. She ran over and picked it up. You're really amazing. You've been a dog for so long and haven't died. She stroked the chicken's feathers happily and looked up. Seeing Wolf Hunter watching her with anticipation, she said, Of course, the most powerful in the world is still my beast husband. He spent the whole morning finding the only black mountain goat in the cave valley. Wolf Hunter smiled affectionately. Actually, he didn't find it in just one morning. It took him all night and the whole next morning. But his wife had been very sleepy lately and didn't notice him going out. Wolf Hunter cut a large piece of mutton and left it for Tang Ruan to enjoy slowly. He trimmed the rest, removing the meat from the bones. He handed the meat and bones to Wolf Chi, who had learned well from Tang Ruan, cooked a pot of mutton stew with potatoes. They hadn't eaten together in a long time. Plus, recently they mainly ate snake and pig meat, so they enjoyed it very much. This potato tastes even better than the meat. I haven't eaten potatoes in many days, and actually started to miss them. Only Wolf Moon kept fiddling with a few pieces of mutton in his bowl. Other wives get to eat meat, but I can only eat her leftover bones. It's not bone. It's the meat that the boss scraped off the bones. The meat next to the bones is the tastiest. Try some. Lang Mo took a sip of soup and put the meat from his bowl into Wolfyu's bowl. Wolfyu took a deep breath. I can endure these hard days, but I can't tolerate what's inside my belly. I want to eat roasted lamb leg. If you can't hunt tomorrow, you don't need to come back. She put down her bowl and left. Wolf Chi held a spoon, looking at Wolf Mo with sympathy. Haven't you been bullied enough by her since you were young? Wolf Mo smiled slightly. You don't understand. I still don't understand. Wolf Chi waved his arms excitedly. I was bullied by her since I was little, Wolf Chi. Shouted Wolf Lai. If you're done eating, go deliver food to Humo. Wolf Chi pouted. He still thought Wolf Mo was the silly one. Wolf Chi threw a piece of rotten snake meat into a small hole. Hurry up and eat. If you don't, I'll take it away. We can't even feed ourselves. And we still have to feed you. Wolf Chi mimicked Wolf Li's instructions. Humo, hiding in the corner of the hole, muttered crazily. Don't come near. Don't come near. Don't eat me. Ah! He suddenly lunged at Wolf Chi. Wolf Chi quickly stepped back. The hole is only big enough for Humo's arm to stretch out. He desperately waved his arms. Please, let me go back. This place is too scary. Those monsters want to eat me. They're right above my head, wandering around every day. Wolfki smirked proudly. Living in the cave valley isn't as easy as you think. Fragile races like yours are just food for monsters if they come here. Wolf Lai said, pushing Humo back into the hole. Humo plopped down on the ground. Listening to the footsteps fading outside, he slowly got up. He brushed the dirt off himself. Sneering coldly, he looked toward where Wolf Chi disappeared. Monsters are indeed scary, but compared to the dirty, terrifying tricks of the fox tribe, what are they? He pinched the rotten meat with. He raised his hand and threw the piece of meat out of the hole at the top of his head. A large, bat-like monster flew by and caught the meat just in time. Suddenly, he looked serious. He sat back down in his original seat. "Huemo, my little darling, I am here to see you." A chubby groundhog squeezed into the small hole. She carried a bag that was about her size. Huemo hurried over and caught the groundhog. They looked at each other with deep affection. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. The groundhog transformed into the appearance of Mushu's wife. "Darling, you've suffered here," Mushu's wife said with concern. "It's not hard, as long as I can see you every day. Even if I have to stay here forever, I am happy." Mushu's wife moved her plump body and pouted playfully. "If they don't let you stay, I will leave with you." She moved so much that Huemo almost couldn't hold her. He planted his feet firmly and steadied himself. "I brought you some meat from the bamboo rat." Huemo put her down, and Mushu's wife took out the meat from her bag like a treasure. "Eat quickly," Huemo wolfed down the food. Mushu's wife watched him eat, as if admiring a work of art. In the past, she thought groundhogs were attractive. But she realized she was wrong. Only the handsome and sweet-talking beastmen of the wolf clan suited her. "Most adorable wife. What are you looking at?" Huemo asked with a smile. "What did you call me?" Mushu's wife blushed and widened her eyes shyly. Huemo showed a hint of bashfulness. "Anyway, you'll be my wife sooner or later. Aren't you going to accept me?" No. "Of course not." Mushu's wife was very excited. How could she refuse such a handsome male? "I just haven't told the clan leader yet. She only listens to the wolf clan now and probably won't hold a marriage ceremony for us." "It's okay," Huemo said, holding her chubby face gently. "As long as you're willing to be with me, I don't care about the rest." He leaned in and kissed her. Mushu's wife was lost in the moment. She reached out to pull at his skirt. "Master wife." Huemo gently held her hand. "Tell me again about the good life here, okay? I really want to quickly fit in here, even if it just adds to our fun." "Ha ha ha. You don't know, big brother, that stinky fox was almost scared to death. I think if he stays any longer, he'll lose his mind." Wolf Chi laughed loudly, recalling Humo's reaction earlier. Wolf Lai nodded. "All right, tomorrow you and Wolf Feng will take him out." Wolf Lai looked at Wolf Feng. "Okay, boss. If you give me instructions, I will tell him." Wolf Chi curiously asked, "What instructions?" Wolf Lai replied, "You don't need to know. Wolf Feng will tell him. Just learn from him." The next day, Wolf Chi and Wolf Feng moved the big stone beside the canyon cave. Humo sat blankly in the middle of the cave, looking up at the hole above. Seeing the two come in, he pointed to the top with his hand. "Do you think monsters can come through such a small hole?" Wolf Chi said, "Of course not. If a monster can squeeze through such a small hole, it wouldn't be a monster." He laughed loudly around Humo. Humo lowered his head, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "If it were a bit bigger, then it could come through." Wolf Feng frowned and looked at him. "What do you mean?" Humo suddenly stretched out his arms and shouted wildly, "Eat me. Come on, eat me. You really want to eat, right?" Wolf Feng's face darkened. Wolf Chi patted his shoulder. "Don't argue with the crazy one. Just get him out of here. He's bothering me." Wolf Feng blindfolded Humo. They took him along the only safe path from the cave to the valley. All the way, Wolf Feng kept feeling like there was something rustling behind him. But when he looked back, there was nothing. "I feel like something is following us," Wolf Feng said. Wolf Chi sniffed around. "It smells like ground squirrels." After the two left, a chubby groundhog emerged from the ground. Tang Ruan, Tang Ruan. In the middle of the night, Tang Ruan was awakened by crying. She opened her eyes and saw Potato carrying her belly and kneeling beside her. "What's wrong?" She quickly sat up. Potato rubbed her eyes. "My older brother hasn't come back since yesterday. His wife is also missing. Someone saw them heading toward the wolf tribe. Don't cry. I'll ask the wolf hunters to help find them. The wolf tribe and the groundhog tribe have already gone to look. Mom told me to stay here and keep you company." Realizing this, Tang Ruan noticed the cave was empty. She had been focused on Potato and forgot everything else. Don't worry. The wolf tribe is fast and good at jumping. They will find them, but what if they can't find them? Potato cried loudly. Tang Ruan knew she was experiencing prenatal depression, especially with this happening. She gently hugged her. They will be found. I believe they will. The wolf tribe brought the person back. Tang Ruan hurried over to check on Muxu. Just unconscious. She should wake up soon. Everyone sighed in relief after hearing Tang Ruan. If we had been a little later, she might have been eaten by wild dogs, said Wolf Chi, wiping blood from his face. We are very grateful. We will never forget this kindness, Potato's mother said, about to kneel before Wolf Chi. This was the first time Tang Ruan saw Potato's mother act so humbly. Even when the wolf tribe captured them all, she remained calm and respectful. Children truly are every mother's weakness. Seeing this, Wolf Chi quickly helped her up. Wolf Hunter also stepped in to stop her. The greatest credit goes to the Groundhog tribe, said Wolf Hunter. We? Potato's mother asked in confusion. Wolf Hunter looked at the tired, red-faced Sweet Potato. He discovered the hole leading upward and was the first to come out of the valley, finding Muxu. Sweet Potato. Potato threw herself into Sweet Potato's arms. I didn't expect you to be so brave. Boo-hoo. Sweet Potato was also trembling. He has never been outside and doesn't know how scary the outside world is, especially the orcs who even eat their own kind. But seeing Potato so happy and crying tears of joy, he feels that all of this is worth it. But why did my older brother leave the valley? Potato choked out. Wolf Hunter stepped forward. Sweet Potato in the cave also smelled the scent of Mrs. Tapioca. He might have gone out to find her. But based on our tracking, I think his wife might already be. All the groundhog orcs lowered their heads in understanding. Thank you so much. Potato's mother bowed deeply to all the wolves. That female beast keeps shouting to go out, saying only the male beasts outside are worthy of her. If she wants to go, let her go. Potato's mother waved her hand. In the crowd, two groundhog males looked at each other. They approached Tang Ruan. Suddenly, they knelt down with a loud thud. Please, shaman, wake up Tapioca. Help us save our wife. What are you trying to do? Wolf Hunter immediately stepped in front of Tang Ruan. The two groundhog orcs were so scared they hugged each other. Go back, Potato's mother shouted sternly. Because a male beast who loses his wife is considered the most useless. In the future, he won't have a wife. And among the three of them, only Tapioca has cubs. They haven't even had cubs yet. So, the wife can't die. Even though they were trembling like leaves, they stayed in place. Tang Ruan stepped out from behind Wolf Hunter. I can only help you wake Tapioca. You need to ask him where your wife is. As for saving people, the wolf tribe doesn't owe you anything. It's up to you whether you have the courage to go save her. The groundhog tribe was grateful to her, but the wolf tribe didn't know her. She had no right to keep causing trouble for the wolves. Moreover, leaving the valley is very dangerous. Both Wolf Chi and Wolf Wind were injured, but they didn't mention it. The two males looked at each other, about to say something. Tang Ruan simply bypassed them and went to Tapioca. She knelt down and placed her hand on him. A swirl of purple energy surrounded her body. She focused her mind, and the purple energy gradually faded away with her will. Suddenly, a force struck her stomach. Tang Ruan fell backward onto the ground. The purple energy surged back. Everyone rushed forward. Wolf Hunter held Tang Ruan in his arms. Potato Mom grabbed her hand. Suddenly, she noticed a faint red circle around Tang Ruan's beast mark. She rubbed it gently and checked again. Wolf Hunter. Potato Mom exclaimed happily, your wife is pregnant.
I'm pregnant.
Tang Ruan was dizzy and felt something pressing down on her, making it hard to move. It was like a hand covering her eyelids, forcing her to close her eyes. Wolf Hunter tightly held Tang Ruan's hand. A wave of energy flowed from his hand into her limbs. The force pressing on her also became warm, but it seemed heavier. Wolf Hunter, don't give her any more energy. If the baby wants the mother to rest, the more energy you give, the more control the baby has over Tang Ruan's actions. Wolf Hunter's hand suddenly loosened. How can this be? Potato Mom looked around. She confirmed there were only the three of them inside the cave. Then she asked, "What kind of beastmen are your parents?" Wolf Hunter turned to look at Potato Mom. "Does that matter?" Potato Mom didn't ask further but continued, "If one of your parents is a very powerful beastman, your baby might inherit their form and special abilities." Wolf Hunter thought of his father. He was the strongest beastman he had ever seen. Both his powers and form were terrifying. If your baby is too strong, Tang Ruan might not be able to control him.
What will happen then?
Wolf Hunter asked anxiously. Potato Mom stepped closer to Tang Ruan, looking at her with love. Babies have a natural instinct to survive. They will do everything they can to absorb the mother's energy to be born safely. Female beastmen also have a protective instinct. When their bodies are weak or they don't want the baby can be absorbed. However, when the baby is much stronger than the mother, the female animal cannot control the baby's movements. The baby might drain the mother's last bit of energy to be born successfully. Of course, Mama Potato didn't say this out loud. But Wolf Hunter probably guessed it. From what happened with Taro, it's clear. He doesn't allow Tang Ruan to waste energy on others. He might even kill Tang Ruan to be born. Wolf Hunter's eyes showed fear. This was the first time Mama Potato saw such an expression on his face. She nodded. That might happen, but I haven't seen it myself. Wolf Hunter took a deep breath, his eyes flickering. When he first learned Tang Ruan was pregnant, he was happy. But just a moment later, he was already thinking about how to kill the baby. Is there medicine to kill the baby? Wolf Hunter. Tang Ruan felt a sudden surge of strength. She seized the chance and sat up quickly.
Tang Zuan.
How do you feel? Wolf Hunter gently stroked her face, excited. I feel great, had a good sleep. She heard everything they said. She didn't think the baby was harming her. On the contrary, she thought he was a caring child. He wouldn't let her tire herself, just wanted her to rest well. So thoughtful. I haven't slept so peacefully in many days. Tang Ruan stretched lazily, adding exaggeratedly. She glanced at her belly. There was a faint blue light on her stomach. It flickered, as if greeting her. Take him in. We don't need the baby. I won't allow you to be hurt. Wolf Hunter held Tang Ruan's shoulders firmly. That blue light suddenly disappeared. Just as Tang Ruan was worried, it reappeared again. It flashed once and slowly entered her belly. As if telling her, I'm here, I'm fine. Tang Ruan paused. Suddenly, she understood why she hadn't realized she was pregnant all these days. It was because the baby was afraid of Dad. He could even hide himself. Amazing! A sense of pride from her mother's heart made Tang Ruan smile happily.
Tang Zuan.
What's wrong with you? Why are you smiling so happily? Wolf Hunter asked confusedly. Tang Ruan. Wolf Hunter, don't you think our little one is super talented? What's that? In the forest, under a big tree. Tang Ruan drew a snake, a sheep, and an earthworm on the ground. Baby, even though you're only 3 months old, starting today, Mom will do prenatal education for you. We want to raise a super talented creature who wins at the starting line. Tang Ruan's belly flickered slightly. First question, among these 3 pictures, choose which one is a snake. The blue light quickly focused on the right side, the earthworm. Tang Ruan elongated her voice. The blue light immediately flashed to the left. Tang Ruan gave a thumbs up. Great. Remember, snakes have small teeth. When you are born, don't play with snakes. The blue light flickered once, as if she agreed. Potato Mom watched from afar, feeling happy. See, Tang Ruan really loves this little one. Why don't you all stay with him? Wolf Hunter reached out and took a bag from Potato Mom's hand, storing it in his space. I'll handle it. Potato Mom turned and left. Suddenly, Tang Ruan turned around and saw Wolf Hunter. She excitedly ran toward him. After a few steps, she remembered she was pregnant and slowed to a brisk walk. She reached Wolf Hunter and said excitedly, Wolf Hunter, our little one is a genius. He can understand what I say. At first, I thought it was just a coincidence, But I just taught him that 1 + 1 = 2. Seeing that Wolf Hunter didn't respond much, Tang Ruan gently patted her belly. Baby, show your father. 1 + 1 = Her belly flickered twice. Look, look, look. Tang Ruan was so excited. Who in the world, at just 3 months pregnant, can play 1 + 1 = 2 with his mom? Seeing Wolf Hunter just smile without speaking, Tang Ruan suddenly remembered that only she could see the various auras around the beastmen. Could Wolf Hunter be jealous of her? She generously said, if you want to say something to the little one, I can help you pass the message. To her surprise, he had really thought of something. The Wolf Hunter looked at Tang Ruan with a serious face, staring at her belly, as if she were prey. A faint blue glow hovered around him, barely visible. Do you want to come into this world? He asked. The blue light flickered briefly. Tang Ruan smiled playfully and said yes. Second question, the Wolf Hunter continued. Do you want us to be your parents? The blue glow shimmered again. Tang Ruan said, Wolf Hunter, ask something useful. He's our child. Of course we want to be his parents. All right, the last question. The Wolf Hunter's eyes grew cold. If one day your existence threatens your mother's health or even her life, would you willingly be absorbed to protect her? Wolf Hunter, what are you talking about? Tang Ruan suddenly pushed him. This was the first time she had physically pushed him. Although her strength wouldn't hurt him, her action made his eyes fill with indescribable sadness. She was willing to push him away for their child. Tang Ruan looked at her hand. What was wrong with her? It was as if someone was controlling her hand and her emotions, making her push away Wolf Hunter. Wolf Hunter. Tang Ruan softened her tone. Please don't always think the worst. Do you trust him? No matter how strong he is, he's our child. No child would hurt their mother. She gently wrapped her arms around Wolf Hunter's waist. He took a deep breath and hugged her back. Sorry, I was too nervous, he said.
No.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have hit you, she said. Did she really think she could hurt him? Her heart ached terribly. He nuzzled her hair with his chin. Madam, there's something I haven't told you. My mother was killed by my father, he said softly, holding her more tightly, as if afraid she might run away. My father is a very powerful beast man, but he was often abused by my mother. One day, he lost control of his beast form. Feeling her pushing him, Wolf Hunter held her even tighter. Tang Ruan, are you afraid of me? Do you want to leave me? Are you scared of the baby in your belly?
Lang Lai murmuret.
A huge fear overwhelmed him. It was like falling into a whirlpool, with pain and anxiety pulling him down. Tang Ruan couldn't break free. Suddenly, she raised her head and bit his chin. Lang Lai looked down. Tang Ruan puffed up her cheeks and said, What are you worrying about for no reason? Did I say I would leave you? No, Lang Lai answered obediently. Come here and stretch your neck. Lang Lai bent down and placed his chin on her shoulder. Tang Ruan suddenly turned her head and bit his neck, leaving a row of small teeth marks. Lang Lai stayed still. Do you think I'm afraid of you? She said proudly. Only then did Lang Lai realize he had just done something very dangerous. He had offered his most vulnerable neck to her, almost giving his life into her hands. And he had been bitten. But when Tang Ruan asked him to do that, he didn't feel uncomfortable at all. In fact, she had also exposed her most fragile neck to him. She trusted him so much. Lang Lai smiled. I'm not afraid. And one last thing, Tang Ruan said sternly. If you try to take my baby again, don't blame me if you get old. He won't help you. After saying that, Tang Ruan proudly lifted her head and walked away, as if negotiating with her unborn child. I was joking. Your dad has no teeth anymore, so you can't help him hunt. Wolf Wind appeared beside them without warning.
Lang Lai refocused.
How is it? We've guarded the exit for 3 days now, and we haven't seen any beastmen coming in or out. And outside, there are many beastmen passing by in the distance. Preliminary judgment suggests they might be heading toward Dongdong Valley. They're also investigating us. Guard the exit well. If anyone comes in, kill them all. The only safe exit from Dongdong Valley is a large gap between 2 mountain formations. The gap is several hundred meters long and dozens of meters deep. But only one spot is just wide enough for a beastman to pass through. This means that as long as they don't leave, the enemies can only come one at a time. One by one, they are wiped out. How about beyond the creek? Our side and the groundhog tribe are guarding it. So far, only bodies have been found. The cliff above the creek also leads into the cave valley. Tang Wan fell from there. The outside orcs probably noticed this early on. That's why they kept throwing orcs down. But clearly, this is a dangerous and risky path. So far, only Huemo has survived. Hopefully, he can bring back the bad news. Boss, what if they keep throwing orcs down? Wolf Wind asked worriedly. Every day, more bodies are found, making everyone nervous. Especially on the groundhog's side, several have fainted from fear. It won't go on forever, Wolf Hunter said, looking toward the creek. Huemo has already taken the message back, but they might not trust this fox. That's why they keep testing for a while longer. What if we encounter an orc that didn't fall to death? Wolf Hunter's eyes turned cold and sharp. Lies are best told by one person. Two people will always have disagreements. As Wolf Hunter predicted, after a few days, no more bodies fell. For several months, Cave Valley returned to its usual calm. The females who participated in the alliance ceremony gradually gave birth. Potato also had a chubby little black baby. Tang Wan couldn't help but poke her face. Chocolate mochi. I thought you'd have many babies. I prepared this for you. Tang Wan took out 5 small knitted blankets from her bag. She had made them herself over the past few months, spinning yarn, cutting knitting needles, and knitting them. Cave Valley is warm all year round. It's a bit cold at night without covers and too hot with them. This blanket is just right. Potato happily took it and studied it for a while. It's okay. We can change one each day. But you're right to some extent. She had a hint of bitterness on her lips. At first, there were 5 of us. Because of my older brother, I wasn't in a good mood. This affected the baby's growth, so I could only keep the strongest one. Tang Wan patted her shoulder. How is your older brother? Potato sighed. He still won't come out of the hole. He says there are wild dogs outside that might eat him. He also isn't thinking about looking for his mate. Seeing her mood was low, Tang Wan changed the subject. Potato, you're really amazing. You can tell how many babies are in her belly, and you can even tell if they're healthy. Potato looked surprised. Can't you? Should she be able to? Potato glanced at her belly. There was no change from 3 months ago. She asked curiously, Tang Wan, I really want to know what kind of beast form do you have? The wolf pups probably don't need to stay inside for so long, right? Tang Wan also wanted to know. Even if she was pregnant after 6 months, she should be showing. The wolf hunter said his father was a very powerful beastman. But she didn't know exactly what kind. Could it be a divine beast like a qilin or a dragon? If the babies are descendants of ancestors like their grandfather, would she have to carry them for hundreds of years? Suddenly, Tang Wan felt life was hard. She needed to find a chance to ask the wolf hunter clearly. Tang Wan, wolf hunter, suddenly stepped into the cave.
Just as she was thinking about him,
Sweet Potato hurried after him and started packing things. What's wrong? Potato asked. There was noise outside the cave, sounding chaotic. They're here, Sweet Potato said nervously. He slung his bag over his shoulder. Finally, he picked up Potato, who was holding her babies. They quickly ran out. Wolf Hunter also transformed into his beast form. Tang Wan climbed onto his back. Who exactly is here? She had a bad feeling. Beasts from outside. Aren't they not supposed to come in? Tang Wan was shocked. They can fly, he replied. From today, the mole rat tribe will live together with the wolf tribe. I hope everyone will obey Wolf Hunter's arrangements. Potato's mother stood on a large rock, speaking to the tribe members. The mole rat beastmen gathered, looking scared. They had already lost 2 tribe members to being eaten. The outsiders, the beastmen outside, were not just talking, they truly wanted to eat everyone. The wolf tribe beastmen on the other side also looked worried. Although they had seen scenes of orcs eating each other before, they had just started living peacefully here. Could it be that they have to go back to the way things were before? Suddenly, a strong wind blew in, accompanied by a strange, gurgling sound. A pair of large gray-brown wings appeared above everyone's heads. In an instant, the orcs screamed and scattered. A giant owl swooped down. A flash of blue light streaked across. No one saw clearly what happened. The giant owl was hit against the cliff wall and sank deep into the rocks. Next, a black wolf pounced on it. It bit through the owl's neck. Feeling it wasn't enough, it pulled hard, and the owl's head fell to the ground. It rolled clunk into the middle of the wolf and orc group. A few female orcs backed away in fear. Only Wolf Moon stood still without moving. Wolf Mo turned into a human form with bloodstains on his face and walked up to her. He gently touched her face. "I have taken care of the one who killed our cubs." Wolf Moon looked at the owl's head on the ground and showed a cold smile. He was quite capable. Actually, she had already absorbed the cubs from Wolf Mo. She didn't want cubs with such low bloodline. She had just been waiting for the right reason. Today, the owl tribe happened to eat 2 groundhog orcs right in front of her. She said she was frightened and accidentally absorbed the cubs. Wolf hunters and the others had also returned. All the owl tribe in the cave valley have been dealt with, Wolf Hunter told everyone. He quickly walked up to Tang Ruan. Everyone was covered in blood. Wolf Chi was supported by Wolf Yu, limping behind. "Flying high is impressive, but I bit through their necks." Tang Ruan looked at Wolf Chi. His leg was injured, not deep but enough to see the bone. Easy to get infected. Now all the orcs relied on them to protect everyone. Wolf Chi absolutely couldn't get hurt. Tang Ruan turned to look at Wolf Hunter. Wolf Hunter looked away, giving silent permission. She walked up to Wolf Chi and placed her hand on his arm. "Little one, Mom needs to save people now. Don't cause trouble. Uncle Wolf Red, please get better soon so you can protect us." The blue light on his stomach flickered briefly, as if understanding her feelings. After a moment, Wolf Red's wound healed. Wolf Hunter wanted to give Tang Ruan some energy, but she refused. "I'll be fine after a nap. You should save your strength." Wolf Hunter didn't insist, because he wasn't sure if the 7 owl beasts he had just killed were all of them, or just the vanguard. "Everyone stay together," Wolf Hunter announced. "We will guard day and night to keep everyone safe." He looked at Wolf Mo, Wolf Red, Wolf Wind, and Wolf Feather. They all answered together. "Chief, Potato Mom came over. You've just been through a fight and are very tired. Why not rest? We'll keep watch." The groundhog beast's form is small and good at hiding. That's perfect for the task. But they had just seen the most frightening scene of their lives. Now everyone was shrinking back. Wolf Hunter looked around and said, "No need. I can keep watch," Red Sweet stammered as he stepped forward. Wolf Hunter smiled at him slightly. "You can't watch the whole creek by yourself." "Me too." Another short, chubby groundhog beast raised his hand. He stepped out and added, "I already have 2 cubs. I'm not afraid of dying." The other male beasts looked at each other. More males stepped forward one after another. "Dondong Valley is our home. We must defend it. If Dondong Valley is taken, I don't know where I can go. If they come in, they will surely eat us all. Since we're all going to die anyway, might as well fight." Seeing the brave groundhog beasts so courageous, the female wolves also stepped out. "It's not just males who can fight. I can easily bite a male to death." "Exactly. My former mate was no match for me. My cub will be an adult in 2 years. Chief, take him along to train." "Me too. I want to go. I can bite a fox to death." The wolf pups transformed into mighty beast forms and jumped out. Seeing everyone so united, Wolf Hunter felt like the wolf clan was returning to its most prosperous time. Back then, no matter how big the problems, the wolf clan was never afraid. Tang Ruan tightly held Wolf Hunter's hand. "I'll prepare the food. Wait for you to come home." In the evening, everyone gathered together and had a good meal. Late at night, Hong Xiu, who was on patrol, was called away by Wolf Hunter. "I have a plan, but it's very risky. Are you willing to try?" Outside the cave valley under the starry sky, a jackal beast was holding a huge bone, covered with deep and shallow tooth marks. "I'm going to eat you," he muttered in his sleep. Suddenly, a small dirt mound appeared on the grass behind him. Next, another small dirt mound appeared in front of his knees. Finally, A small dirt mound also appeared behind his ears. 3 groundhogs simultaneously poked out half their bodies
and bit him at the same time.
Ah! The jackal beast let out a loud cry. Nearby, the sleeping orcs woke up one after another. They saw the jackal beast transforming into an animal shape, chasing after something no bigger than his paw. Save some strength. This little bit of meat isn't enough to fill your teeth, another beast said. If you get too tired, don't blame me for making you breakfast tomorrow. The jackal beast chased the groundhog far into the woods. I'm going to eat you for a midnight snack. The insect chirping in the forest suddenly stopped. A flash of icy blue light flickered, and the insect sounds resumed. Wolf Hunter used the groundhogs to distract the enemies, attacking one by one. They spent the whole night eliminating 6 orcs. Actually, their original plan was just to check the total number of enemies. If possible, they would take out 1 or 2. But during the investigation, they discovered that these orcs came from different tribes. They were very uncooperative and even ate members of each other's groups. So, they gave them many chances. You have no idea how awesome I was last night. I bit a lion's nose. I bit a dog's tail. The male groundhogs kept bragging in front of their mate. They went out last night with a firm resolve to die, without telling their families or their wives. Now they have returned victorious. The wives eagerly greeted them with kisses and hugs. Those who did not participate watched with envy. The wolf clan leader, are you going out again tonight? I want to join. One of the beast husbands of the cassava wife approached the wolf hunter. If he could join the fight, maybe a female would look at him differently. Not now. The male beast looked disappointed. Is he being looked down on for being too weak? The wolf hunter looked down at him and explained seriously, the enemy is probably on guard now. We need to strike unexpectedly. I'll let you know when it's safe. He reached out and patted the male beast's shoulder. In that moment, the male beast felt recognized by the wolf clan leader. A sense of pride swelled inside him. He turned to his companions and said, Listen, the wolf clan leader said next time I'll come along. I'm indispensable. Tang Wan heard his words and exchanged smiles with the wolf hunter. Suddenly, Tang Ruan's face stiffened. Tang Wan reached out to cover her stomach. She had just felt a punch land on her belly. A fist-sized lump was moving under her skin. Sometimes it moved from the left to the right, sometimes from the right to the left. Seeing this, Tang Ruan was so frightened she almost fainted. Many orcs also saw her condition. Everyone suddenly fell silent. What is that? Is it a baby? Why is it moving so clearly? The wolf hunter quickly picked up Tang Ruan and headed into the cave. Many other orcs followed. Wolf hunter, am I going to die? Is my baby going to break out of my belly? Tang Ruan clung to the wolf hunter in fear. The wolf hunter frowned and said, Now you're scared? He's so naughty, but you can still absorb him. The baby was happily rolling around. The wolf hunter placed her on a soft bed, looking serious. Would you rather be hit to death than absorb him? Tang Ruan sat up and looked at her slightly protruding belly. The baby was innocent. He is so young and doesn't understand anything. He wouldn't know that this could hurt her. Wolf Hunter looked at her with a cold expression. Fine, I won't interfere anymore. Suddenly, he let go of her hand. Tang Ruan was shocked to see him. Sure enough, no man is reliable. Okay, I'm leaving. Tang Ruan got up. He didn't care about her anymore. She decided to go back to her family home and sleep with her potato today. She took a step forward. Suddenly, she turned around and directly threw Wolf Hunter onto the bed. The force was stronger than they expected. Wolf Hunter worriedly tried to push her away. He pushed twice but suddenly realized that Tang Ruan was completely still. Master, you should get up first, he said, his voice hoarse as she pressed down on his chest. The nearby beastmen saw the scene. 0-0. Everyone disperse. Tang Ruan is fine. Everyone go back now. Potato Mom shooed everyone out. Tang Ruan also wanted to get up, but she seemed glued to Wolf Hunter. Several blue light beams tightly bound her and him together. Wolf Hunter saw this too. You can't leave, he said with a smile. Tang Ruan was angry and felt her chest hurt. You don't care about me anymore and you won't let me go? Wolf Hunter looked innocent. I'm talking about not interfering with the little one's matters anymore and not letting you absorb him. He brushed her messy hair behind her ear. He understands. Why haven't you? Suddenly, Tang Ruan realized. That blue light wasn't Wolf Hunter's special power. It was the little one's. Afraid she wouldn't understand. Wolf Hunter explained, only a few high-level beastmen have intelligence while inside their mother. Just now, he was moving inside your belly, probably heard everyone talking and wanted to come out to join the fight. When I was a child, I also rolled around inside my mom's belly whenever I heard about battles. So that was it. No wonder he didn't seem so worried. Then why did you let me absorb him? Tang Ruan said angrily. I was worried it would be to you, he said, gently touching her eyebrows and eyes. Anyone, even his own flesh and blood, if it caused his wife too much pain, wouldn't deserve to stay in this world. I am not tired. Kai Kai is so well-behaved. Tang Ruan couldn't help but speak kindly about Kai Kai, even though she was terrified just a moment ago. And when you spoke just now, he stopped moving. This little one has always listened to you since he was young. Kai Kai, yes, yes, yes. Is it not because he was threatened? But he also knows how to keep his mother close. That's a good boy. Just for that, I'll keep him. He places his hand on Tang Ruan's belly. A soft blue glow gathers in his palm. The wolf hunter cannot see the glow, but he feels a soft, squishy little ball rubbing against his hand. His heart instantly feels warm, like being soaked in gentle water. Have you thought of a name for him? The wolf hunter asks. This is the first time he cares about the future of the little one. Tang Ruan excitedly sits up. I haven't decided yet. For now, I'll call him Kai Kai. Kai Kai, hearing the wolf hunter call his name for the first time, Kai Kai excitedly does a backflip and bumps into the hunter's palm. Tang Ruan winces in discomfort. An inexplicable chill suddenly passes through Kai Kai. Kai Kai stands straight inside her belly, even though he is still just a small ball. Kai Kai, you must protect your mother, the wolf hunter says seriously. If one day I am no longer here. He keeps the rest of his words in his heart. He doesn't know if the little one inside truly feels his emotions, but he nods under his palm. Outside Dongdong Valley, there are 26 male beasts left, all powerful beast-shaped orcs. Some are even 3 to 5 times stronger than wolf clans. Before the volunteer orcs go into battle, the wolf hunter stands with his hands behind his back, explaining the current situation. It's okay, we believe in the wolf clan. Yes, we believe in them. A few groundhog orcs shout. The wolf hunter smiles slightly. But I don't believe. Hearing this, the groundhog orcs exchange awkward smiles. Their earlier confidence suddenly disappears. If we fight head-on, we are definitely no match for them. We need to find a way for them to use up some of their strength on their own. Use up? Can they even fight among themselves? A new mole beast orc said. Yes, they will fight among themselves. The wolf hunter looked at everyone. Red Sweet shyly raised his hand. A few days ago, I found some orcs biting and killing weaker animals of other tribes while they were sleeping, then eating them. The wolf hunter nodded approvingly. Wolf Feather added, their weak animals sleep on the outer edges. We can kill one weak animal and throw it into another group to make them notice and cause trouble. But most of their weak animals have already been eaten. They still don't leave, which shows that other parts of the beast world are even more dangerous. So, we might as well wait and wear them down. Wait until they can't take it anymore and fight desperately. Both methods the wolf hunter will use. But not for too long. We need to kill all of them before the next group of orcs arrives here. Otherwise, the secret of the cave valley will be exposed. Once we've dealt with them all, we will block the stream completely from above. He has decided to stay here forever. Maybe wolf beasts should roam the wilds, but he only wants to live quietly with her in a small cave. The wolf hunter's plan was very successful. The orcs outside the cave valley quickly started fighting. 5 orcs died in the chaos. But the same method can't be used twice. If we can directly attack the center, maybe we can cause more chaos again. The wolf hunter and Wolfink squatted on the ground, studying battle plans. Tang Ruan came over. Are you planning to attack the person in the middle directly? The wolf hunter stood up, put his arm around her shoulders and discussed. Using supernatural powers makes too much noise and will surely be noticed. Going straight there and escaping unscathed isn't realistic. Do we need to kill him?
Tang Wan asked. If possible, yes.
Tang Wan thought for a moment. I have an idea, though it might not kill him, but it won't let him live well either. Following Tang Ruan's instructions, they went into the forest to find things. The wolf hunters tightly packed 2 cloth bags and placed them far away. They squatted next to Tang Ruan, took the small stick she held, and sharpened it into a Y shape as she asked. Then tie this on, and the slingshot is ready. Tang Wan tied a piece of animal tendon onto it and picked up a small stone from the ground. She placed the stone in the slingshot, aimed at a small bird in a tree. The beastmen cheered loudly. Shaman is so skilled. What's that? I want to learn too. A young one shouted. Shaman is amazing. Tang Wan smiled awkwardly, because only she saw a faint blue light just now. She was the first to make the bird fall. It was probably done by the young one, really giving her some face as an older mother. This slingshot is very accurate. You can keep it for the young one to play with, the wolf hunter said to her, smiling. Perhaps he noticed her little secret. Tang Wan quickly changed the subject. Before we leave, the wolf hunter will use his special power to freeze honey water into a ball. Everyone practice quickly. The honey ball should be shot as far as possible. Okay, the wolf hunters responded in unison. Under the night sky, outside the cave valley, near the dead volcano, a group of beastmen was resting on the ground. Suddenly, several shooting stars streaked across the sky. Amber-colored small balls fell among the beastmen. The farthest one directly hit the Lion King's nose. He roared angrily, and the beastmen nearby woke up. The beastman responsible for protecting the Lion King rushed forward. After a moment, he took out a sticky, cold little ball from beneath him. What is this? The old Lion King asked. The beastman held the small ball, looked at it for a while, and sniffed it. Then, unexpectedly, he licked it. It's honey. It must be the bear tribe's doing. The old Lion King's face twitched with anger. Because we ate 3 of their people yesterday, they are using such low tricks to get revenge. There are many around here, the beastman said. Don't worry about them. They went outside to guard. When they saw someone throwing things, they killed him to give everyone extra food. Yes, said the orc, transforming into a strong male lion. The Lion King called him back. By the way, I want to eat fox meat tomorrow. There's only 1 cub left. The Lion King sighed regretfully. The fox tribe was captured by them along the way to be used as backup food. They didn't expect to finish it so quickly. If only they hadn't thrown away that one. He didn't see it come back, so it probably got hurt or fell. Kill another one tomorrow and eat fresh meat. Then the Lion King went back to sleep. In the distant grass, the wolf hunters and the wolf named Chi opened their bags from different directions. There was a rustling sound from inside. A swarm of dark insects crawled out. As soon as the insects smelled the insect-repellent herbs on them, they hurriedly crawled away in the opposite direction. Soon, the sounds of the orcs came from the volcano's mouth. Something's biting me. Why are there so many bugs? Hot weather causes bugs. What a fuss. Ah, these bugs bite so painfully. Late at night, a few orcs were breathing heavily. I think I got fire poison. Me too. I feel like I'm going to die. The lion beast responsible for watching the fox cubs was lying on the ground, breathing heavily.
Go.
Bring me some water. A teenage boy with orange hair, about 15, immediately got up and searched through the lion beast's bag. Suddenly, the bag moved.
He was so scared he sat down hard.
Then, the bag was flipped over. A groundhog's head peeked out. Follow me quickly, the groundhog said sharply. The boy looked back once, then immediately turned into a beast form and followed the groundhog into a hole. His beast form was not much bigger than the groundhog, probably due to long-term malnutrition. They moved easily through the narrow tunnel. After a long while, they finally reached a wide cave. The little fox saw Fox Mo and immediately transformed into a human form and rushed over. I thought I'd never see you again. My sister was eaten, my aunt was eaten, everyone. Fox Mo hugged him tightly. So, you must live well. He pointed to another opening connected to the passage. Run straight along here. The end is the Chaos Beast City. It's very dangerous there, but it's also your only chance to survive. Big brother, won't you come with me? He understood what he meant. Che tightly held him, refusing to let go. I still have something very important to do, he said, looking at Mushu's wife. In the dark, Mushu's wife shyly lowered her head. Che looked at him sadly, his golden-orange eyes like two small suns in the darkness. They lit up all the darkness and pain Mo had endured these days. Live well. One day, I will find you. After saying this, he pushed Che away with force. Che looked back at him. Then he ran forward quickly. He believed in his big brother. Since his big brother told him to wait, he would wait forever in the Chaos Beast City. After Che disappeared from sight, Mushu's wife shyly walked up to him. Her finger traced over Mo's chest. You promised to help me rescue your brother. You should come back to Dongdong Valley with me and live happily, and you said tonight you'd be with me. Her finger hooked around his belt, pulling hard. Mo suddenly grabbed her hand. Wanna be with me? Mushu's wife's face stiffened. Mo's lips curled into a faint, teasing smile. Years ago, the Shark Tribe's chief wanted to exchange an island for me to be her beast husband. Even my father didn't agree. She offered too little.
What are you?
You.
Mushu's wife was so angry she couldn't speak. She lived a life of luxury in Dongdong Valley, and only she refused the male beasts. No male beast dared to speak to her like this. Considering you saved my brother and told me the way into the valley, I am willing to merge with you. He said this, then reached out and held her neck. His fingertips brushed her lips. Mushu's wife gasped for breath. She had never felt such a dangerous yet exciting sensation. Even the humiliating words Mo just said to her, she forgot. All right.
Then hurry up. I can't wait any longer, she said excitedly, panting. The next moment, Mo suddenly transformed into a beast form. He bit through her neck. In the darkness, the sound of chewing could be heard. He would never leave his shame behind in this world. And he would never let his family die in vain. Tang Ruan's plan was a complete success. Outside the Cave of Beasts, the orcs were bitten by poisonous insects from who knows where and died, or they escaped. Only the strongest lion tribe remained in place. Honestly, I think we should leave too. Our lion tribe is so strong. Why stay in such a small place? Are the prey inside better than the orcs? All you care about is eating, another lion beast said with disdain. The Lion King is old. Do you think he's here to hide away? What else would he be doing? Another lion beast rolled his eyes. Do you remember the beast god painting? You mean the legendary stone wall left by the beast god. It is said that this place is depicted there. It is believed that the most powerful monsters in the beast world are kept here. Anyone who can tame them could help you dominate the entire beast world. The Lion King has such big ambitions. How can he be sure the monsters will listen to him? Our lion tribe is descended from the beast god. Since monsters listen to the beast god, they will naturally listen to the Lion King. The strongest orcs in the world are the lion tribe. They are descendants of the beast god. This legend has been passed down among the lion beasts for a long time. They believe it wholeheartedly. When the time comes, what can the snake tribe do? Originally, the lion tribe was dominant in the beast world. But this generation's snake king is quite powerful and has established many rules. However, they are no match for the snake tribe. Do you smell that? The orc who was talking just now suddenly sneezed. Ouch. My eyes hurt. And my body hurts too. Another lion beast jumped up in pain. Red mist drifted slowly toward them with the wind. The wolf hunters covered their faces with animal skins. They stood upwind. The wife said that applying chili to wounds makes the pain feel like fire. So, let's give them a taste of the fire from the sky. The lion beast, already badly bitten and covered in sores from poison insects, was jumping in pain. The Lion King angrily stood up and transformed into a beast form. In the woods, a flock of birds scattered quickly. Suddenly, the Lion King's face froze. Then he started coughing repeatedly. The wolf hunter gave a command. The wolf beast quickly disappeared into the darkness. Back at the cave valley, Tang Ruan and other female beasts had already prepared dinner. Recently, everyone had been too busy to hunt, so Tang Ruan's roasted grass and bamboo mice became very popular. The wolf hunter stood up. Next, we will do our best to eliminate all remaining enemies. The safety of Cave Valley depends on everyone working together. Leader, our female wolves are very useful, said the clan chief. The pups of the wolf clan are also useful, Xing Xing shouted. Our groundhogs are useful too. Everyone laughed happily. Tang Ruan looked worriedly at the wolf hunter's back. Lately, he hadn't been home at night or during the day. According to Hong Shu, after they disturbed the lion tribe's beastmen, they chased after the escaped beastmen and defeated them one by one. Such actions were quick, effective, but dangerous. They only slept 1 or 2 hours a day. Pushing their bodies to the limit, they fought with all their strength, all to restore the peace and happiness of Cave Valley. That's why he said those words earlier. Maybe the wolf hunter also felt that they were a bit overwhelmed. Tang Ruan, how much longer until your cub is born? We're all looking forward to meeting him. Suddenly, Potato spoke with a smile, staring at her belly. Tang Ruan realized that the little one was eavesdropping on the wolf hunter's words again. Her belly was bulging out, and she could vaguely see the shape of a small head. She was used to him moving around. She didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Our Cave Valley has never given birth to such a strong beastman before, Potato's mother said with longing. Other beastmen also felt very proud. Giving birth to a powerful beastman meant their tribe would be stronger and safer. Only Wolf Moon looked at Tang Ruan's belly with hatred, wishing she could cut her open. If the wolf hunter was her mate, she would definitely give birth to such a strong cub. Certainly, the offspring will be 100 times stronger than Tang Ruan's child. Stop looking, we will have children of our own someday, Wolf Mo said beside her. Who wants to have children with you? Wolfie's voice was a bit loud, and many beast men looked her way. She stood up and walked into the forest. Wolfie didn't know how long she had been walking until she reached a dead end. She looked up and realized she was at the edge of a canyon. The ground trembled, and the roars of monsters from the canyon echoed. It seemed as if they were about to rush out and eat her. Wolfie's legs went weak, almost falling to the ground. Wolf Mo caught her. Humph, Wolfie shook him off. My previous mates were all excellent. How could I end up with you? She was so upset that tears started to fall. Wolf Mo lowered his head. I know, taking me in was a bit unfair to you. But my strength is actually not bad at all. Like the tribe leader, I am an orphan. We came to the wolf tribe together. But because my bloodline is weaker, everyone only pays attention to him. I was afraid they wouldn't like me, so I pretended to be stupid and clumsy. Are you saying you're smart and strong? Not worse than the wolf hunter? Wolfie mocked. Wolf Mo looked at her deeply for a moment. Wolfie suddenly laughed out loud. It was as if she had heard the funniest joke. Wolf Mo, how about this? Go to the canyon now and fight a monster without the help of the wolf hunter's special ability. If you succeed, I will no longer feel wronged. And I will live well with you. She arrogantly pointed toward the canyon. Even the wolf hunter needs the cooperation of 4 people to kill a monster. If he goes, it will only be a dead end. Then she can finally get rid of him. Wolf Mo stared at her blankly. Hope in his eyes slowly faded. He had to believe that people can change. Even the little female beast who once saved him from a wild animal's mouth. One day, she might turn into a monster and try to swallow him. Wolf Mo smiled sadly. I thought you just wanted my child to die. But I didn't expect you wanted to kill me too. Wolfie's face instantly turned pale. Wolf Mo silently turned around. Don't worry. I will not bother you anymore in the future. The orcs settled deep in the hidden valley forest. It wasn't as comfortable as their previous place, but it was more secret. For safety, everyone will stay here for a while, Wolf Hunter told Potato Mom. Potato Mom nodded slightly. Leader, you're too polite. It's all for our family. By the way, when do you plan to act? Tonight. They have already started fighting among themselves. I worry that if we wait too long, some lion beasts might sneak away. If this gets out, boss, something's wrong. Wolf Wind rushed over. A lion beast is coming down. When Wolf Hunter and his team reached the stream, they saw a lion beast 4 or 5 times bigger than a wolf, limping toward the hidden valley forest. It wants to eat me, but it also wants to see if I have the strength. The beast god won't let me fall. He dared to jump down, Wolf Thimo whispered. Since we're all going to die anyway, we might as well fight with all we've got. This way, we can break them one by one and have a better chance to win. Wolf Hunter gave a quick signal. Everyone immediately divided tasks and took their positions. The roar of wild beasts came from afar. The cub inside her belly was glowing blue. It seemed more anxious than Tang Ruan. Cub, you have to believe in your dad. The cub inside her belly gently rubbed against Tang Ruan's stomach. About an hour later, they returned. Wolf Hunter's half-body was stained with blood. Tang Ruan staggered over and was caught by him. Don't come closer, I'm dirty. Where are you hurt? Why can't I see any signs of illness? Wolf Hunter smiled affectionately. It's not my blood. Tang Ruan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wolf Hunter seriously told everyone. The first one has come down, and probably the second one will follow soon. Everyone, including females and cubs, must be ready to fight. Wolf Hunter was right. That day, 2 more lion beasts jumped down. The reason was the same, they were weak members of the lion tribe. If you don't jump down, you will become the Lion King's dinner. After a fierce fight, only 5 lion beasts remain. The wolf hunter suddenly remembers the fox he released. He hasn't seen its figure until now. Maybe it was eaten right after being released, or perhaps it escaped. Either way, he hopes never to see it again. 4 lion beasts kneel before the Lion King, trembling. King Lion, we've followed you for many years. You can't eat us. I don't have to eat you, the Lion King says, his sharp claws in front of them. Then you can jump down from here. Bring back a safe way down. Many beasts have gone down before, but none have returned alive. It shows that the bottom is either very deep or extremely dangerous. He's old now, looking strong, but no longer as vigorous as before. He must ensure safety before acting. He has plenty of time. Wait until this group is gone. Next time, he can bring another group. But if we all die, who will protect you on your way back? The Lion King seems conflicted about this. King Lion, why don't we go back first, study the beast god painting, and then make plans? Having endured so many days of hardship here, he's also tired of it. All right then, I know a safe way down. A clear, bright voice sounds. A tall, orange-haired young boy walks slowly to the Lion King. The Lion King squints, recognizing him after a moment. Not long ago, you threw me down from here. Foximo points to the cliff. Below the cliff, dense plants cover most of the view. The mist rolls over the clouds beneath, like the throat of a beast. You actually came back alive. The Lion King presses Foximo to the ground with a paw. Hurry, tell me, how do I get down? Please don't kill me. I beg you not to kill me. Foximo pleads pitifully. I'll take you there right now. Foximo leads the way. 5 lion beasts follow behind. Foximo carefully asked, Lion King, you promised me that if I came back, you would release my family. Where are my family members? The Lion King hesitated and casually replied, They are locked up. When we return, I will take you to see them. Will you personally take me there? He didn't understand why he asked this. Before the Lion King could speak, Foximo suddenly rushed forward quickly. He bit and killed a groundhog. His bright orange eyes stared fiercely at the Lion King in the dark corridor. Be careful, Lion King. This little creature might harm you. They will send a message to the beastmen. If you see it, you must bite it to death immediately. Are the beastmen here very strong? The Lion King asked nervously. He was old and valued his life. Of course not. Lion King, you are the child of the beast god. Once you gain the power of a monster, no beastmen will be a threat. The Lion Clan always considered themselves descendants of the beast god. When Foximo said he was the beast god's child, the Lion King felt even more confident. He didn't even doubt how Foximo knew their true purpose for coming here. Lion King, I think we shouldn't fully trust this fox, a lion beast warned. Do you have another plan? Boss, 5 of them. Wolf hurried to Wolf Hunter. How did they find the entrance? That fox is here too. The groundhog beast men were bitten to death. Hearing this, the groundhog beast men gasped in shock. Potato fainted immediately, because Sweet Potato was also guarding the entrance. Wolf Hunter frowned, thinking he shouldn't have let the groundhog beast men guard there alone. Wolf Hunter, they're coming this way. Suddenly, a groundhog emerged from the ground. Sweet Potato, the groundhog beast men shouted excitedly. Hearing the name, Potato woke up. Wolf Hunter said seriously, "Everyone move immediately." Potato's mother directed everyone to retreat toward the canyon. Most beastmen, feeling the pressure of the monster, would no longer advance. At this moment, what was terrifying to others became a kind of protection for them. Wolf Hunter crouched down and drew on the ground, quickly planning their strategy. Only by separating them can we have a chance to win. Wolf Mo and I will draw their attention, Wolf Yu said. They're not that easy to split up. Wolf Feng pointed to the map Wolf Hunter had sketched on the ground. Maybe we should lead them into the canyon. Leading them into the canyon would let the monsters help deal with them. Even if they survived, their strength would be greatly reduced. It was a good idea. But the problem was who should go, and how to lure them. Wolf Hunter thought for a moment. Tang Ruan held Xingxing's hand and moved through the crowded crowd. Wolf Feng handed you over to me. You must hold on tight. Suddenly, Xingxing's hand slipped out of her palm. Tang Ruan's heart skipped a beat. She quickly turned around, but his figure had already disappeared into the crowd. Xingxing, where are you? Xingxing seemed to vanish into thin air. Tang Ruan ran back a few hundred meters and finally found him under a big tree. He was lying on the ground, surrounded by a faint purple aura, as if he had been knocked out. Just as Tang Ruan was about to walk over, she suddenly heard a beast-like roar nearby. She quickly turned her head and saw a cave not far from Xingxing. The sound of the monster, the cave. It was probably the cave that Wolf Hunter mentioned, leading to the canyon. Tang Ruan swallowed hard. This place was very dangerous. She needed to get him out quickly. She hurried over and reached out to him. Suddenly, a blue light blocked her way. Kai often did this. Most of the time, it was just to play with her. Tang Ruan said, Kai, let go of Mom. Brother Xingxing is hurt. Kai's blue light not only didn't disappear, but also pushed her backward. Tang Ruan almost fell over, feeling a bit angry. She shouted, Kai. Now is not the time to play. Kai looked frightened and suddenly crawled back into her stomach. Tang Ruan took a deep breath, realizing her tone had been too harsh. But thinking about how Wolf Hunter and Wolf Feng had charged forward for everyone, she felt very guilty for not taking good care of Xingxing. She crouched down, helping Star heal while explaining to Zai Zai, I didn't mean to be mean to you. I am just very worried about your dad. I am a bit anxious. I don't know what to do to help them. First, think of a way to help yourself. Suddenly, a force hit from the side. It pushed Tang Ruan directly into the cave. A large rock quickly fell, blocking the exit. In the moment the gap closed, she saw Wolf Moon's brown eyes. How did they come here? On the mountain peak, Wolf Hunter followed the lion beasts. They hadn't found a chance to attack, but realized they had walked into the canyon. Your servants are inside here. Hua Mo bowed respectfully. Hearing the monster's roar, the Lion King was very excited. Move it quickly, he raised his hand, signaling the other lion beasts to push the rocks away. One lion beast trembled instinctively. Lion King, what if? What if the monster doesn't listen to you? Huh? The Lion King looked at him angrily. Then I will feed you to my pets. The beast didn't dare to speak. The Beast King and his group entered. Suddenly, they found a female inside the cave. Tang Ruan saw the newcomer and quickly stood up. She had been hiding in the corner, talking to Zai Zai. She didn't dare look at the hole above her head. Her body and mind were in extreme fear. So, when she saw someone come in, her first thought was, I'm saved. She rushed over and looked up to see Huamo's surprised expression. The Lion King saw Tang Ruan, and his eyes lit up. How could there be such a fair, tender female in the world? Her skin felt softer than that of a mermaid. Unfortunately, she was pregnant. But that was okay. Soon, he would take the monsters and kill her mate, then bring her back. As for the baby, he would force her to absorb it. Who is she? The Lion King asked.
She is
the messenger sent by the beast god to guard the monsters here, Hua Mo replied, staring at Tang Yuan and giving her a look. Tang Yuan didn't understand why he said that. However, she noticed that the other side was made up of 5 powerful orcs, and they were likely lion beasts. So, she nodded in response to his words. Get out quickly, Humo said to Tang Yuan. Just as Tang Yuan was about to turn around, the Lion King's voice interrupted her. Can such a weak female really hold you back? The Lion King reached out his hand to Tang Yuan. If you crawl out from here, you'll see your monster. Humo calmly moved between the two, changing the subject. The 2 lion beasts jumped out first. One creature swiftly flew over their heads. The 2 lion beasts were so frightened they immediately wanted to retreat. But the Lion King pushed Humo aside, grabbed Tang Yuan, and jumped out. He was afraid she might take the chance to run away. Why be afraid? I am here, the Lion King said proudly. The monsters inside the valley quickly gathered around. More and more creatures hovered above, and the Lion King became more excited. Because, as the legend said, these monsters did not attack them. Instead, they hovered in the air. The ones on the ground kept a safe distance. Tang Yuan was so scared she couldn't move. She forced herself to kneel on the ground. The blue light on her belly flickered. She knew her cub must be very scared too. For his sake, she had to hold on. She must find a way to survive. Gently touching her belly, a blue light suddenly burst outward. The surrounding monsters all took a step back at the same time. Ha ha ha. Don't be afraid, master. I won't hurt you, the Lion King boasted. Humo saw what was happening. It was different from what he expected. He thought the monsters would tear them apart instantly. He thought they would perish together, avenging their family. But these monsters, why weren't they moving? Could it be that the lion tribe really descends from the beast gods? Suddenly, the largest monster tried to step forward cautiously. Tang Yuan's belly immediately emitted a fan-shaped blue light, which changed from blue to purple. The monster slowly retreated. But after a moment, it tried to approach again. Tang Yuan's belly emitted purple light once more. She looked at her belly and fell into deep thought. She remembered the 2 little dogs testing each other's strength. If one backed down or gave the other a chance, the other would immediately attack. So, was the cub making the monster afraid to come closer? Ha ha ha. Don't be afraid. Come to your owner. The Lion King excitedly waved at the monsters. Some monsters moved around to the other side of Tang Yuan, aiming at the beastmen of the lion tribe. Maybe they thought there was nothing there to threaten them. Hua Mo also seemed to understand. He quietly moved behind Tang Yuan. Are they afraid of you? I don't know. Wolf Hunter was originally guarding near the cave. Suddenly, he felt a very strong energy flowing through the canyon. He had never felt such a special energy before. Is it a new monster? Wolf Hunter decided to get closer. Suddenly, a loud bang came from inside the cave. The Lion King jumped out of the entrance. Is this big enough? Let's go. Tang Yuan saw tiny golden sparkles falling with the debris. It was probably what Mother Potato called the seal of the beast god. Monsters can't break the seal, but an ignorant beastman can. In the next moment, countless monsters rushed into the cave. They even fought each other to gain entry. 5 lion beasts and Hua Mo turned into blood splashes in an instant. Humo's head flew past Tang Yuan. He still had a smile on his face. Tang Yuan was thrown to the ground by a huge impact. At a critical moment, a force lifted her into the air. Wolf Hunter's blue energy held her up. The purple glow on her stomach intensified. This time, even Wolf Hunter saw it. He couldn't believe his cub had such powerful energy. Cub pushed the monsters back step by step. Finally, the broken rocks slowly rose, and the sand and stones quickly moved inside the cave. Soon, the entrance would be completely sealed. Tang Yuan's face was pale. She felt a stabbing pain in her stomach, as if someone was trying to tear her apart from the inside. Some powerful monsters were still desperately trying to break out. Wolf Hunter held Tang Ruan tightly, giving her all his strength. At the moment the hole was sealed shut, a long, strange creature suddenly appeared. Wolf Hunter had transformed into an animal form. Tang Ruan was completely exhausted and collapsed onto him. Quick, go and kill it. We must not let it reach our people. Wolf Hunter didn't move. Tang Ruan had to muster her strength and climb onto his back. Wolf Hunter moved swiftly like the wind and handed Tang Ruan over to Aunt Potato. Wait for me to come back. After saying these words, he disappeared in a flash before everyone's eyes. Tang Ruan, what's wrong with you? Aunt Potato's voice trembled, because she saw the red mark on Tang Ruan's wrist, which was fading more and more. Tang Ruan felt a warm sensation flowing down to her knees. Aunt Potato, I think I am bleeding. Wolf Hunter still hadn't returned. Based on the footprints, the leader probably fell into the volcano with the monster. Wolf Chi lowered his head and said. Tang Ruan looked at the hot spring lake in the middle of the dead volcano. Have you all gone down to look? We did, but the lake is bottomless. We took turns diving, but no one saw the bottom. Tang Ruan still stared blankly at the lake. Suddenly, she stepped forward and headed into the lake. Calm down, Tang Ruan. Wolf Chi carried her back. Potato and other female wolves also hurriedly held her down. They had been searching here day and night for 7 days. Everyone wanted to find Wolf Hunter. He was their leader, the hero of the entire cave valley, the brother they grew up with. But still, he was missing. How could he be missing? Wolf Wind regretfully hit his own head. Wolf Feather used wind powers to dive repeatedly. They all felt very regretful. If only that day they hadn't listened to the leader and had gone after him, this wouldn't have happened. They trusted him too much, because Wolf Hunter had never disappointed them. I wish I could die instead, Wolf Emo looked into the distance and said. He smiled at her. I'm serious, not because of you. Wolf Moon was afraid Tang Ruan would tell others about that day. But Tang Ruan seemed to be too sad, almost going crazy. She had no mood to think about what happened that day. And if she hadn't kept Tang Ruan there that day, the monster wouldn't have been sealed back into the crystal by Tang Ruan's child. All of them would have died. Thinking this way, she felt she had saved everyone. Wolf Moon had already prepared a reason. But Tang Ruan never said anything. She seemed to not care about anything anymore. Potato Mom walked over to Tang Ruan. She placed a blue-purple crystal stone in front of her. This is the cub. Tang Ruan's eyes lit up. This was the first time since the incident with the wolf hunter that her eyes shone brightly. But soon, that light faded again. He is gone. Potato Mom sat beside her, hanging the tied crystal stone around her neck. I used to hear my mother say that when a high-level beastman dies, a crystal stone appears. It's his soul, unwilling to leave his family, trapping himself inside the crystal. When there's a chance, he will come back and be your family again. Tang Ruan touched the crystal stone on her neck. It won't have a chance now. Potato Mom waved her hand, signaling others to leave. Suddenly lowering her voice, she said mysteriously, Tang Ruan, I have a secret to tell you. Tang Ruan turned her head. She saw 2 beast marks behind Potato Mom's ears. One was brown, the other black. Tang Ruan didn't understand what she meant. Tang Ruan, you know I have 2 beast husbands, but they died many years ago, right? Now I only have one. Tang Ruan's eyes widened suddenly, as if she understood. Are you saying one of your beast husbands didn't die? Yes. Potato Mom smiled. I believe he didn't die. When a beast man dies, the beast husband mark disappears. He must have lost his memory or gone to a world we don't know for some reason. That's why he hasn't come back. While Potato Mom was speaking, Tang Ruan looked at her wrist. That small red wolf tooth, like a cinnabar mole, was still there. So, the wolf hunter was still alive. She saw hope again. Potato Mom looked at her happily. I couldn't bear to tell her that having the beast husband's mark didn't mean he was still alive. Maybe it was just his last attachment to this world that hadn't disappeared yet. Tang Ruan looked for 3 more months. Still, she couldn't find him. She began to accept the reality that the wolf hunter was dead. I feel like life is pretty pointless, she said, gently touching the sharp stone knife. First, she killed a wolf moon, then she planned to go join the wolf hunter. Tudo was so scared that he quickly collected all the sharp things in the cave. "Don't overthink it," she shouted, calling for Tudo's mother. She hurried over and hugged Tang Ruan tightly.
"Child,
think of him as living in another world. You must also live well." Another world? Tang Ruan's eyes lit up. Yes, for her this was another world. She had traveled here from near a volcano. Could it be that the volcano's crater was the entrance to her original world? The wolf hunter disappeared after falling in. Maybe he had traveled to her original world. It must be so. He was in her world. He just didn't know how to come back. Tang Ruan couldn't hold back her excitement. She wanted to share her thoughts, but was afraid no one would believe her. In the end, she said nothing. When night fell and everyone was asleep, she sneaked alone to the lake. Under the moonlight, the water looked like a piece of magical black obsidian. "Wolf Hunter, I've been waiting for you. But I don't want to wait anymore. I want to find you." As the night deepened, a plop sound came from the water. Warm water suddenly engulfed Tang Ruan. The pain of suffocation made her struggle instinctively. But she was still holding a slingshot made from a branch. It was made by the wolf hunter for the cubs. She wanted to take it with her to reunite with him over there. Tang Ruan suddenly sat up. She was soaked and sitting by a small river. A bright red fox was nearby, licking itself. It had a deep wound on its side, flesh torn open. It looks like the wound has been there for a long time, with pale flesh and even some pus. "Did you save me?" The little fox quickly glanced at her and continued licking the wound.
Tan Zuan Sai.
She must have been overthinking. How could such a small fox possibly drag her? Unless he is a beast man. That's right. He is a beast man. So, she is still in the beast world. Not only did she not travel back in time, but she almost drowned herself. She didn't drown. That's truly a miracle. Tang Ruan instinctively reached for the crystal on her neck. The color of the crystal seemed darker than before. "Are you a beast man? Can you understand what I'm saying?" The little fox looked up again, its golden eyes fixed on her. Then it nodded. "Tang Ruan, to avoid coincidence, I'll ask again. Are you a beast man?" The little fox. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the forest nearby. A big tree fell, and birds flew away in a flurry. That fox beast was hiding well. "If I can't find him today, when I do, I'll skin him and make a collar out of his fur, a deep, rough voice said. "Can we trade a few prey instead? Male beastmen are always in demand. Several females are waiting for them. Don't be impulsive," another sharp voice replied. "But it depends on whether he can survive under my fist," the deep voice said proudly. "It's all your fault for scratching his fur. If he's scarred, the boss will beat us to death." Tang Ruan looked at the little fox. "Are they coming for you?" The little fox ignored her. It turned and dashed into the grass, disappearing from sight. Tang Ruan quickly climbed a tree. Those two beast men didn't sound like good people. Better not to provoke them. Soon, the two beast men appeared across the small river. One was over 2 meters tall, strong, with a pair of sharp, knife-like horns on his head. He looked like a bovine beast. The other had a sharp mouth and monkey-like features. Tang Ruan couldn't tell what kind he was. "I still smell a female scent," the sharp-mouthed one suddenly said. "Are you crazy about females? In this place, how could there be any precious females?" The cow beast said this and started to walk back. A sharp-mouthed monkey grabbed him quickly. "I really smelled it. Our weasel tribe has a very good sense of smell. Let's cross the river and check." The cow beast seemed reluctant to cross and hesitated before saying, "There are too many poisons on the other side of the river. My second uncle ate some wild fruit from that side. Even if there are female beasts, so what? Can you still catch her and bring her back? Are you risking your life? What if the Snake King finds out what we're doing? Will he spare us?" he asked. Hearing this, the cow beast seemed to think it made sense. Although female beasts are rare and valuable, they can still be sold. Later, they could force her to sign a contract with a male beast who buys her. As for whether the male beast, after becoming her mate, would be mistreated, that's not their concern. Seeing the two approaching, Tang Wan nervously clenched her branch tightly. Suddenly, a small line of words appeared in her mind. The fruit tree's fruit will burst when ripe, and the powder has a numbing effect. The leaves can detoxify. Tang Wan quickly chewed some leaves and picked ripe fruits, poking holes in each one. As the two beast men crossed the river and got closer, they would soon see her. Tang Wan pulled out her slingshot, aiming at the cow beast's nose. "Baby, you must bless Mom to hit the target." The fruit shot out like a bullet. With a bang, it hit the cow beast's horn. "What's that falling on my head?" he asked, about to look up. Suddenly, a movement came from the grass on his left. A flash of fiery red streaked past. "It's that stinky fox." The two quickly changed direction and chased after the grass. The little fox's figure moved nimbly among the grass, but it was clear they weren't as fast as the beast men. Tang Wan made a quick decision. She fired shot after shot at their backs, not caring whether she hit or not. She figured the more she shot, the more likely she'd hit something. Before long, the beast men ran out of her range, and the little fox was only a step away. Tang Wan was so anxious, she climbed down the tree to chase after it. Suddenly, a muffled sound came from afar. What's happening to me?" The weasel beast's voice gradually faded away. Tang Wan carefully pushed aside the grass. She picked up the small fox that had been stunned by the poison. The campfire crackled. The small fox opened its eyes. It saw that the wound on its waist had healed significantly, with only a small part remaining, covered by a large amount of green ointment. It looked a bit gross. "Don't move. That's medicine." The small fox retracted its tongue, about to lick the ointment. It perked up its ears and looked curiously at Tang Wan. Tang Wan was roasting something over the fire. "I've used my special power to heal half of your wound. If I heal it completely, I might faint. Then no one can protect you. The rest of the healing ointment will work in about a week or so." The small fox was shocked, its eyes wide open. This female had a special power, and it was healing. It was even rarer than its own power. Tang Wan handed him a roasted, shiny black thing. The small fox immediately sat up straight and took a step back. Suddenly, Tang Wan noticed that all four of its paws were white. Its fur was bright red in the dark but golden orange in better light. It looked exactly like the small fox in her dream, the one she called her wife. "This is black porcelain fruit. You can eat it, it's very sweet," Tang Wan said nervously. The small fox looked at her. Then it lowered its head and started nibbling. But the forest was full of poisons. These days, it only dared to eat things it recognized. However, it hardly knew anything in the forest. It had saved this female by chance, and she had saved it in return. They probably weren't bad people. After finishing one piece, the small fox looked longingly at the fire. "Eat slowly, don't burn your mouth." The small fox didn't lift its head. "You eat your food, I'll ask you a few questions. You're a beast man, not an ordinary fox, right?" The small fox nodded. "My name is Tang Wan. What's yours?" The small fox looked at her with difficulty. "Did you overuse your power and temporarily can't change back?" It nodded again. "Where is this place? Why are those beast men chasing you?" The small fox simply ignored her. Tang Wan knew she had asked a silly question. She couldn't speak right now. "One last question. Are you my beast husband?" Cough, cough. Cough. The little fox almost choked to death on a black porcelain fruit. After coughing for a long time, it spat out half of it. "Eat slowly, don't rush." Tang Wan gently patted its back. Was it because it was in a hurry to eat that it choked? All the females in the world are the same. They see a handsome male beast and want to claim him. She hadn't even seen his human form. The little fox suddenly jumped away. It crouched low, staring at Tang Wan. Suddenly, Tang Wan realized. Was it afraid of her? The little fox let out a threatening cry. Tang Wan thought, does she seem like a strange uncle to the fox? In the beast world, many females do actively flirt with males. Tang Wan stepped back to the fire. I just think you look very much like a beast husband from my fox tribe. The little fox looked at her wrist. There was a bright red beast husband mark, a wolf fong. But it wasn't from their fox tribe. Tang Ruan felt awkward, as if her lie had been exposed, though she hadn't actually lied. The wolf hunt was real. So, the other beast husbands she saw in her dreams must also be real. Tang Ruan pressed her lips together. I mean, I once dreamed of a cute little fox who looked just like you, and he was my beast husband. The little fox looked at her with disdain. Tang Ruan turned her back, facing the wall, feeling emo. He must think she's a pervert. She spoke to the wall. When your wound heals and you turn back into a human, tell me where this place is and how to get there. I want to find my beast husband, Wolf Hunt. Then, let's go our separate ways. The little fox snorted softly, as if agreeing. In the following days, they worked together. The little fox was responsible for hunting. Once his wound nearly healed, he never returned empty-handed. Wild chickens, rabbits, mountain sparrows. With Tang Ruan's simple cooking, they ate until their bellies were round. Tang Ruan was in charge of gathering herbs. Besides the medicinal herbs for treating the little fox, she also discovered many magical plants here. There is a pink flower called Manhwa, which feels like a rubber pouch and is about the size of a fist. She carefully put strange and unusual plants into it. She hung it on her waist, wrapping it around once, making it look like a small flower crown. Hu Che finally changed back into a human form. Outside the cave, thunder and lightning roared. A small animal passed by and looked into the cave. It saw Hu Che was awake. It hurriedly ran away. Hu Che stepped outside. He brought some large stones and blocked the cave entrance. When he returned, he saw Tang Ruan, who had been sitting by the fire, had moved to the corner. She curled up, her head pressed against the stone wall, trembling. Hey, aren't you cold? Tang Ruan ignored her and buried her head even lower. Suddenly, she heard soft crying. Don't go, wolf hunter. Don't chase after them. I don't want you to go. It's all my fault, all my fault. Why is the little one gone? My little one. Hu Che stood far away, silently watching her. So, her beast husband and the little one are gone? That makes sense. Otherwise, why would a female go to such a dangerous place alone? But she said she wanted to find her beast husband, Wolf Hunter. Maybe he's just missing.
O que worked over?
Thunder drowned out his voice. Tang Ruan's body trembled with the thunder, looking very pitiful. Hu Che took a deep breath. He reached one hand around her neck and the other around her leg. He wanted to carry her back to the fire, but when he tried to stand up, he realized her hands were tightly gripping a protruding stone on the wall. It seemed she mistook that stone for her beast husband. If he used more force, she would definitely wake up. Seeing him try to hold her, she would surely misunderstand something. Hu Che withdrew his hand. Forget it, she probably wouldn't die anyway. But later in the night, too hot. Hey, don't pull at your clothes. So cold. Tang Ruan, don't crawl into the fire. In the end, he could only use his back to block her behind the fire. Tang Ruan shivered like a leaf. It's over. She seems very sick. Will she die? After a while, Tang Ruan stopped moving completely. She was probably not asleep anymore, but unconscious. After a series of mental struggles, Hu Che transformed into a beast form. Once his energy was restored, his beast form was much larger than a normal animal. He had bright red fur that shimmered with a golden glow in the firelight. Hu Che draped his fluffy tail over Tang Ruan. Just covering you for a little while. Hu Che sat close to the fire, initially sleeping carefully but feeling a bit nervous because he had never put his tail on a female before. Later, he turned over in a half-dream, half-wake state. Seizing the moment, Tang Ruan slipped into his arms.
Furry.
Wolf's fur feels so comfortable. You're the stinky old tiger. Go away. Seeing the little female in his arms, a rare smile appeared on his face. His heart softened unexpectedly. Hu Che swallowed the words he was about to say. Forget it, since she helped him heal. He decided to push her away before dawn. Why can't I find anyone? Turns out, two people are hiding here, making out. Tang Ruan was awakened by the noise. She saw a handsome young man pressed against the wall by a large beast. She was quickly with ropes. The large beast carried her forward. A ferret-like creature held Hu Che's hands and feet, which were also bound, walking behind. The ferret grumbled, "You're better off carrying both of us at once. Then we can go faster. The little female smells nice, and no one wants to carry a stinky fox." The ferret looked impatiently at Hu Che, who was a head taller than him. "Forget it, just treat it as a walk." "Big brother ox, can you loosen my hand a bit?" Tang Ruan spoke softly and sweetly. Hu Che's step slipped, almost falling, and he got goosebumps. "Little female, whining to your ox brother won't help. If you really like me, I could be your beast partner, hee. He had never seen such a soft, sweet female before. She even smelled nice. Just carrying her made him think about mating. Hey, stop dreaming. She can exchange many things. The boss definitely wouldn't give you that. You're only fit for the wild cow outside." The beast snorted. It looked genuinely angry but couldn't argue back. The boss certainly wouldn't give such a beautiful young female to a low-level beast man like him. Since I can't become the boss's wife, at least I can touch his strong chest muscles. That would satisfy me.
Uche's mouth twitched.
How did I not realize she was such a female? Last night, I was so close to her. Thinking about it now, it's really scary, way too dangerous.
All right then.
The beast put Tang Ruan on the ground and untied her hands. He changed to a princess carry. Tang Ruan tapped on his stone-like chest muscles.
Wow.
"Brother cow, you're really strong. I like it so much. Ha ha ha." The beast laughed loudly. Tang Ruan looked up at him with admiration, but her hand was already reaching for his waist. Suddenly, a puff of pink mist floated by. "I love hearing more. Say a few more words, ha ha." The beast laughed happily. "Tang Ruan, it's gone. Gone? Ha ha ha. If you say more, I might get sick of myself, ha ha ha." Tang Ruan suddenly started laughing along with the beast. Hu Che frowned as he watched them. This female must really be sick. Why does it smell so sweet? Ha ha. The beast chuckled breathlessly, then threw Tang Ruan to the ground. Tang Ruan quickly took a handful of the laughing powder antidote and ran swiftly toward Hu Che. A weasel beast lunged at her. Tang Ruan threw all the remaining laughing powder at him. "Ha ha ha. Female, what is this?" "Ha ha ha." The weasel beast knelt and rolled on the ground, laughing uncontrollably. Tang Ruan hurriedly untied Hu Che and helped him escape. They ran for a while. Suddenly, Hu Che broke free and squatted on the ground, refusing to move. "Why?" Hu Che looked up. His golden eyes shimmered with tears, forming a gentle, smiling arc. His lips pressed tightly together, as if trying to hide his feelings. Haraha. He opened his mouth, and a clear, charming laugh came out.
No ha ha ha.
This is so uncomfortable. Ha ha ha. Tang Ruan hurriedly stuffed a dose of antidote into his mouth. Hu Che grabbed Tang Ruan's hand, pressed his forehead against her back of the hand, and gently rubbed. He tried hard to hold back, not wanting to make any strange sounds. After a while, the effect of the medicine kicked in. He suddenly let go of her, took a deep breath, and collapsed onto the grass. What was that just now? Smile powder, a type of flower pollen that makes people laugh, Tang Ruan explained. Hu Che's eyes reddened slightly. Does it have other effects? Tang Ruan thought for a moment, automatically filtering out the words, strengthening vitality. Hu Che stood up, a bit angry. Since we've escaped, let's go our separate ways. Tang Ruan had no objection. Seeing Hu Che in his human form, she was pretty sure he was the little fox from her dreams. But he looked even smaller than in her dreams. That means they haven't reached the stage of being together. Actually, whether they will end up together in the end doesn't matter to Tang Ruan. She already has her wolf hunter. For someone obsessed with love, any man other than her husband is just a passerby. Then tell me first, where is this place? I need to find my beast husband wolf hunter. Hu Che patted his clothes and stood up. This place used to be called the 10,000 Beast City. We're in the forest outside the city. Inside the city, it's chaotic, with all kinds of races of beastmen. Tang Ruan thought. Great.
More people to ask.
But Hu Che's tone shifted. I suggest you not go there. Why? Hu Che crossed his arms, looking like a young person trying to act mature. 10,000 Beast City is very dangerous. Without a male companion, females can't survive there. Recently, a new city lord has taken over. He captures females everywhere to mate. Seeing a hint of panic on Tang Ruan's face, Che felt a little happy. This city lord is a pervert. Isn't he afraid of the beast god's curse? It's not like he's mating himself. So what's there to be afraid of? He doesn't like females. Is she a female beast? That's quite unusual. Although female beasts are rare in this world, they are not very strong in fighting. This world is one where strength matters most. So usually the tribe leader is a male. Mama Potato took the position of the first beast husband, and everyone in the mole rat tribe likes her. No, he's a male. Tang Ruan, oh. So, even beast men have romantic preferences. Che continued, he took a female beast back to make a pact with his tribe. Because their tribe hasn't had a female born in many years. If this keeps up, the tribe will go extinct. No matter how strong he is, in the end he's just one person. I see. Tang Ruan thought for a moment. Tell me how to get there. Che looked a little angry. Does she not understand? It's dangerous for her to go alone. Or does she simply not care? Che looked at Tang Ruan's expectant eyes. Suddenly he sneered. Well, females don't care how many beast husbands they have. In fact, they might even want more people to serve them. He was overthinking. He thought she was so dedicated to her beast husband, not just any female. Che was about to tell her more. Suddenly, footsteps sounded behind them. Finally found you. I'm going to rent you to 10 female beasts. No. 20. May you be cursed by the beast god and rot away. Leave that female beast to me. Hee. The bull beast and the weasel beast from earlier, plus 2 more beastmen Tang Ruan couldn't recognize. Each one was tall and strong. They rushed toward the 2 of them. Oh. Che instantly transformed into beast form. Get on quickly, his current beast form was over half a person tall, very different from when they first met. Tang Ruan hesitated for a moment. Quickly, she climbed onto his back, holding onto his neck with both hands. Che was agile, weaving swiftly through the forest. Behind them, the beastmen also transformed into beast form. Besides the brown cow and the yellow weasel, there was a giant lizard and a hyena. All of them looked very ugly. Can you go a little faster? Tang Ruan urged anxiously. My energy hasn't fully recovered yet, but I will be soon. Che suddenly slammed on the brakes. There was no road ahead. Below the cliff, a fast-flowing river rushed by. Not far from the river was another cliff. Che took a few steps back to run and jump, but in the end, he stopped at the edge of the cliff. He was carrying her on his back and didn't feel confident about jumping. If it were just him alone, he probably could make it across. Although leaving her behind was selfish. He had important things to do. He was waiting for his older brother to revive the Red Fox clan, to avenge his people, and he absolutely couldn't die here. And they wouldn't hurt females. At most, they would find some mates she didn't like. But how could he persuade her to come down? If she refused and kept clinging to him, neither of them would survive. It seemed he had to use his special powers on her. Che's golden eyes gradually turned a beautiful shade of purple. Suddenly, his gaze froze. He turned his head in shock. Tang Ruan unexpectedly climbed down on her own. Why are you doing this? You can't jump across, right? Hurry up and go. Tang Ruan waved her hand lightly, looking calm and relaxed. Leaving a female behind, what kind of male am I? Tang Ruan smiled helplessly. Kids shouldn't talk like adults. Hurry up and go. Don't worry about me. I have a way. Tang Ruan checked the small pouches on her waist. Her powder was used up, but the medicinal nuts should last a while. I am an adult now, Che said through gritted teeth. Really? I didn't notice, Tang Ruan said, picking up her slingshot and shooting the medicinal nuts far away. But this time, they faced each other directly. All the beast men quickly dodged. It looked like they were about to reach them. Che lowered his head. He pushed Tang Ruan off, causing her to fall onto his back. He used all his strength and leapt forward. His front paws grabbed the edge of the opposite cliff, but his body kept falling straight down. Tang Wan slid onto his tail. Instinctively, she hugged him tightly. Hu Che was falling, gradually losing height. Tang Wan tried to climb up, but with a little force, she slipped even faster. Ha ha! Laughter from the beastmen echoed behind them. This time, there's no way to run. Maybe we should leave the female behind, suggested the bull beast. I think that's fine, since the boss doesn't know, said the hyena beastman, drooling. Let's make her form a contract with us today. I think we should leave it to the boss, said the weasel beast, staring at Tang's soft, delicate back. Such a beautiful female, he'll definitely send her away later. Tie her up so she can't resist, said the cold-blooded lizard beast. The group agreed on this plan. They stepped back a few paces, ready to jump. Hu Che's claws drew blood as he kept climbing. He absolutely couldn't let her fall into the hands of those terrible beastmen. Suddenly, he felt a lightness on him. With a splash, Tang was swept away by the rushing water, falling down a deeper cliff. Hu Che. Did she just let go of his hand voluntarily? How could there be such a foolish female in the world? Hu Che's voice echoed across the cliff. The lizard beast man was furious. Follow me. Let's chase. He pulled the hyena beast along, running toward where Tang had fallen. The bull beast looked sad. The little female would rather die than accept me. Am I really that ugly? Wah wah wah. The weasel jumped across to the other side. Hu Che suddenly let go. With a splash, he and Tang disappeared down the cliff. Tang felt like she had some water element buff on her. Not long after falling, a log underwater stopped her fall. She balanced on the log, carefully crawling onto the shore. Before she could catch her breath, she heard the heavy breathing of beastmen behind her. Those 4 persistent guys had caught up again. Tang hid in tall grass. Just a few steps away, her body suddenly felt light. Her legs wouldn't listen anymore. A series of small words kept flashing in her mind. Long needle grass is poisonous. Short cherry blossom grass is poisonous. Inch gold grass is poisonous. Tang Wan kneeled down with a soft thud. Did she step into a nest of poisonous plants? Fortunately, within 100 steps, there is always an antidote. Tang Wan struggled to crawl on the ground and was lucky to find the antidote. She grabbed it and quickly put it into her mouth. Her consciousness became slightly clearer. She heard the sounds of beastmen outside the bushes. She went in, split up and look. Be careful, these plants are toxic. Tang Wan crawled forward, taking only a few steps. Suddenly, she felt a cold breath coming from beside her. She turned her head to look. In the bushes, there was actually a person lying there. Tang Wan thought it was a corpse. She instinctively shouted out. She's over there, probably poisoned. It's okay, she won't die anytime soon. I know a snake tribe member. They are good at antidotes. Tang Wan covered her mouth, trembling in shock. The person in the bushes, awakened by her noise, slowly turned his face. With deep green eyes, like the most understated yet precious gemstone in the world. Tang Wan looked at him. Unsure, she called out, Yanqing. Yanqing's eyebrows furrowed slightly. He propped up his upper body and looked outside the bushes. His body temperature suddenly rose. The surrounding grass was instantly covered in red light, and the grass stems lost water under the heat. But they did not burn. It seemed he could control the temperature. They're chasing me, trying to catch me. Tang Wan crawled toward him. She wasn't sure if he knew her, but in her dreams, Yanqing was a gentle and easy-to-talk person, so he would definitely help her. Yanqing suddenly turned his head back. His pupils had turned into vertical slits, and the color of his irises was lighter than before. With a chilling coldness. Suddenly, there were a few muffled cries of pain outside the bushes. Then, 4 shadows flew up, accompanied by 4 loud thuds. All 4 beastmen fell to the ground. A huge blue snake tail, shining with a metallic luster, swept through the sky in an arc and gracefully fell into the water. At this moment, Tang Wan realized that her lower body was actually in the form of a snake. She suddenly became aware. The thing she was holding in the water earlier was probably not a tree trunk, but his tail. She felt a bit curious and looked up, but she saw a sudden surge of purple energy around him. Are you hurt? Yanqing cleared his throat softly. In an instant, he slipped into the water. What's wrong? Tang Ruan ran out of the bushes.
Okay.
Okay. It seemed he didn't recognize her. In her dream, he was so gentle, but now he was so fierce. Tang Ruan took a few steps forward. Suddenly, she saw the bodies of 4 beastmen. They were all
dead.
She couldn't help but tremble. She retreated to the shore. Yanqing looked at her with displeasure. His lips pressed tightly together, as if suppressing anger. Tang Ruan pointed to the other side. Can I go from that side? She also pointed behind her. No, she was really scared. She was so frightened she couldn't move. Her mind felt like it was exploding. Yanqing closed his eyes, seeming to agree. Tang Ruan stepped into the water, which was much warmer than before. She instinctively looked at him. Below his waist, he was submerged in the water. A swirling purple-red mist kept rising and boiling. He was badly injured. Was he poisoned? Did he really need some treatment? Her impression of Yanqing was that he was the best among all the beastmen she saw in her dreams. She didn't want to see him die. I can help you, she suddenly spoke. Yanqing raised his eyes slightly. What a bold female, trying to take advantage of him. Every time the snake tribe's energy increased, it was accompanied by a mating season. Without a mate, males couldn't release their energy. They could become very aggressive and kill innocent people. To control himself, he would try to poison himself during these times to reduce his strength. And this female, surprisingly, said she wanted to help. How did she plan to help? It was obvious. Yanqing looked down on females outside the snake tribe. He was a rare fire snake tribe member. To ensure pure bloodlines, he must wait until a female from the fire snake tribe appears to become his wife. Even though this female looks very attractive, Yanqing's gaze lingers on Tang Ruan's water-soaked clothes.
He slowly looks away.
If you keep going like this, you might die. Tang Ruan hurriedly steps toward him. Right now, he is covered in purple energy. If you don't leave now, you'll be the one to die. He feels an even stronger heat inside his body. He usually looks down on females from other tribes, so why does he have feelings for her? But she absolutely cannot become his wife. Tang Ruan, fine. Do you not know what's good for you? She steps back and walks quickly to the other side. Suddenly, she steps on a round, plump object. Yanqing's brow furrows slightly. Tang Ruan's head plunges into the water. After a moment, bubbles rise to the calm water surface, hidden in the forest across from her. Yanqing takes a deep breath, lifts his snake tail, and gently raises Tang Ruan from the water. Tang Ruan collapses onto Yanqing's tail. Who would have thought that in this ghostly place, even the water below is poisonous? Fortunately, there is an antidote herb nearby. She quickly puts the antidote into her mouth, and her condition instantly improves. Yanqing looks at her, a look of surprise on his face. This female actually knows how to detoxify. Most females don't have special abilities, and even if they do, those abilities tend to fade over long periods of neglect. But she managed to find the antidote so quickly. It shows she has been using her abilities all along, or she is very eager to learn. Just now, he thought she was just lucky. Tang Ruan feels a bit better. She gets up, ready to leave. Yanqing suddenly feels a surge of heat, almost breaking his reason. His huge snake tail wraps around Tang Ruan's front and pulls her back. The Snake King had set up a barrier around the area. Did he just create it? What is he trying to do? Yanqing held Tang Ruan close to him, his green eyes fixed on her, filled with a primitive desire.
You.
What are you going to do? The Yanqing in front of her was completely different from the one in her dreams. In her dreams, he never looked at her with such a hunting gaze. Tang Ruan turned to leave, but he quickly grabbed her hand and pulled her back. Aren't you here to help me? His warm breath brushed her ear. I want to see
how you will help me.
If you can't, I'll take your life. Tang Ruan carefully placed her hand on his chest. Her hand seemed to have some kind of magic, and as soon as she touched him, his fragile self-control immediately returned. Yanqing let out a comfortable sigh. He closed his eyes and exhaled slowly. Suddenly, he realized that he had just been comforted. He opened his eyes and looked down at her beautiful side face. No wonder male snakes must have a mate after reaching adulthood. The effect was so good. But isn't comfort usually only after mating? They clearly didn't. He instinctively looked down. Tang Ruan's face instantly turned red.
You.
Don't look anymore. She knew what he was looking at. She was also very surprised. She thought he was poisoned, but it turned out he was in heat. Most of the poisonous plants nearby had a secondary skill called Boost Vitality. He had been lying in the bushes for so long, it was no wonder he was like this. But as long as he got rid of the poison, he should recover. Hang in there, I'll help you quickly. Tang Ruan also placed her other hand on his chest. She closed her eyes and focused. The purple aura around him gradually faded. His body's temperature also dropped.
Tang Zuan.
He softly called her name, feeling comfortable. Tang Ruan opened her eyes at his voice and looked into his. Then she quickly closed her eyes again, focusing her mind. She had no time to think about how he knew her name. Her body was in poor condition due to repeated poisoning. If she couldn't focus completely, she might faint at any moment. Tang Ruan, overwhelmed by her overuse of her special power, collapsed into his arms. Looking at the soft, delicate female in her arms, Yanqing felt a different kind of desire rising inside him. He hesitated for a moment. He raised his hand, wanting to hold her. Suddenly, Tang Ruan struggled to sit up. Yanqing froze. What was he about to do just now? I'm fine. I'm leaving. Tang Ruan decisively turned around and jumped into the water. She staggered forward. Her body stiffened. She had already saved him. Did he still want her life? What's the matter? She was very tired, and her tone was a bit sharp. Yanqing was stunned and didn't know what to say, because he didn't understand why he had stopped her. But she had just comforted him. She had done things for him that only a wife could do. He should keep her with him. Then, if her energy was boosted in the future, she could be comforted in time. But some things needed to be explained to her first. Yanqing looked at Tang Ruan with a cold gaze. Come with me, and I will repay you. But I will never accept a partner from another race as my wife, he said proudly. She raised her wrist. I have no intention of taking you. I already have a mate. As soon as she finished speaking, Hu Che suddenly descended from the sky. His mixed blue and red energy wrapped around him. With a loud bang, he was thrown into the water. Yanqing's voice carried a hint of anger. Bring your mate and come with me. After arriving in the Beast City, Tang Ruan finally learned. Yanqing is the new city lord of Beast City. He had just taken control here. The reason was that Beast City is a region rich in beastmen. He hoped that the males of the snake tribe could find a mate here who could produce offspring of the snake tribe. All female who are willing to accept snake handlers will receive protection and special treatment from the snake tribe. Of course, male who want to have a snake wife are the same. However, female members of the snake tribe are very picky. But once they like a male, they will do everything they can to get him. This time, Hu Che was chased because he was accidentally noticed by a female of the snake tribe. After the snake beast responsible for arranging them left, Hu Che crossed his arms and said angrily, that female's beast husbands are offering 30 crystal stones to buy me to satisfy her wishes. Am I some kind of item? Tang Ruan touched the crystal stones on her neck. It's not that, Hu Che said. It's a legendary gem from the Beast God Mountain. It can increase or awaken special abilities. Your original beast husband. Hu Che saw that Tang Ruan was wearing a ghostly crystal stone, which only high-level orcs have after death. Very powerful, right? He asked cautiously. Tang Ruan nodded with a gentle smile.
Ukeside.
Her beast husband had indeed died. They loved each other so much in life that it made her act crazy now. Even though she still wore her beast husband's ghostly crystal stone, she was still searching for him everywhere. Hu Che changed the subject. In short, to avoid unnecessary trouble in the 10,000 Beast City for both of us, from now on, you should pretend to be my wife. And I will pretend to be your beast husband. Che took out a red golden bracelet woven from fox fur and pulled her hand. He wanted to help her put it on. Why are you doing this? Tang Wan quickly pulled her hand back, but he pulled it again. To cover your beast mark. Our fox tribe's mark isn't like this. He fastened it for her and tied a pretty butterfly knot. Now your body also carries my scent. As long as you go out, everyone will think you have a fox tribe beast husband. Tang Wan looked at Che's proud smile. Why did she feel that he was truly happy? Could it be that he started to like her from this moment?
Oh.
By the way, Che suddenly jumped up, ran to the side, and brought back a stick. There's one more very important thing I haven't done. He placed the stick in the middle of the cave. From now on, I will live on this side, and you on that side. If you dare to come over and scheme against me, I will bite you to death. Anyway, I won't be punished by the beast god if I do.
Haha.
He laughed proudly. She was overthinking things. After regaining some strength, Tang Wan was eager to find out about the wolf hunt. The 10,000 Beast City is divided into the inner city, middle city, and outer city. The inner city is home to snake people, about a few hundred. The middle city has snake people and their non-snake partners, totaling nearly 1,000. The outer city is where the original inhabitants of the city live, mostly not snake people, and the number is unknown. At first, Tang Wan heard that the snake people were almost gone. She thought they, like the wolf tribe, only had about 20 or so left. But after counting, the total was actually around 4 or 500. 4 or 500. That's so many. Tang Wan chatted with a female beast living in the inner city. The female beast looked about the size of Potato Mom. But her family had 7 or 8 husbands who looked about the same size as Che. What's going on? The female beast said proudly. When our snake tribe was thriving, there were over 100,000 of us. So many. It turns out the beast world is much bigger than she thought. The female beast's eyes flicked over Tang Wan. I heard you were picked up by the Snake King. Are you also from the snake tribe? Tang Wan blinked. She said she was from the snake tribe. Maybe that would be better since she didn't really know what she was. The female beast thought she agreed and clapped happily. Great. I heard you only have one beast husband. I have 10 sons. Come, I'll take you to see them. No need. Thank you. Tang Wan quickly slipped away. If she wanted to find out information, she had to go where there were many people. She walked for nearly 2 hours and finally reached the outer city. The outer city was busy and crowded. Tigers, rabbits, horses, parrots, lizards, pangolins. Many beastmen could tell their race just by their appearance or their names. The diverse beastmen once again showed Tang Wan how varied life can be. She bravely asked a few seemingly friendly beastmen for information. But she didn't find anything useful. As soon as she saw him, she turned and ran away. They guessed she was from the inner city. The outer city doesn't have such beautiful females. Beautiful females go to the middle city and become the wives of snake masters. She was wearing the special light fabric clothes of the snake tribe.
Tang Zuan sighed.
They seemed to fear the snake tribe very much. To get useful information from them, she knew she had to trade favors. Her eyes scanned the beast men on the street. Suddenly, she stopped at a male beast carrying a child. The male beast looked thin and malnourished. The child's face was red, and he looked unsteady when walking, clearly sick. Tang Wan approached him. Big brother, is your child sick? The male beast quickly held the child up, alert. What are you doing? Even if my child is dead, I won't sell him to others for food. Did they also have the habit of eating other races here? She hurriedly waved her hands. No, you misunderstood. I just happen to have medicine that can treat this kind of illness. He took some herbs from his pouch and handed them to him. The male beast looked at Tang Wan cautiously. I don't have any crystal stones. No need. Then why are you being so kind to us? The male beast still didn't trust her. In the city of beasts, it's a place where the strong eat the weak. Beast men without power can only wait to die. If they can't hunt or earn crystal stones, They're left on the street with their children, waiting for death. He thought, maybe he's just so hungry he's hallucinating, dreaming of a beautiful female coming to save them. Tang Wan thought for a moment. I do have something I need your help with. The male beast seemed to breathe a little easier. Tang Wan told him the appearance and features of the wolf hunter. I've never seen this person you mentioned.
It's okay.
After you go back, give the medicine to your child quickly. If it works, please tell the people around you. Just help me find someone called Wolf Hunter. Then I can get free treatment from the witch doctor. After saying this, Tang Wan left. The male beast watched her back with suspicion. The female surprisingly claimed to be a shaman healer. Shamans wouldn't bother with lowly beast men like them. When they were sick, they were just waiting to die. But at night, he watched the young one barely clinging to life. He couldn't help but mix some herbs with water and feed it to the little one. Tang Wan appeared again outside the city. Suddenly, she felt many pairs of greedy eyes staring at her on the street. A group of tall, strange-looking beast men. Their gaze made her feel very uncomfortable. She quickly stepped back a few paces. Suddenly, someone shouted, "It's her!" Tang Wan ran as fast as she could. But she was soon caught up. "Healer, please save my child. He's burning up all over. Healer, my wound has been there for 3 months and hasn't healed. If this keeps up, my leg will be useless. Healer, I have many small lumps on my body. All right, everyone speak one by one. Let me tell you my rules first," Tang Wan said, standing on a large tree stump. "I know you're asking about someone called Wolf Hunter. He's over 2 meters tall and weighs more than 200 jin. His special power is sparks that flash with lightning." Tang Ruan's mouth twitched. "I'll tell everyone again." All morning, Tang Ruan was busy. She used her special power to treat minor ailments. For those needing medicine, when her supplies ran out, she took the beast men into the forest to gather herbs. The forest was full of poisonous plants. At first, the beast men didn't dare go in. But under Tang Ruan's leadership, thinking that gathering herbs was to treat their own illnesses and not for others, they took the antidotes Tang Ruan provided and started working together. A healer from the beast city. She didn't ask for crystals, only to help spread a message. It quickly reached the inner city from the outer city. "She's the female you found." Xiaming knelt before Yan Qing and said, "She used one day to unite all the beast men outside the city and made them follow her instructions. We worked for months, but couldn't do it. They'd rather go hungry than obey the snake tribe. We took over their land, so it's normal for them to feel a bit upset." Serpent Shadow snorted softly. Their old days weren't necessarily better than now. All the oppressors of the beast city had been cleared out by the serpent tribe. The only ones left were some honest beast men. They could have followed the serpent tribe to live more peacefully. But they still didn't fully trust the serpent tribe. "What's the name of the beast man she's asking about?" Yan Qing suddenly asked. "Wolf Hunter. I heard he's her mate. They got separated, so she has 2 mates. For females, mates are like possessions. Losing one is a pity, but for someone like her, who puts so much thought and even uses her special abilities, and spreads the news outside the city, she was truly the first." Yan Qing suddenly found her quite interesting. When Tang Ruan left, she went empty-handed. When she returned, she brought back many packages. Even though she kept refusing, the beastman's kindness was hard to refuse. When Tang Ruan returned to the cave, she threw her things on the ground and collapsed onto the soft bed, falling asleep. Late at night, she suddenly felt someone standing at her bedside, watching her. Husky Fox crossed his arms, looking annoyed. Tang Ruan also seemed a little annoyed at being woken up. "What's wrong?" Husky Fox glanced downward. "Should I be asking you? Is my bed more comfortable?" Tang Ruan then realized she had slept on the wrong side. She pinched her forehead. "Sorry, I was too tired today." She stood up and moved toward her side. Husky Fox shifted aside. Suddenly, there was a loud thud. Tang Ruan fell directly onto his soft bed. He ran over and touched her forehead. It was hot and feverish. "Why are you so sick?" Husky Fox carried Tang Ruan out of the cave. They searched for a long time before finding the city's healer. The healer was an old male beast with completely white hair. After hearing about Tang Ruan's special healing ability and recent events, he quickly concluded, she has overused her special power. If this continues, he might become too weak and die. Don't scare me. He's just tired, right? A rest will do. Hu Che says this, but his hands holding Tang Ruan are trembling a little. Why would he die? He's been lively these days, hasn't he? The shaman sighs. If I'm not mistaken, she recently lost her baby and is very weak. She also experienced heartbreak and serious illness. You said she was sick once recently, but she recovered the next day. She probably used her special powers to save herself. But overall, her body has been drained. During this time, she used a lot of her powers to help two people. All of this has worn out her body. Plus, she's been poisoned repeatedly and has been running around all day today. According to the shaman, Hu Che suddenly realizes that even a strong male beast, after all this trouble, should be exhausted and fall down. Could Tang Ruan really be close to death? Shaman, what should I do? Please save her. Hu Che grabs the old shaman's arm. The old shaman's white eyebrows knit together. He looks at Hu Che. There's a way, but it's complicated. Please tell me. You're her beast husband, right? Hu Che's expression stiffens. He pauses for 3 seconds, then nods. You're from the Red Fox tribe, most of whom are high-level beasts. If you're willing to use all your energy to save her, she might have a chance. But from then on, you will lose your special powers. Beasts are divided into low-level, mid-level, and high-level. Low-level beasts have no special powers. Mid-level beasts have potential for powers, but haven't fully developed or mastered them. Mid-level beasts might become high-level beasts later. High-level beasts have full powers. Beyond high-level, energy is graded. Hu Che lowers his head. I'm not. I'm a mid-level beast. Mid-level beast? The old shaman looks at him doubtfully. Generally, the more attractive a beast looks, the higher their level tends to be. This handsome male beast claims to be an intermediate-level beastman. It seems unlikely. Perhaps he doesn't want to sacrifice himself for his mate. The old shaman looked at Hu Che with some disdain and placed his hand on him. After a moment, he spoke with confusion. Really? Then, can I save her? Intermediate-level beastmen can't transfer energy at all. How can you save her? Then, who here is a high-level beastman? Is there anyone who can help her? Hu Che's anxious eyes made the old shaman soften. It's useless. Who would want to give up their special power to save a stranger? Unless they are a beastman above level 3. After using up level 3 energy, they can still keep their special power, but it depends on whether the other person is willing. Who is it? Hu Che interrupted the old shaman hurriedly. Above level 3, we don't have anyone here. There is a level 10 one though. The old shaman suddenly seemed to remember something and shook his head with a smile. He patted Hu Che on the shoulder. You're so good-looking. Even if your mate dies, there will still be females interested in you. And her previous beast partner was so powerful, yet he died. No one will look down on you. The old shaman also saw the ghost crystal on Tang Ruan's neck. This color indicates at least a level 7 or higher high-level beastman's crystal. I ask you, who is it? Hu Che suddenly transformed into a giant fox and directly tackled the old shaman.
I
tell you, it won't help. If you don't tell me, you will be gone. Hu Che made a move as if to bite his neck. All right. I'll tell you, young man, don't be too impulsive. Late at night, Yanqing was awakened by the loud crash outside the cave. A black snake slipped into Yanqing's cave and instantly transformed into a dark-skinned young boy. Snake Ming knelt before him. Here, what's going on? Yanqing's snake tail turned into legs, and he stood up from the bed. A fox ran in. That's the female beast man you brought back. She insists on seeing you. She's already shifted into her beast form, but refuses to leave. Outside the cave, sounds of the fox struggling in pain could be heard. Flame Blue's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Snake Ming said, we should have caught him. I'll handle it now. Wait a moment, Flame Blue called out. What's going on? His wife is about to die. He wants you to use level 3 energy to save her. Are you joking? An alien female, Snake Ming didn't finish his sentence before Flame Blue had already stepped outside. Hui had shrunk to the size of an ordinary fox. He was lying on the ground, barely breathing, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. As soon as Flame Blue approached, he suddenly transformed into a young boy. He quickly hugged Flame Blue's leg. His speed was so fast that no one had time to react. He looked up pitifully, with blood-red lips, wearing a determined smile. Please save her. I'll agree to any of your requests. Snake King, he's from the Red Fox clan. Be careful. He might use charm magic, Snake Ming shouted. Suddenly, Snake Ming froze. What was he saying? How did he reveal the secret that the Snake King disliked females? Although it was a secret, once spoken aloud, the Snake King might kill them to keep it quiet.
Ah.
He carefully looked at Flame Blue, but saw that Flame Blue wasn't looking at him. Instead, he was impatiently staring at Hui.
Fine.
Take me to see her. Hui, with his last breath, relaxed. He transformed back into his beast form and ran quickly outward. He knew the Snake King was interested in Tang Ruan. He had noticed it that day in the forest, even if he wasn't interested in her.
Suddenly, uoke felta chill.
He shivered. Luckily, he wasn't interested in the Snake King. A large, metallic glossy snake tail wrapped around Tang Ruan. Red energy flowed continuously into her body. Tang Ruan's eyelashes fluttered. Seeing her condition improve, Flame Blue slowly retracted his snake tail. Suddenly, she grabbed him tightly. Hell Hunter. She clung to his tail like an octopus. Flame Blue frowned, lifting his tail to try to shake her off. But Tang Ruan suddenly closed her eyes and pouted. Don't move. I might fall. Her soft body brushed against her snake tail. Is she awake or asleep? Wolf Hunter. Tang Ruan smiled sweetly in her dream. She dreamed that she was holding tightly onto Wolf Hunter. That feeling of happiness made her forget the pain of reality for a while. She ignored the unreal sensation of touch. Get down. Yanqing's voice carried a hint of anger. How could this female call out another male's name while holding him? She was insulting him. Yanqing forcefully pushed her. Tang Ruan was thrown onto a soft bed. Across from her, Hui sat on his bed, looking at her with a complicated expression. She thought for 3 seconds and made a conclusion. You sneaked into my cave in the middle of the night. What do you want to do to me? She crossed her arms, acting like a little female who had been teased. You're running out of energy and almost dying. I just saved you. Now we're even. Yanqing stood up and turned to leave. His patience was only enough to say this much. But suddenly, Tang Ruan's eyes shifted. Yanqing was still the kind-hearted Yanqing from her dream. He just looked a little grumpy. Yanqing, I want to make a deal with you. Yanqing suddenly turned back and stared at her. His green eyes turned into vertical pupils. Is this female always so brave? From the first time they met, she called him by his name directly. At that time, he guessed she had seen him in the 10,000 Beast City. Plus, she was trying to flirt with him, calling him affectionately on purpose. But not long ago, she still looked heartbroken over her missing beast husband, almost risking her life. And now, she was calling him so affectionately again. What was she really thinking? Is this a high-level female seduction tactic? If she was doing all this just to get his attention, he would have to see her in a new light. Because she was brave and clever. What kind of deal? Yanqing looked at her patiently, waiting for her to perform. Yanqing looked her over from top to bottom. Are you from the snake tribe? He misunderstood her. Tang Ruan quickly waved her hands. No, I'm not. I just know how to hatch female snakes. She should have thought of this earlier. Yanqing is the Snake King, after all, and must have many resources. Asking him to help find wolf hunters is faster than asking around alone. But Yanqing's expression clearly showed he didn't believe her. When he turned to leave, Tang Ruan hurried after him, opening her arms to block his way. I will prove it to you. If I succeed, you help me find wolf hunters. She had heard that name so many times tonight, her ears were almost sore. Let's see if you can do it first. Yanqing didn't want to argue with her anymore and stepped out. He had shouted his goal aloud. But Tang Ruan didn't know how to prove herself. First, not having a thermometer was a big problem. Second, no beastman would want to use their eggs for experiments. She thought all night. The next day, she learned about Hu Che's daring raid into the Snake King's den. He was badly beaten and wouldn't let Tang Wan use her powers. Every day, he stayed curled up in the den in his little fox form. Tang Wan took good care of him, feeding and tending to him. She picked herbs and brewed medicine for him in the den. Sometimes he would sit at her feet, curious and watching. Other times, she made delicious food. He would jump onto her lap, licking his lips at the roasted chicken leg. To prevent him from stealing food, Tang Wan would hold him with one arm and roast meat with the other. At those moments, she truly thought of him as a pet. She completely forgot he was a male beastman.
And Hu Che seemed to do the same.
Sometimes, he would even jump onto her lap to sleep. Tang Wan guessed that perhaps a beastman's weakest state was similar to that of a small animal. She didn't argue with him about it, until one day, she woke up in the middle of the night. Suddenly, she found a young man curled up in her arms. His head was nestled under her arm, and he was gently rubbing against her. Tang Wan sat up abruptly. The young man woke instantly. He quickly covered her mouth and pressed her down. You saw nothing. You saw nothing. Hu Che's eyes shimmered with a pinkish glow. Tang Wan thought it was very beautiful. Her eyelids felt heavy. Then, she drifted back into a hazy sleep. The next day, she saw Hu Che jump onto the table. He was sneaking a bite of the meat she had covered last night. His little paws pawed at it for a long time. Suddenly, there was a loud clink. The bowl fell to the ground. He was so scared he jumped up and hid under the table. Tang Wan rubbed her forehead. What strange dream did she have last night? A middle-aged female voice came from the entrance. It was Snake Yen, the snake woman she had talked to before. Big sister, you called me. Tang Wan hurried out. A friend of my beast husband is from the outer city. He asked me to bring you some things. To save the outer city beastmen, Tang Wan nearly lost her life because of her powers. Beast husband Hu Che bravely entered the Snake King's cave, and the Snake King generously saved her. This story spread. Tang Wan suddenly became famous in Wanshou City. The attitude of the outer city beastmen toward Yan Qing also changed. It is said that some beastmen are now willing to follow the snake tribe's arrangements and go hunting in designated areas. Tang Wan opened her bag, revealing many pieces of meat. They struggled to survive themselves, yet they tried their best to send the best to her. Such kind-hearted beastmen reminded her of the groundhog tribe. Tang Wan wanted to give Yan Yan some thanks, but she was refused. My beast husband's hunted game is more than enough for us. I was planning to give you some too. She looked into the cave. Seeing Hu Che in his fox form, lying on the ground and gnawing on a chicken leg. He leaned close to Tang Ruan's ear and whispered softly, Your beast husband, although handsome and loving enough, is not very useful. How about I give you 5 of my sons? Next time they meet, could she avoid discussing this topic? Yan Yan was refused, but not angry.
Tang Zuan.
I'm only thinking of you. If one day, the Snake King asks you to send Hu Che away, Yan Yan's eyes flashed with a frantic look. Tang Wan suddenly remembered the recent story circulating, that Yan Qing was willing to save her because the Snake King has taken a liking to Tang Ruan's beast husband, Hu Che. Tang Wan pursed her lips. How can she prove to her that Yan Qing is not gay? She can't say she tried when she was in another world, right? Finally, she sent away Xian. Tang Wan packed her belongings, ready to send them back to the outer city beastmen. She also planned to ask about the wolf hunt. When the beastmen in the outer city saw her, they greeted her warmly. Shaman, we're so glad you're okay. We were so worried. Shaman, could you please help me check my little one? Tang Wan briefly examined the young female beast. She was about to use her special power. Suddenly, she felt a gaze fixed on her. She turned her head and saw Hu Che had somehow followed her. The other beastmen also noticed him. Shaman, is this your beast husband who has turned out of beast form? Someone asked. Hu Che jumped onto Tang Ruan's lap, as if claiming ownership, stopping her from using her special power. The young female beast's illness could be treated with herbs. But Tang Wan was used to healing with her powers in Cave Valley. Now she realized that her powers shouldn't be used carelessly. After she fell asleep that time, how many times had Wolf Hunt secretly sent her energy? Thinking of Wolf Hunt, her heart felt like it was pierced with pain. But now no one cared that much about her. Tang Wan told the young beast's parents, "I'll take you to pick herbs. It's better to teach someone how to fish than just give them fish." While gathering herbs, Tang Wan also taught them how to treat common illnesses and what medicines to use. Suddenly, a red snake about the thickness of a finger darted out from the grass. Tang Wan was startled. Hu Che immediately pounced, biting through the snake's neck. Then, another blue snake of the same size appeared. Hu Che stepped on it with one paw. Soon after, a group of snakes ran out.
Uke?
Tang Wan quickly grabbed him and jumped aside. Hu Che, who had wanted to be a hero and save the day. It's okay. These snakes usually don't bite people. They look bright and colorful, but they're actually not poisonous, an old beastman said kindly to Tang Wan and Hu Che. The shaman and her partner are truly in love. Tang Wan suddenly found the snake quite interesting. Why are some red and some green? This should be a nest of snakes. The red ones are females and the green ones are males. Tang Wan had a bright idea. Isn't this the best test subject? As long as she can make all the baby snakes in the nest be female. Maybe Yanqing can use snake eggs for her experiments. Hu Che, you looked so cool catching that snake just now, Tang Wan suddenly said with a smile. Hu Che proudly lifted his head. So, can you catch the parents of this snake nest for me? Tang Wan, I'll give you a chicken leg tonight.
Uke grinned mischievously.
Hu Che soon found a red snake about the width of a wrist in the bushes. He proudly carried it over to Tang Wan. He lifted his little head, looking like he was waiting for praise. Shaman, what are you going to do with this female snake? Asked a curious orc standing nearby. Tang Wan, I want to lay snake eggs with it. Oh, you want to eat snake eggs? Tang Wan was about to say no, but the orc continued, that one won't work. It has no eggs left in its belly. Tang Wan looked at the small snake scattering and running away, suddenly understanding. The snake eggs had already turned into tiny snakes. If you want, we can help you catch a few. Hearing that Tang Wan wanted a female snake with eggs, the orcs eagerly helped. The shaman had helped them for so long. She never asked for anything, only gathered information. The praise she sent back was always returned to her. Now that she finally wanted something, they had to help. The orcs split up to find snakes. In a short while, they caught 7 or 8. Every time Hu Che saw a red snake, he was about to catch it, but an orc would beat him to it. They took the credit instead. In the end, almost every orc had a snake. Only Hu Che was empty-handed. Hu Che drooped his head in disappointment. Suddenly, Tang Wan saw a small female beast, about 2 or 3 years old, grabbing a handful of grass and stuffing it into her mouth. Don't eat random things. She hurried over to stop her. We need to take it away from the young female beast. The shaman doesn't need to worry. We're used to eating this since we were young, said the sturdy female with a gentle voice. Do you like eating grass? She asked curiously. All the beasts she knew, including the groundhog tribe that mainly eats roots and fruits, actually prefer eating meat. When she said, we're used to eating this, she might mean there are no prey to hunt, so they can only eat this to fill their stomachs. The female nodded with a smile.
Yes.
Our cow beasts love to eat this kind of grass. It's sweet. Much better than meat. She pulled a piece of grass from the ground and handed it to Tang Wan. At the top of the grass was an oval-shaped bump, like a seed wrapped inside. Tang Wan hesitated but couldn't refuse, so she took it. Suddenly, a small note appeared in her mind. Sweet wheat, a carbohydrate plant. Is this plant called wheat in your hometown? The cow beast asked. Tang Wan quickly chewed it. It was indeed sweet. With wheat, there could be flour, and with flour, many delicious foods could be made. Buns, steamed bread, noodles, dumplings. After 3 years in this beast world, she almost forgot the taste of these foods. Unfortunately, now she could only find a little here, sighed the cow beast. What does that mean? Tang Wan asked. Our original hunting ground was full of edible plants. Before, in the 10,000 Beast City, we were bullied every day, but still ate enough. Since the snake tribe arrived, they forcibly took our hunting ground and gave us a piece full of prey, but no food. Now we go hungry every day. Isn't a hunting ground better because it has more prey? She guessed Yan Qing thought the same. She originally wanted to arrange a better life for them, but it backfired. She felt she should find a chance to tell him. The group picked some herbs for a while. During that time, Tang Wan also found several fruits that existed in her previous world. Until the sun set, Hu Cha and Tang Wan returned with bags full of herbs and fruits. The little fox looked tired all along the way. Even if the snake you found can't lay eggs, I will still add chicken legs for you. After putting things away, Tang Wan gently patted Hu Che's head to comfort him. Hu Che turned his back and curled into a ball. Was he just craving chicken legs? Tang Wan thought for a moment. Hu Che perked up one ear. No, he was still angry. Clearly, he was the one who found it first, but she didn't praise him.
Tang Zuan Sai.
She turned around and ignored him. She started tidying up her things. Hu Che grew more and more upset. He pawed at his head. Suddenly, a string of shiny purple grapes appeared in front of him. I left these just for you. Hu Che sat up. When did she get the grapes? He licked his lips. Tang Ron proudly said, I knew you liked to eat them. Fairy tales never lie. No fox in the world dislikes grapes. I found 2 bunches of ripe grapes. I had to one from a 3-year-old. Hu Che's eyes sparkled. He felt happy to be appreciated. He instantly became energetic. He spun around Tang Ruan.
Eat.
They're all yours. Tang Ruan treated him like a pet. She placed the grapes on a plate in front of him. Then she got up to light a fire outside the cave. The beast city was warm, and it was too hot to cook inside. Halfway through the fire, Hu Che suddenly ran over with a grape in his mouth. He placed his front paws on her knees, holding the grape. He lifted his head, wanting to share. Tang Ruan's hands were all dark. She thought for a moment, then bit off a grape from the bottom of the bunch. Hu Che's face quickly turned a shade of red. Unfortunately, his fur was also red. Tang Ruan didn't notice. Passing by, Yan Qing just happened to see this scene. He didn't even realize when he stopped in his tracks. Snake King, should I call Hu Che over? Shenming whispered to remind him. Tang Ruan heard the noise and looked up. She just happened to meet Yan Qing's somewhat angry gaze. He always looked so grumpy. No wonder even his people thought he was a bit
different.
Feeling a little awkward to just stand there, Tang Ruan spoke first. Snake King, would you like to stay and have dinner with us? Today we are having a barbecue. He is patrolling the beast city today. He has heard from other tribes that Tang Ruan brought a new way of eating. This method makes the meat softer and more tender, which older female beasts like very much. She was polite, and he actually agreed. It's good, just in time to talk to him about the orc hunting grounds outside the city. Tang Ruan alternately threaded chicken meat and chicken skin onto skewers and placed them over the fire. While roasting, she sprinkled the collected spices. Soon, a fragrant smell wafted out. Originally, Yan Qing was looking into the distance, but his eyes unconsciously turned toward the smell. It looked really good. Why would female beasts study how to prepare food? Isn't that the job of males? It seems her previous beast husband didn't take good care of her. The current beast husband beside her is really too useless. Yan Qing's gaze fell on Hu Che, who was lying nearby gnawing on a chicken leg.
O que shiver d'inexplicabile.
He looked up at the Snake King's vertical pupils.
O que?
Why are you lying so far away? Come closer to the Snake King, said Shi Miao.